He is clearly just an ordinary person, not even qualified to be a warrior, and is always at the bottom of the class every day. Normally, people ignore me and just glance past me, as if I don't exist at all. However, during a routine patrol mission, a ferocious monster suddenly pounced on me. I could only close my eyes in despair and wait for death to come. But when I opened my eyes again, I found that I was unharmed, without even a trace of fear. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. The devouring system has been activated. I found it hard to believe at first, until I swallowed the black ice snake and gained the magical power of ice-sealed sky eyes. When I devoured the flaming tiger, I gained the supreme power of divine flame burning the sky. I know that my destiny has completely changed. Xiaoyan, Tongmai Realm Stage 3. The head teacher shouted, and everyone in the classroom instantly focused on Xiaoyan, full of envy. I, Qiu Lingfeng, sat silently in the back row of the classroom, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. 3 days ago, I was playing games in an internet cafe, but somehow I traveled to this world where spiritual energy was revived. Here, all things in the world can practice cultivation, and humans have awakened warriors to resist the increasingly powerful monsters. However, the chance of becoming a warrior is very small, perhaps not even 1 in 100. I am someone so ordinary that I cannot be more ordinary. There is no possibility of awakening. Xiaoyan, one of the few lucky ones in the class, reached the 3rd stage of Tongmai Realm at the age of 18. In this small village, he was already the most dazzling genius. Tomorrow is the last chance, the class teacher announced expressionlessly. Everyone should follow the village patrol, in groups of 5, and form teams freely. It is said that between life and death, the probability of awakening warriors of the human race is higher. Listening to what the head teacher said, I felt a surge of fear in my heart. Patrolling means great danger. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. If you are lucky, you may suffer lifelong disability. But compared to these, what is worse is that failure means being trapped at the bottom forever and becoming a hopeless loser. After the head teacher said, "Dismiss," the 3 awakened people immediately became the objects of everyone's competition. Teaming up with them would increase the chances of survival. I leaned on the back of the chair helplessly, only to find that the chair here had no backrest, and I fell directly to the ground. Lingfeng, will you be with me tomorrow? Zhang Yu, the dark-skinned little guy, came over to me and asked me, with 3 other people following behind him. I know that he is one of the 3 awakened people in the class. Although his cultivation is not high, compared with ordinary people like me, it is already unattainable. All right. I nodded in agreement. What's your attitude? Wang Min, who was following behind Zhang Yu, spoke in dissatisfaction. Although she looked good, her temper was so unbearable that people could not stand it. Zhang Yu tried to smooth things over, so I just shook my head and said nothing more, thinking about how to survive tomorrow. The world here is too dangerous, especially for ordinary people like me. Zhang Yu took them away, and I packed my bag and followed them out of the classroom. In this world, Warcraft has a greater advantage than humans. Not only do they cultivate faster, but they are also stronger than human warriors of the same level. After the spiritual energy is revived, Warcraft opens up its spiritual intelligence and becomes the biggest threat to humans. The human race can only huddle in gathering places and struggle to survive. I will go out with the patrol team tomorrow, and I have to go back and tell Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang is the savior of my parents in my previous life, and he is also Zhang Yu's second uncle. He raised me and treated me like his own son. As the sun was setting, I met Uncle Zhang on my way home. He smiled and asked me if I had finished school. I nodded and told him about the patrol tomorrow. Uncle Zhang's face instantly became serious, but when he heard that I had teamed up with Zhang Yu, he was a little relieved. At night, the silence in the house was suffocating. Before going to bed, Uncle Zhang and his daughter Zhang Ye came to me, with undisguised worry in his tone. He asked me to sleep with Zhang Ye tonight, saying that it was to leave a descendant for the family. Zhang Ye's face had already turned red. She used to be a pretty girl, but her face was disfigured while on patrol 2 years ago, and she became introverted and autistic ever since. Looking at Uncle Zhang and Zhang Ye, I couldn't help laughing and said jokingly, "Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I won't die." But Uncle Zhang still insisted, and said he was not at ease no matter what. "Uncle Zhang, what you said is really laughable. What do you mean by leave some offspring before you leave? Are you hoping for my death?" I shook my head and laughed. "No, of course not, Lingfeng. Of course I hope you can come back alive. But you know how difficult it is to awaken into a warrior. Although Xiaoya doesn't look as good as before, she..." Uncle Zhang wanted to continue, but was interrupted by me. "Uncle Zhang, believe me, I will not die. I said solemnly. Alas, it's all your Uncle Zhang's fault for being incompetent. If I had the ability, I would definitely make you a potion that would turn you into a warrior directly. Uncle Zhang sighed. The medicine Uncle Zhang mentioned is a strengthening medicine specially prepared for ordinary people. After injection, it can greatly enhance the physical fitness, and there is a high probability of directly becoming a Tongmai realm warrior. Most of the kids from wealthy families became warriors in this way, without having to go through life or death situations or worry about their lives. Children from poor families like us can only rely on the low-quality awakening capsules distributed by the school every month, which are far less effective than strengthening potions. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. Zhang Yu and I are in the same team. He will protect me. The members of the patrol team are all warriors. As long as I am careful, there will be no problem. Although I was unsure, I still pretended to be calm and comforted Uncle Zhang. No, Xiaoya has to stay tonight. Only in this way can I feel at ease. Uncle Zhang frowned, as if he had made a great decision, then turned and left, closing the door. I was suddenly a little embarrassed. Sister Xiaoya, you should go back first. I scratched my nose, trying to defuse the awkward situation. Xiaofeng, do you think I'm ugly? Zhang Ye's eyes dimmed, and she asked in a low voice. Of course not. I shook my head quickly. In my previous life's memory, Zhang Ye was once his secret crush, even though she was later disfigured by a monster. Then why did you? Zhang Ye didn't say anything else, but her face got even redder. Sister Xiaoya, do you believe me? I looked into her eyes and asked seriously. Zhang Ye didn't dare to look me in the eye and asked in a low voice. What do I believe in you? I will definitely come back alive. I patted my chest and said confidently. But you aren't even a warrior. The chances of you coming back alive are too small. Zhang Ye was worried. Sister Xiaoya, you are not a warrior either, but you still came back alive, didn't you? I comforted her. Zhang Ye's expression darkened. She did survive, but she paid a heavy price. Sister Xiaoya, please go back to your room first. I will definitely come back safe and sound. Believe me, I said firmly. Zhang Ye finally nodded. Then you must come back intact. Yes, sure. I nodded solemnly and then saw her out of the room. Only after Zhang Ye left did I breathe a sigh of relief and lie down on the bed. If you want to survive in this world, you must become a warrior, but unfortunately my predecessor was not lucky enough to awaken. However, the physique of the previous incarnation was still outstanding among ordinary people. Although it did not reach the Tongmai realm, it was not too far behind. After all, the awakening capsules distributed by the school were more or less effective. I have to report to school tomorrow, so I should go to bed early. I shook my head, closed my eyes, and fell asleep. That night, many families experienced similar scenes, with parents hoping that their children would survive before facing unknown dangers. The next morning, Uncle Zhang prepared a large backpack for me, which was filled with food and water for several days. He also gave me several weapons he made himself for self-defense. When we arrived at school, most of the students were already there and lined up. I found my seat. Zhang Yu looked at me and said, Ling Feng, I heard from my dad last night that you and my sister were together? The elder sister Zhang Yu mentioned was Zhang Ye. I was about to explain, but Zhang Yu continued, Don't worry, I am a warrior now, and I will definitely protect you. Brother Yu, won't you protect us? Wang Min said coquettishly. Xiao Min, don't worry, I will protect you. Zhang Yu patted his chest and promised. Wang Min happily hugged Zhang Yu's arms, her face full of admiration. There were 2 squads on patrol this time, a total of 60 people, of which only 5 were warriors. The strongest was Xiao Yin, who was at the 3rd stage of Tongmai realm, and the other 4 were at the 2nd and 1st stages of Tongmai realm respectively. Soon, the patrol team arrived at the school. There were 24 of them, and each of them exuded a strong bloody smell that made people shudder. I'm Wang Lu, the captain of the Xingshou village patrol team, and a 5th level Tongmai realm warrior. I'm in charge of this patrol. The patrol captain said. The 5th stage of Tongmai realm. Such a cultivation level is almost like a guardian god in this small village. The students' anxiety was instantly reduced a lot. With such a strong person guarding us, the danger seemed to be far away from us. You should all know what patrols are all about. Just follow the instructions and don't act on your own, or you'll die out there, Wang Lu warned coldly. He was obviously reluctant to lead these students, because every year some team members died while protecting the students. Every 2 patrol members lead a team of students. Remember, you must obey orders at all times. Wang Lu emphasized again, with majesty in his voice. After the teams were divided, the patrol members took the students away from Xingshou village. When crossing the wooden fence, many people couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. After all, this was their first time stepping out of the safe area of the village. This patrol will take 2 days. The specific tasks will be arranged by your team members. You just need to follow the instructions. Wang Lu said coldly. Their team was led by Wang Lu and a third-stage Tongmai realm warrior named Yicheng, which made everyone feel a lot more at ease, especially Wang Min. She was no longer as nervous as before and loosened her arm around Zhang Yu. However, I did not let my guard down. In my previous life's memory, ordinary people were almost powerless in front of the monsters. Wang Lu warned, "Don't be too happy too soon. The place we are patrolling is the outskirts of the dark forest. It is very dangerous there." As everyone gradually entered the dark forest, I walked at the end of the team with a backpack on my back, while Zhang Yu took on Wang Min's load, because as a warrior at the first level of Tongmai realm, he could easily lift 200 kilograms without any pressure. After walking in the team for an hour, Wang Min felt tired and asked for a rest. "Shut up and keep going." Wang Lu rejected her request without hesitation. The patrol mission was not just sightseeing. They had to check if there were any new monsters near the village. Zhang Yu hurried over and expressed her willingness to carry Wang Min on her back, but she suggested that the other 2 boys, Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan, take turns carrying her. In the end, Wang Min climbed onto Zhou Wen's back easily, while Zhang Yu volunteered to take on more of the weight. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. It was obvious that Wang Min was just using Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked so infatuated that I was afraid that no matter how much I persuaded him, he would not change. I just hoped that he could see the truth as soon as possible. We gradually went deeper into the dark forest, which was connected to a mountain range. Most of the monsters in the forest came from the mountains, and their strength should not be underestimated. As time passed and the sun gradually set, Wang Lu found a suitable place and signaled everyone to rest. Zhang Yu was so tired that he was out of breath. He put down the supplies for the 3 of them and sat on the ground. I sat next to him, drank a sip of water, and finally couldn't help but say, "Zhang Yu, don't you think Wang Min and Zhou Wen are too close?" Zhang Yu looked at Wang Min and said confidently, "Xiao Min has explained it to me. They have been friends since they were young and have a very good relationship. She really likes me, otherwise she wouldn't agree to be with me." I glanced at the 3 of them and knew that this kind of playing since childhood might be more than that. Poor Zhang Yu was being used without knowing it. We simply ate some dry food, replenished our water, and continued our patrol. The situation in the afternoon was similar to that in the morning. Zhang Yu continued to carry the supplies for the 3 people, while Wang Min was carried by Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan in turn. Wang Lu and Yicheng at the front of the team remained highly vigilant. "Don't make loud noises." Yicheng suddenly turned his head and glared at Wang Min and the other 2, scaring them so much that they immediately shut up and dared not speak anymore. As Yicheng was a warrior at the 3rd stage of Tongmai realm, they did not dare to anger him easily. After all, their safety still depended on these strong men. By the evening, we had patrolled most of the outskirts of the dark forest. During this time, we did not encounter any magical beasts, only a few ordinary wild beasts, which were easily dealt with by Wang Lu and Yicheng. As the sun was about to set, we stopped and prepared to set up camp for the night. I volunteered to help Yicheng deal with those wild beasts. After lighting the bonfire, Wang Min and the other 2 completely relaxed their guard and sat around the fire talking and laughing, as if this was an outing. I looked at them helplessly, knowing full well that they had no idea of the danger they were in. Yicheng squatted beside me and asked curiously, "Are you Zhang Dania's adopted son? I often see you in the blacksmith shop." "Yes, he adopted me," I replied. "That's half a son." Yicheng nodded, then asked, "Why don't you talk to your classmates?" "Forget it." I glanced at Wang Min and the other 2. I really didn't like them, especially Zhang Yu, who was still kept in the dark and couldn't see the truth at all. "Your knife is quite good." Yicheng noticed the dagger in my hand and said in surprise, "This is what Uncle Zhang gave me before he left." I said, "I have only processed food in survival classes at school before. This is my first time doing it outside. I wonder if this is the right way to cut it." Yicheng took a closer look and thought I handled it pretty well, although he still said indifferently, "It's okay." Chapter 4. After the 2 of them processed the prey, they began to grill the meat. Yicheng took out various seasonings from his backpack and seasoned them carefully. However, when Wang Min took a bite of the meat, he couldn't help but frown and said, "This meat is too disgusting, so hard." Qiu Lingfeng responded coldly, "If you think it's unpalatable, you don't have to eat it. Go back and eat your cookies." He had long been fed up with Wang Min and his group. These people treated the life and death patrol mission as a picnic, without any sense of urgency. Wang Min glared back at Qiu Lingfeng in dissatisfaction and said in a slightly weak tone, "I was just complaining. Why are you so fierce? Zhouwen on the side also chimed in, Xiu Lingfeng, why are you so stingy? Can't we all complain a little when we come out? Seeing this, Zhang Yu gently advised, forget it, Ling Feng, don't worry about it. After Zhang Yu's persuasion, Xiu Lingfeng stopped talking, but he was still unhappy. He and Yi Cheng had worked hard to hunt, but they were complained about. After dinner, everyone began to assign night watch tasks. Wang Lu and Yi Cheng took turns to watch for 2 hours, and the others watched for 1 hour each. However, Wang Min was unwilling and begged Zhang Yu to take her place on duty. The latter could not bear to refuse and had to agree. As the night deepened, the temperature gradually dropped, and the coldness of the dark forest invaded. Yi Cheng sat by the campfire, sharpening a stick with a dagger. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. Yi Cheng looked in the direction of the sound alertly and felt a deadly chill. Oh no, there's a monster, he shouted immediately. Everyone woke up in shock, and Wang Lu quickly picked up his weapon. In a moment, a half-foot thick snake jumped out from the bushes and pounced on Yi Cheng. Wang Lu acted in time and slashed the snake's neck with a knife. Sparks flew, and the big snake was knocked away. At this time, everyone could see the appearance of the snake clearly. It was 2 meters long, with shiny ice blue scales and a dark blue vertical diamond pattern on its forehead. This is the black ice snake. It has at least the strength of a 4th-level servant, Wang Lu reminded. Hearing this, Wang Min and others were immediately terrified, and Wang Min even hugged Zhang Yu tightly for protection. Although Zhang Yu was afraid, she reluctantly agreed to protect her at Wang Min's request. The battle started immediately. The attack of the black ice snake was swift and fierce. Yi Cheng and Wang Lu worked together to deal with it, but it was still very difficult. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Wang Lu finally killed the black ice snake. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Xiu Lingfeng's mind. The system has detected a dying monster, and the Devouring System has been activated. Xiu Lingfeng was overjoyed and chose to swallow it without hesitation. The system prompts came immediately, and he gained powerful talents and improvements in his cultivation, as well as a big gift package. Chapter 5. As soon as the system's voice fell, the body of the black ice snake suddenly lost its original momentum, and its scales became dull. Yi Cheng noticed this anomaly, walked forward to check and said, Captain, this black ice snake is a bit strange, and its essence seems to have almost dissipated. The bodies of magical beasts are usually of great value, and may even breed precious magic cores. However, the body of this black ice snake strangely lost all its essence, which made Yi Cheng puzzled. Wang Lu also walked forward to check, frowned, and confirmed Yi Cheng's discovery. Xiu Lingfeng stood aside silently, pretending to be unaware of the situation. Although he felt a little guilty, he would never reveal that he had anything to do with the incident. After all, Wang Lu and Yi Cheng had fought hard to defeat the black ice snake, but in the end, he got the upper hand. Don't worry about it anymore. Let's take some time to rest. Let's leave 2 people to keep watch this time, Wang Lu suggested. Xiu Lingfeng volunteered to stay behind at night, both to avoid trouble and to take this opportunity to learn about his golden finger, the Devouring System. Yi Cheng also accompanied them to keep watch. Seeing that everyone else had fallen asleep, Xiu Lingfeng immersed his mind in the system. The function of this devouring system is simple and direct. It increases strength by devouring magical beasts. Just after devouring the black ice snake, Xiu Lingfeng's cultivation level leaped to the 3rd stage of Tongmai realm, and he even gained a powerful magical talent, Frozen Sky Eyes. This talent can freeze opponents of the same level for 3 seconds, which may change the entire battle situation at a critical moment. In addition, Xiu Lingfeng also received a devouring gift pack, which unlocked the attribute panel, portable space, and system mall after opening it. The portable space is a 100 cubic meter space for storing items. In the system mall, you can exchange various items with swallowing points. However, Xiu Lingfeng currently only has 40 devouring points and can't afford to buy anything useful. As for the attribute panel, it simply listed his cultivation and talent, and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. This made Xiu Lingfeng a little disappointed, and he thought that this system was a bit of a pitfall. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Cheng said to Xiu Lingfeng, go and have a rest. You students are not warriors, and the road ahead will be even more difficult tomorrow, so you need to rest up. Although Xiu Lingfeng wanted to learn more about the system, he also understood the importance of rest, so he followed the advice. The next morning, after a quick wash and some leftover meat from last night, everyone set out on patrol again. Just as Yi Cheng said, today's road was even steeper and more rugged. Even Zhang Yu, a warrior at the 1st level of Tongmai realm, found it very strenuous to walk, not to mention Wang Min and the others. Thanks to his newly improved cultivation level, Qiu Lingfeng was able to walk steadily. How long will it take us to leave this damn place? Wang Min complained dissatisfiedly. Yicheng explained, there is still 20% of the journey left. After patrolling this line, we can return to Xingshou village from the other side of the dark forest. Hearing this, Wang Min and others were full of anticipation. The horror of the dark forest seemed to weaken as hope rose. However, they did not know that it was precisely because of the powerful strength of Wang Lu and Yicheng that this patrol did not seem to be too dangerous. Qiu Lingfeng knew in his heart that the biggest gain from this patrol was himself. He activated the Devouring System and broke through to the third stage of Tongmai realm, officially embarking on the path of a warrior. During the patrol, Wang Lu suddenly became interested in Qiu Lingfeng. Have you awakened into a warrior? If this news is true, it will be a great joy for the entire village. Qiu Lingfeng didn't want to arouse suspicion, so he pretended to be modest and said, not yet, but I think it will be soon. Wang Lu nodded, agreeing with his answer. Wang Lu then reminded everyone that the road ahead was the most dangerous and they had to follow their steps closely, otherwise they might lose their lives. The danger of the patrol mission once again emerged in front of them, and everyone was on high alert. Chapter 6. As the terrain gradually opened up, the towering trees were replaced by low shrubs. People began to frequently encounter wild beasts, and even encountered several first-level slave monsters. This frightened Wang Min and the other two so much that their faces turned pale. They stopped and dared not move forward. What do you mean? Qiu Lingfeng asked with a frown, his tone revealing helplessness. Can we take a break? Wang Min clearly felt the invisible pressure from Qiu Lingfeng at this moment, and her voice became even weaker. If you don't want to die, follow us. We won't wait for you. Yicheng was also annoyed by Wang Min's pampering, and his tone was full of impatience. Seeing this, Zhang Yu took the initiative to offer to carry Wang Min on his back. Xiao Min, let me carry you. Wang Min hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement, but she knew in her heart that while Zhang Yu carried her on his back, who would carry her supplies? Qiu Lingfeng saw her concerns and took the initiative to say, I'll carry Zhang Yu's bag. Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan, you two can share Wang Min's bag equally. He is now a third-level warrior in the Tongmai realm, and this amount of weight is nothing to him. Seeing this, Yicheng also took the initiative to offer to help Qiu Lingfeng share some of the weight, but Qiu Lingfeng declined. Brother Cheng, you and the captain are the main combat forces, and conserving your energy is the most important thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the soil layer next to him suddenly exploded, and a black shadow quickly pounced towards Qiu Lingfeng. Yicheng reacted quickly and punched the black shadow, knocking it to the ground. The black shadow revealed its true form, which turned out to be a yellowish-brown long-tailed rat. Mortalis! Yicheng exclaimed. He knew that although Mortalis were only level 1 or 2 servant monsters, they lived in groups, which meant that there might be more than a dozen of their kind nearby. Seeing this, Wang Min immediately hugged Zhang Yu in fear. Brother Yu, you have to protect me. Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan were not to be outdone and quickly hid behind Zhang Yu, hoping that he could protect them. Qiu Lingfeng watched this scene, feeling helpless and angry. He shouted, Don't block Zhang Yu, get away. After saying that, Qiu Lingfeng put down his backpack, drew out his dagger, and became alert. He was already a third-stage Tongmai realm warrior, so it was more than enough for him to deal with 1 or 2 burrowing rats. Seeing that Wang Min and the other two were not moving, Qiu Lingfeng could not help but yell again, Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan, are you still men? Take Wang Min and get out of the way quickly. Don't get in the way here. The three were so frightened that they quickly stepped aside, finally giving Zhang Yu room to display his fists and feet. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the soil in front of Qiu Lingfeng and went straight to his shoulder. Qiu Lingfeng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He stabbed the black shadow with his dagger and instantly pierced the belly of the burrowing rat. However, the mole was still alive and was struggling to grab him with its front paws. Without hesitation, Qiu Lingfeng threw the burrowing rat to the ground and stepped on its head. With a muffled sound, the burrowing rat's head exploded instantly and blood splattered everywhere. This scene made Wang Min and the other two turn pale and feel extremely disgusted. Suddenly, a scream of pain came from Zhang Yu. Qiu Lingfeng turned around and saw that a mole had torn a long gash on Zhang Yu's left hand, and blood was flowing. At this moment, the mole lurking underground instantly found its target. 3 black shadows pounced towards Zhang Yu from different directions. Zhang Yu had no way to escape and his life was hanging by a thread. At the critical moment, Qiu Lingfeng activated his innate magical power, the frozen sky eyes, without hesitation. Suddenly, A diamond pattern appeared between Qiu Lingfeng's eyebrows, and a beam of cold light flashed across, instantly turning the 3 burrowing rats and Zhang Yu into ice sculptures. Qiu Lingfeng quickly dealt with the 3 burrowing rats, and then looked at Zhang Yu nervously. About 10 seconds later, the ice on Zhang Yu's body began to melt. He sneezed, shivering with cold all over, and looked at Qiu Lingfeng in confusion. What happened? He thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect that Qiu Lingfeng's magical power saved his life. At this time, the other burrowing rats were also killed by Wang Lu and Yi Cheng. In a short period of time, Qiu Lingfeng killed 4 burrowing rats by himself, and this performance shocked everyone. However, a strong feeling of fatigue surged into Qiu Lingfeng's mind, accompanied by a stabbing pain, and he realized that this was a side effect of using the frozen sky eyes. Yi Cheng asked in surprise, Ling Feng, was that your innate magical power just now? Qiu Lingfeng pretended to be ignorant, scratched his head and said, I don't know. At that time, I saw Zhang Yu was about to die, and then a cold light burst out of my forehead, freezing the 3 burrowing rats. Wang Lu's eyes flashed with joy, and he said, Ling Feng, you have awakened to become a warrior, and you have mastered your innate magical powers. Qiu Lingfeng pretended to be confused and asked, Am I really a warrior now? Of course. Wang Lu said affirmatively. It is rumored that only a very small number of human warriors can master innate magical powers. I didn't expect that you would have such a terrifying magical power as soon as you awakened. You can freeze the enemy, which is a huge advantage. Wang Min and the other 2 looked at Qiu Lingfeng in surprise. They didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he not only became a warrior, but also mastered rare talents and magical powers. All this shocked them deeply. This means that Qiu Lingfeng's strength is far beyond what they imagined, even surpassing many of his peers. Chapter 7. Wang Lu and Yi Cheng were busy recovering the valuable parts of the burrowing rat, especially the magic core, which made their eyes light up. The value of the magic core is insignificant. It can be used to make pills, refine weapons, and even set up formations. It will definitely sell for a good price after returning to the village. At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng focused on treating Zhang Yu's wounds. Although the injuries were not serious, they would obviously affect his subsequent combat effectiveness. Wang Lu expressed his concern about the upcoming trip and especially told Qiu Lingfeng, you must be extra careful next time, especially you, Lingfeng. You have natural magical powers and a bright future, but you can't lose your life in this dark forest. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and smiled, indicating that he would be careful. When Wang Lu asked Qiu Lingfeng if he could still use his innate magical power, Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said frankly, I don't know, but that magical power consumes a lot of my energy. Now my head still hurts a little bit. Qiu Lingfeng felt the lack of strength in his body and realized that his current cultivation level was not high enough to use this powerful talent at will. Although Qiu Lingfeng was excited about possessing supernatural powers, he knew very well that with his current level of cultivation, this kind of power was not easy to control. Facing the 3 burrowing rats frozen on the ground by the frozen sky eyes, Qiu Lingfeng felt something in his heart and quietly activated the system. The system was like an invisible force, ringing in his mind, bringing a series of upgrades and rewards. The system easily devoured the corpses of 3 burrowing rats, giving Qiu Lingfeng a new magical talent, Giant Power Claw, and also allowing his cultivation to be upgraded to the 4th stage of Tongmai Realm. Qiu Lingfeng was pleasantly surprised. The giant claws could increase the strength of his arms by 3 times in a short period of time, which meant that he could compete with a warrior at the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm in a short period of time. This kind of power made him feel extremely confident, and he also knew that he was gradually becoming a strong man. While analyzing the current situation, Wang Lu decided to go to other places to investigate. He thought that the monsters that appeared in this area were unreasonable, especially the black ice snakes last night and this group of burrowing rats that suddenly migrated here. All of this was unusual. Although Yi Cheng was worried about Wang Lu's safety, he finally accepted his decision to act alone. Before leaving, Wang Lu gave the collected materials on burrowing rats to Yi Cheng and asked him to take them back to the village. During the rest of the journey, Qiu Lingfeng and Yi Cheng encountered 2 second-level slave monsters. With Qiu Lingfeng's new magical powers and Yi Cheng's combat experience, they easily dealt with the enemies. Yi Cheng became more and more curious about Qiu Lingfeng's strength and couldn't help but ask about his true strength. Qiu Lingfeng still kept a low profile, pretending that everything was the natural result of awakening his magical powers. Yi Cheng could only accept this explanation. He was both envious and admired of Qiu Lingfeng. After all, warriors with awakened magical talents were extremely rare in Xingshou village. When they finally walked out of the dark forest, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Before the sun set, they returned to Xingqiu village smoothly. The other patrol members in the village were already waiting, and when Yicheng reported Wang Lu's decision to explore alone, everyone talked about it and worried about his safety. But Qiu Lingfeng knew clearly that Wang Lu was extremely powerful, and as long as he didn't encounter an extremely strong enemy, he should be fine. After returning to the village, Qiu Lingfeng rushed back to the blacksmith shop, and the hammering sounds were still echoing in the shop. According to village rules, students returning from patrol must return on their own, and parents are not allowed to pick them up in advance to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Blacksmith Zhang Daniyu was concentrating on the work in his hands. When he heard Qiu Lingfeng's voice, he immediately stopped and looked at him with surprise. Zhang Daniyu anxiously inquired about Qiu Lingfeng's condition and was relieved when he learned that he was safe. When Qiu Lingfeng mentioned that he had become a warrior, a hint of relief and pride flashed in Zhang Daniyu's eyes. Chapter 8. Zhang Daniyu was obviously in disbelief when he heard Qiu Lingfeng's words. He widened his eyes and asked, "What did you say? You are a warrior?" He simply couldn't believe his ears. In his opinion, Qiu Lingfeng was lucky to return safely. He didn't expect that he would awaken and become a warrior. Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose and said with a smile, "Yes, Uncle Zhang, I'm already a warrior." His tone was relaxed and a little naughty. Zhang Daniyu still couldn't believe it and repeatedly confirmed, "Really?" In his heart, this news was too unexpected and almost exceeded his expectations. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said, "If you don't believe it, you'll hear it from Zhang Yu later." For Qiu Lingfeng, it is not easy to judge the cultivation level of Tongmai realm warriors. Only warriors at a higher level can see through each other's cultivation level. His tone was full of confidence, as if he was saying that there was no need to prove this matter. Zhang Daniyu gradually believed Qiu Lingfeng's words, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He knew that Qiu Lingfeng would not joke about such things. Becoming a warrior meant unlimited possibilities for a small village like theirs in the future. So Zhang Daniyu turned around and shouted into the house, "Xiaoya, Lingfeng is back." After saying that, Zhang Daniyu looked at Qiu Lingfeng with a smile on his face. "Uncle will go buy some wine and food, and you can have a drink with me tonight." His heart was filled with relief and pride, as if he saw hope for the future. Qiu Lingfeng smiled and nodded, then glanced at the still burning iron and suggested, "But Uncle Zhang, can you leave now? Let me go buy some wine and meat." Zhang Daniyu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Well, then you go." So, Qiu Lingfeng took some money and ran to the convenience store excitedly. Just after Qiu Lingfeng left, Zhang Ye came out. She looked around but didn't see Qiu Lingfeng. She asked in confusion, "Dad, didn't you say Lingfeng is back? Where did he go?" Zhang Daniyu smiled and replied, "He went to buy some wine." He pointed to the backpack on the ground and said, "Help him take the bag in." Zhang Ye frowned, with a hint of blame in her tone. "Dad, you asked Lingfeng to buy wine just after he came back? Aren't you afraid of tiring him out?" She was obviously dissatisfied with her father's arrangement and worried about Qiu Lingfeng's health. Zhang Daniyu said with a smile, "Xiaoya, you haven't gotten married yet. Why are you speaking for Lingfeng? Why are you feeling distressed?" He teased his daughter, his tone full of fatherly love and mischief. Zhang Ye's face turned red instantly and she muttered, "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not going to talk to you." She picked up her backpack with a red face and walked quickly towards Qiu Lingfeng's room, as if she wanted to avoid this awkward conversation. At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng met several classmates on his way to buy wine. They were obviously not as lucky as him. One of them broke his leg, and the other lost half of his arm. Despite this, they still greeted Qiu Lingfeng enthusiastically, their words full of envy, especially when they learned that he had become a warrior and awakened his magical talent, which shocked them even more. During the brief conversation, Qiu Lingfeng thought of the upcoming event. In 3 days, people from Jinlan City will be here. Every year, Jinlan City would send people to Xingqiu Village to select students with outstanding talents and bring them into the city for training. This is an opportunity that the villagers have been dreaming of, because entering the town means a more stable life. The solid city walls and complete facilities are the living conditions that the villagers yearn for. After buying wine and snacks, Qiu Lingfeng returned to the blacksmith shop. Just as he expected, Zhang Yu's father Zhang Daiyu had arrived and was chatting with Zhang Daniyu about patrolling. When he saw Qiu Lingfeng coming back, Zhang Daiyu came up to him excitedly and said gratefully, "Lingfeng, I really want to thank you. Yuezi told me that if you hadn't saved him at the critical moment, he might have died." Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said modestly, "Uncle Daiyu, this is what I should do." He was reluctant to talk about his own contributions, thinking that it was a matter of course. After a few brief greetings, Qiu Lingfeng walked into the kitchen carrying the things he had bought. In the kitchen, Zhang Ye was busy preparing dinner. Qiu Lingfeng walked behind her and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoya, I'm back." Zhang Ye stopped the knife in her hand when she heard the sound, and immediately turned around and asked worriedly, "Lingfeng, are you okay?" Qiu Lingfeng smiled and turned around in front of her, saying, "No, I'm fine. Besides, I'm a warrior now." His tone was full of confidence and a hint of pride, as if telling her not to worry anymore. Zhang Ye hugged him excitedly, tears welling up in her eyes instantly. She choked and said, "Lingfeng, you don't know that I couldn't sleep at all these 2 days. As soon as I closed my eyes, I was worried that something would happen to you." Her tears were full of worry and heartache. Qiu Lingfeng patted her back gently and consoled her, "Okay, Sister Xiaoya, I'm fine now, right? Don't cry. I'm back and I'm a warrior now. You should be happy." Zhang Ye wiped her tears and said with a smile, "These are tears of joy." She looked at the full kitchen and said, "Lingfeng, what else do you want to eat? I'll go buy some more." Qiu Lingfeng took a look at the pile of dishes and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoya, there are enough here. If we buy more, we won't be able to finish them all." Zhang Ye nodded and said with a smile, "Then go out and wait. I'll call you for dinner later." Qiu Lingfeng nodded in agreement, walked out of the kitchen, and returned to his room to sort out the harvest of the past 2 days. In his system's portable space, in addition to other harvests, there was also a magic core of a second-level Earth-type slave monster. This magic core was very valuable. According to the market price, it could be sold for about 10,000 yuan, which was enough to buy multiple awakening capsules. Just as Qiu Lingfeng was considering whether to sell the magic core, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding dong, host, do you want to devour the magic core?" This surprised Qiu Lingfeng, as he had never thought that the magic core could also be swallowed by the system. The system explained, "The magic core is a collection of energy. Although the energy in it is very violent and cannot be directly absorbed, the devouring system can ignore this and directly convert it into the host cultivation." Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng chose to devour without hesitation. He knew that in this world, strength was always more important than money. As the system prompt sounded, Qiu Lingfeng felt that the magic core had disappeared in the portable space. Following that, a powerful airflow rushed into his meridians, violently hitting a main meridian that had not been fully opened. This feeling made Qiu Lingfeng realize that although this magic core only improved his cultivation by a small amount, it did open up a new way of cultivation for him. Qiu Lingfeng was excited, realizing that the path to improve his cultivation in the future would become wider. Not only could he improve his cultivation by devouring magic beasts, he could also directly devour magic cores, without having to rely on a complicated refining process like others. This discovery made him full of expectations for the future. Chapter 9. Not long after, Zhang Ye called Qiu Lingfeng out for dinner. Just as he expected, today's meal was even more sumptuous than that during the Chinese New Year. Qiu Lingfeng knew that Zhang Ye had started preparing these foods in the morning to celebrate his safe return. If he hadn't come back, the meaning of this meal tonight would have been completely different. As a warrior at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm, Qiu Lingfeng's strength and appetite have increased a lot. Although there is a lot of food on the table, he didn't waste any of it. There are not many entertainment activities in Xingshou village at night, and drinking and chatting become the best way to pass the time. Zhang Daniu was particularly happy today, and seemed to have a lot to talk about with Qiu Lingfeng. After the two finished their meal, they drank and talked at the table. "Dad, you and Lingfeng should drink less," Zhang Ye reminded with concern while clearing the table. I know. Zhang Daniu agreed casually, waved his hand, and continued chatting with Qiu Lingfeng. In a few days, someone from Jinlan City will come to select people to enter the city for training, right? Zhang Daniu asked, obviously very concerned about this matter. Well, there are still 3 days left. Qiu Lingfeng nodded in response. Zhang Daniu picked up the wine glass, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, and said, "You must make your parents proud and enter Jinlan City." Qiu Lingfeng smiled and shrugged, saying, "Uncle Zhang, it will be difficult for me to get out of Jinlan City once I enter it." Although Qiu Lingfeng possesses the devouring system, he is not obsessed with entering Jinlan City to practice. After all, his concerns are still here. Although life in Jinlan City was stable, it also meant constraints. Without sufficient cultivation, they could not freely enter and leave the city gate. The Dowling realm was a realm that they could not reach at present, and it was still too far away from Qiu Lingfeng at the moment. Zhang Daniu frowned and murmured, "That's true. I don't care, but Xiaoya?" He was worried that his daughter would not be able to adapt to life without Qiu Lingfeng in the future. Seeing this, Qiu Lingfeng quickly changed the subject and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, let's not talk about this for now. I may not be selected yet. Come on, let's have a drink. He raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Daniyu. Although he said it lightly, Qiu Lingfeng knew in his heart that this selection was not an inevitable choice for him. After drinking for a while, Qiu Lingfeng began to feel dizzy and his consciousness became a little fuzzy. Zhang Yi came over and couldn't help but blame him when she saw this. I told you not to drink too much, but you drank so much with my dad. Now you know you're wrong, right? Drink the sobering tea quickly. She handed Qiu Lingfeng a cup of sobering tea. Qiu Lingfeng reluctantly took the tea and drank it all in one breath, but the dizziness and nausea still did not dissipate. After going to the toilet, he finally fell into a deep sleep and exhaustion. The next morning, Qiu Lingfeng went to school after breakfast. When he arrived at the classroom, he found that most of his classmates had already arrived, except for those who always stayed at the patrol location. The seats were empty, which made people feel a little desolate. Zhang Yu, is your hand okay? Qiu Lingfeng asked with concern, looking at Zhang Yu's tightly wrapped hands. Zhang Yu smiled and said gratefully, It's okay, thank you, Lingfeng. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be here now. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said calmly, Why thank me? You should be thankful that you were lucky. He didn't think he had done anything special. Just then, Xiaoyan walked over and asked directly, I heard that you have awakened your magical talent? There was a lot of curiosity and a hint of disdain in his tone. Qiu Lingfeng didn't take it seriously and replied with a smile, It's just good luck. Xiaoyan sneered, his tone full of confidence. What is your current cultivation level? I am already at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. In the competition the day after tomorrow, even if you have supernatural powers and talent, you can't be my opponent. He was obviously here to issue a challenge, intending to provoke Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng didn't care about Xiaoyan's provocation and said lightly, Let's wait and see. He was not interested in competing with Xiaoyan. Instead, he believed that Xiaoyan might achieve something in the future and might even be a friend worth making friends with. Not long after, the head teacher walked into the classroom, patted the podium, and said earnestly, Dear students, although the principal has already said these things at the meeting yesterday, I think it is necessary to repeat them here. His tone was serious, and it was obvious that he attached great importance to the upcoming selection. The day after tomorrow, Jinlan City will send people to our school to recruit qualified students to practice in Jinlan City. Especially those students who have awakened to become warriors, you must try your best. This is your only chance to practice in the city so easily. The head teacher's words were full of encouragement and expectation. Especially when mentioning Qiu Lingfeng, the class teacher specifically reminded him, Lingfeng, you have not only become a warrior, but also have the magical talent of ice. Remember not to be proud. You may be the only warrior with magical talent in our Xingshou village, but in front of the genius of Jinlan City, you still have to work hard. The head teacher then mentioned some rumors, saying that the young geniuses in Jinlan City were already preparing to break through to the Dowling realm at this age. This made the students in the class yearn for it, but also felt a huge pressure. Xiaoyan clenched his fists and made up his mind. The geniuses of my age in the city are all preparing to break through to the Dowling realm, and I cannot fall behind. He was full of anticipation for the selection in 2 days, and vowed to stand out from the crowd. The head teacher continued to explain some precautions, and then asked the students to disperse. For these graduating students, this selection is the most important test in their lives. Whether they can enter Jinlan City will directly determine their future. After the selection is over, this class of senior high school students will graduate completely. Those who become warriors can join the village patrol team, while those who fail to awaken can only engage in various low-level jobs in the village to make a living. Before leaving, the head teacher distributed awakening capsules and said solemnly, This time the awakening capsules are diluted from 1,000 portions of medicine. The efficacy is 10 times stronger than before. It can be regarded as the last gift from the school to you. He emphasized that these capsules were obtained by the principal from Jinlan City with great difficulty. Although it was a little late, they were of great significance. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the awakening capsule in his hand. The color was indeed much darker than the ones he had taken before. He couldn't help but sigh that if this kind of capsule could be distributed before the patrol, perhaps many students would not die on the patrol road. But Qiu Lingfeng also knew that every awakening capsule in Xingshou village was hard-earned. The price of each dose of strengthening potion was as high as 1 million, and the value of the capsule in his hand was already 1,000 yuan. Chapter 10. Confident about my appearance. After putting the awakening capsule into his personal space, Qiu Lingfeng prepared to leave school. Lingfeng, are you going to the graduation party later? At this time, a girl's voice sounded behind Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng turned his head and looked over. Wang Min was standing behind him. Did Wang Min have a brain seizure today? actually invited him to attend the graduation party? Has the sun risen in the west? Qiu Lingfeng was confused, but seeing Zhang Yu following behind Wang Min, Qiu Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go with you. There were also more than a dozen classmates following him. Those who didn't go were either concentrating on their cultivation or were still immersed in the pain of their classmates' deaths. Every year, students die tragically at the hands of monsters. Blindly feeling sad is not the best way to relieve stress. Graduation party is a rare place to release stress. However, there is no place for gathering in Xingmu village. Zhou Wen's family happened to run a restaurant, so the group of people headed to Zhou Wen's house in a mighty manner. After leaving the school, Qiu Lingfeng saw patrol team members gathering urgently in the distance. Lingfeng, what are you looking at? Zhang Yu followed Qiu Lingfeng's gaze. His face changed, and he said, what happened outside the village? I'm not sure. Do you want to go over and take a look? Qiu Lingfeng said, you and I are only at the first level of Tongmai realm. Why would we go over and join in the fun? Zhang Yu shrugged and said, besides, I'm still a wounded soldier. How are things going between you and Wang Min? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Wang Min, who was quite close to Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan, and asked, I don't know. Xiaomin might be in a bad mood. She has been ignoring me since she came back yesterday. Zhang Yu said with some distress. Please change one. Qiu Lingfeng patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and sighed. What's the change? Zhang Yu was stunned and asked in confusion. Nothing. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. The slow-witted Zhang Yu hadn't realized that he was being used by Wang Min. Now that there is no need to go out on patrol, Zhang Yu is no longer of any use to Wang Min. It's a miracle that a woman like Wang Min can pay attention to Zhang Yu, right? Lingfeng, what do you want to eat later? I'll ask Zhou Wan to make some more. Wang Min walked over with a faint smile on his face and asked, it's up to you. I can do anything. Qiu Lingfeng was not impressed by Wang Min and said coldly. After seeing that Wang Min was just taking advantage of Zhang Yu, he no longer had any good feelings towards this woman. Okay then. Wang Min didn't expect Qiu Lingfeng to be so cold. She was slightly stunned, and then smiled gently. Qiu Lingfeng didn't want to have a deep relationship with Wang Min, so she came to talk to him. It is probably because he has awakened his magical talent and has the opportunity to enter Jinlan City to practice. After Zhou Wan brought everyone to the restaurant, he asked his father for a private room. A group of students held a graduation party inside. At this time, Qiu Lingfeng was not very sociable. After all, he had traveled through time. Even though he had memories of getting along with these classmates, there was still some estrangement between them. Zhang Yu integrated into the group. Since he awakened and became a warrior, he has become much more confident. Lingfeng, why don't you speak? Wang Min walked over, sat next to Qiu Lingfeng, and asked, sleepy? Qiu Lingfeng closed his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Min. Wang Min had never met someone as unconventional as Qiu Lingfeng. Lingfeng, you know what? I actually think you are much better than Zhang Yu. Wang Min said in a low voice. Stop. I don't want to hear it. Qiu Lingfeng first opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Yu, who was still laughing, then looked at Wang Min and said, Lingfeng, do you know? I have liked you for a long time. The reason I accepted Zhang Yu's confession was just to be closer to you. Wang Min moved a little closer, looked at Qiu Lingfeng affectionately, and said, oh. Qiu Lingfeng was somewhat amused. Although Qiu Lingfeng was also a 20-year-old otaku before he traveled through time. But you're not so dumb as to be fooled by such a little girl with such poor acting skills. You want to break up with Zhang Yu and be with me? Qiu Lingfeng asked. Well, is that okay? Lingfeng? Wang Min didn't expect Qiu Lingfeng to bring it up on his own initiative and said excitedly. At the same time, he hugged one of Qiu Lingfeng's arms with both hands and pressed the softness of his chest against it. If she had a boyfriend who could enter Jinlan City, and if she gave him some support in the future, maybe she would also be able to enter Jinlan City. Roll. Qiu Lingfeng's hand trembled, and he directly shook Wang Min's hand away. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Qiu Lingfeng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Wang Min watched Qiu Lingfeng leave the private room, and his expression gradually became gloomy. What does Qiu Lingfeng mean? Do you dislike her? Or do you think she is dirty? After leaving the restaurant, Qiu Lingfeng wiped the hand that Wang Min had just held with a look of disgust. Would it have some smell? Wang Min actually caught the lucky guy herself. This made Qiu Lingfeng speechless. How? Is she confident about her looks? In Qiu Lingfeng's opinion, Wang Min looks just okay. In the eyes of boys, she looks okay. No need to describe her in detail. Those who understand will understand. In Qiu Lingfeng's opinion, giving her a 6-point score is a bit of an overestimation. Ling Feng, why are you back so late? Zhang Ye had been waiting for Qiu Lingfeng outside the shop early. When she saw Qiu Lingfeng, she walked over and asked, Sister Xiaoya, why did you come out? Qiu Lingfeng said in surprise. Normally, Zhang Ye would not leave the shop. Ling Feng, am I ashamed? Zhang Ye's face changed, and she lowered her head and said disappointedly. Qiu Lingfeng had not expected that his words would cause such a big reaction from Zhang Ye. Sister Xiaoya, what are you talking about? What's embarrassing? I'm just surprised that you actually came out. Qiu Lingfeng said. Ling Feng, don't you think that I am now? Zhang Ye began to worry again. Although she didn't say anything else, Qiu Lingfeng knew what she wanted to say. Sister Xiaoya, you think too much. Qiu Lingfeng said helplessly. Let's stop talking and go in. Zhang Ye nodded and went home with Qiu Lingfeng. Zhang Daniu was also happy to see Qiu Lingfeng and Zhang Ye develop a relationship. Although Zhang Ye is now, but judging from Qiu Lingfeng's actions, he didn't care about this. If Zhang Ye could follow Qiu Lingfeng, she would definitely not suffer any injustice. Chapter 11: The Big Shot from Jinlan City. Dark Forest. Several young people walked here. There were 2 women and 2 men, all wearing dark blue robes, and you could tell from the material that they were very expensive. Isn't this Xingshou village too remote? There isn't even a decent official road. We need to walk through this dark forest to find it. A young man complained unhappily. Yes, I really don't understand why our dean has to allocate funds to this broken place every year to help the villagers here practice. Another young man said, instead of letting these useless people practice, it would be better to improve the food for the junior brothers and sisters in the outer courtyard. In this world, the human race should unite as one. The woman walking at the front of the team looked back at the 2 young men who had just spoken and spoke lightly. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with a beautiful face and an outstanding figure. She was also one of the representatives sent by Taishan Sword Academy this time. Senior Sister Song, they are just joking. Don't take it seriously. A young girl next to the woman giggled. Your tone just now didn't sound like you were joking. Senior Sister Song said. She is not from Jinlan City, but a genius selected from a nearby village. Now that 2 young men were saying bad things about people in the village, how could she ignore it? At this moment, a man rushed out from the woods on one side. When the man saw Senior Sister Song and the others, his face changed and he shouted in panic. You guys run away quickly. There's a level 6 slave monster behind us. The man's clothes were covered in stains and blood and looked extremely scary. Roar. As soon as the man finished speaking, a huge black panther jumped out of the woods and pounced on everyone. It's over, Wang Lu said in his heart at this time. Why did these young people in front of me come to this dark forest? Don't they know how dangerous it is here? With his current speed, he was unable to stop the Black Panther's attack. They could only watch helplessly as these people were attacked by the Black Panther. How dare you, you evil creature! Senior Sister Song frowned and was about to take action. Choke. As soon as Senior Sister Song finished speaking, a flash of sword light flashed behind her. It chopped straight at the Black Panther. Squeak. The Black Panther's body was split straight into 2 halves and fell to the ground with a bang. Click. The girl behind Senior Sister Song slowly put away her sword and looked at Wang Lu, who was standing there in a daze. Uncle, you are only at the 5th stage of Tongmai realm. How could you provoke a 6th-level slave monster? The girl asked curiously. You are from Jinlan City? Wang Lu finally came back to his senses, looked at the unfamiliar Senior Sister Song and others, and asked, Senior Sister Song nodded and said, Are you a member of the patrol team of Katamori Village? Yes, thank you seniors for saving me. Wang Lu clasped his fists cautiously, showing unusual restraint. The people coming out of Jinlan City are all Daoling Realm powerhouses. Wang Lu should be thankful that he could cultivate to the 7th level of Tongmai Realm in this life. Not to mention Daoling Realm. What senior? Uncle, you talk so strangely. The girl burst into laughter and said excitedly. This dirty uncle in front of me looks very interesting. The only pity is that his cultivation is too weak. My name is Zi Shaoling. What's your name, uncle? The girl stretched out a hand and said to Wang Lu Dao. My name is Wang Lu. Wang Lu said flattered. He shook hands with Zi Shaoling lightly. Snort. The 2 young men snorted in disdain and looked at Wang Lu with a hint of anger in their eyes. Don't be fooled by Zi Shaoling's cheerful appearance all day long. She is actually a girl who appears warm on the outside but is cold on the inside. It is very difficult to approach her. The villager in front of them actually shook hands with Zi Shaoling right away. How could they not be jealous? Since you are a member of the patrol team, could you please take us to Katamori Village? Senior Sister Song smiled kindly and said, "It's no trouble, just follow me." Wang Lu laughed and said, "The young men in front of him are all big shots from Jinlan City, and he will definitely not offend them. What's more, Zi Shaoling just saved his life. If Zi Shaoling didn't take action, Wang Lu would probably be killed by the Black Panther if he ran for a while. Uncle, can you tell me about Katamori Village?" Zi Shaoling walked up to Wang Lu and asked. "I don't know how to say it." Wang Lu shook his head. It's not his fault. He has rarely had any contact with girls since he was a child. What's more, the person who is asking him questions now is a big shot from Jinlan City. I don't know what to say. Why is this happening? Zi Shaoling frowned and asked. Junior Sister Shaoling, this small village can be walked through in just a few steps. What else do you want it to have? A young man chuckled and spoke. Ah, is that so? What a pity. Zi Shaoling frowned and said with some disappointment. Although Wang Lu felt uncomfortable with the young man's words, he didn't say anything. After all, these people are all big shots from Jinlan City, and we can't afford to offend them. What if they get unhappy and stop coming to Xingshou Village to select talents to practice in the city? Wouldn't he then become the sinner guarding the village? Uncle Wang, I want to ask you, are there any disciples with suitable talents in Xingshou Village recently? Senior Sister Song opened her mouth slowly and asked. A disciple with suitable talent? I know a few geniuses in this senior year who can definitely enter Jinlan City for training. Wang Lu's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Oh, genius? What kind of genius?" Zi Shaoling became interested and asked. In our village, there is an 18-year-old Tongmai Realm Stage 3 warrior in this year's senior year. After the patrol, his cultivation level directly broke through to the Tongmai Realm Stage 4. With such qualifications, it should be easy for him to enter Jinlan City for cultivation, right? Wang Lu said excitedly. The four of them were silent for a while. Now they really want to say, "That's it? Is this what you call genius? Besides this, is there anything else?" Senior Sister Song was the first to come to her senses and asked. She knew that Taishan Sword Academy had a very low threshold for selecting disciples from the villages. It is indeed very good to be able to achieve the 4th level of Tongmai Realm when the resources for cultivation are so scarce. There is another one. He was not a warrior the day before yesterday, but he awakened and became a warrior during the patrol training. He also directly possessed the talent of ice-type magical power. Wang Lu became even more excited. Magic talent? All four of them were shocked. Are you sure you're right? That person has awakened his ice-type magical talent? Senior Sister Song asked in disbelief. Of course. At that time, a third eye grew on his forehead, and then a cold light shot out from that eye, freezing the 3-headed burrowing rat into an ice sculpture. Wang Lu said, and then described the scene at that time to everyone in vivid detail. Chapter 12 Arrival at Katamori Village. After Wang Lu, Zi Shaoling and others finished telling the story about Qiu Feng. The four of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Awaken your magical talents. This is something that you can only encounter by chance, but I didn't expect to see it in this small Xingshou village. There is actually a person who can awaken supernatural talents. This person must be brought into Taishan Sword Academy, otherwise it will definitely be a huge loss to Taishan Sword Academy. Senior Sister Song has already made up her mind. As long as Qiu Lingfeng's cultivation talent is not too bad, then she would definitely pull Qiu Lingfeng into Taishan Sword Academy. Everyone quickly left the dark forest. Not long after they walked out of the dark forest, everyone could see members of the Xingshou village patrol team rushing over. "Captain, are you okay?" Yi Cheng was at the front of the team. When he saw that Wang Lu was still alive, he asked without even having time to catch his breath. "I'm fine." Wang Lu felt warm at heart when he saw the patrol members coming to rescue him. Who are these people? A member of the patrol team looked at Zi Shaoling and others curiously and asked, "We are disciples from Taishan Sword Academy. We are here to select qualified disciples to return to Jinlan City for training." Senior Sister Song nodded. After knowing this, everyone in the patrol team started to become restrained. Many of them were students who were not selected that year and later joined the patrol team to protect the safety of the village. In their perception, people from Jinlan City are all big shots who cannot be offended, and they need to be respected. This is because only Dowling Realm powerhouses can enter and leave Jinlan City freely. A group of patrol members surrounded the few people to protect the safety of Zi Shaoling and others. TSK, a group of guys who haven't even reached the 5th stage of the Lianmai realm, and you still want to protect us? A young man sneered and said with disdain. "Li Chongkong, what are you talking about?" Zi Shaoling stared at the young man and said, "Uncle and his friends are kind enough to protect us. Why are you belittling them?" "Shaoling." Li Changkong's face changed, but he didn't say much. But in my heart, I hated Xingshou village even more. The patrol team members escorted Zi Shaoling and others back to Xingshou village. Where are you going to stay? Do you need me to help you arrange accommodation? Wang Lu asked. No need. The elders have already told us to contact the principal of the high school in your village. Senior Sister Song nodded. Then she said to the patrol team members, Thank you for your escort. Although I enjoy spending time with you, we have other things to do, so we have to say goodbye now. After saying goodbye to the patrol team members, the four of them headed towards Katamori Village High School. The history of Xingshou Village is not long, only about 30 or 40 years ago. Most of the villagers here are those whose ancestors fled here and finally settled here. Therefore, the number of villagers here is very large. Although it is called a village, the population is actually tens of thousands. I didn't expect this village to be so big. Zi Shaoling looked around curiously and said, It seems that the villages next to Jinlan City are not as big as Xingshou Village, right? Senior Sister Song nodded slightly to show her agreement. The school is just ahead. Senior Sister Song said. Not long after they walked, they saw the appearance of Xingmu Village High School. High school? What does that mean? Li Changkong frowned and said doubtfully. It's about the educational institutions before the resurrection of spiritual energy. Senior Sister Song explained. There is no complete cultivation system outside Jinlan City, so we copied the previous educational institutions in terms of the cultivation system. Students learn simple survival skills and a series of theoretical knowledge in elementary and junior high schools. Only after entering high school can they use awakening capsules. 8 capsules are issued per year, and 24 capsules are issued in 3 years. Before we come to the village, the school will have another patrol training. Many people will die in the first patrol. No way. These villages are so poor? Li Changkong frowned and said, Only 8 awakening capsules are issued per year, and only for 3 years? And aren't awakening capsules just a waste of money? With such a low awakening probability, it's better to save up more and exchange them for a strengthening potion. Senior Sister Song turned her head and glanced at Li Changkong coldly and said, You may look like a waste of money, but to these students, it is something that can change their destiny. Don't take everything for granted. If you were not born in the city, do you think you would have your current cultivation level? The young man next to Li Changkong nudged Li Changkong with his elbow and whispered. Senior Sister Song also came from the village. If you say something that belittles the village in front of her, she will be very disgusted. Of course I know that. Li Changkong snorted coldly and whispered. So she can't change her mean nature, even now that she has entered Taishan Sword Academy. The other young man didn't know what to say, so he pretended not to hear. Zi Shaoling and Senior Sister Song's attention was not on Li Changkong, because the two of them walked towards the school. Girls, are you too late? The old security guard looked at Zi Shaoling and Senior Sister Song and asked with a smile. No, Grandpa, we are disciples from the Taishan Sword Academy in Jinlan City. Zi Shaoling said. Can you let us in? Uncle Zhao, please open the door. At this time, a powerful voice sounded. The two women looked over when they heard the voice and saw a middle-aged man dressed elegantly and wearing black-framed glasses walking slowly towards them. The middle-aged man looked gentle and refined, with a scholarly air, and he was none other than the principal of Xingshou Village High School, Ziruyu. Zi Shaoling's eyes were wide open, and she felt like a deer was beating fast in her chest. Why? The uncles in Xingshou Village are all so handsome. Yes, headmaster. The old security guard nodded and hurriedly opened the door to let a few people in. Are you disciples of Taishan Sword Academy? You are here too early. Ziruyu glanced at the clothes worn by Senior Sister Song and the others and said, Your Katamori village isn't that great. How can an ordinary person without any cultivation be the principal? Li Changkong said disdainfully. Li Changkong, what are you talking about? Apologize to the principal quickly. Zi Shaoling jumped out and said with frowned eyebrows. Li Changkong choked. He didn't expect Zi Shaoling's reaction to be so intense. Originally, he just wanted to give Ziruyu a warning, but now this has happened. Instead, he seems like a fool who is just looking for an existence. No need to apologize. Ziruyu shook her head. Junior brotherly, have you forgotten what Elder Zi told us before we left? Senior Sister Song frowned and asked, Although I have high hopes for you, if you continue to be so undisciplined, I'm afraid that completing this mission will not be as easy as you think. Chapter 13. As a gift? What? Brother Chung, did you say that people from Jinlan City are coming? Xiao Feng, who was still helping out in the blacksmith shop, was stunned when he heard Yi Cheng's words. Yichang came to deliver the money from the sale of the monsters he killed during the patrol training the day before yesterday, and casually told Xiao Lingfeng about the people coming from Jinlan City. Yes, there are 4 people here, 2 men and 2 women. Yichang nodded and said, those 2 women are rare beauties. Do you want to go over and take a look first? I still have to help look after the store, so I can't leave. Xiao Lingfeng spread his hands and said, Zhang Daniyu is out shopping now, and he is reluctant to let Zhangya come out. After all, ever since her disfigurement, Zhangya has been afraid of other people's gazes. How much did those monsters sell for a few days ago? Xiao Lingfeng changed the subject and asked with a money-grubber look. Oh, the fur and teeth of the 8 moles were sold for 12,000 in total, and you got 3,000. Yicheng nodded and said, don't accuse Brother Cheng of being greedy. These are calculated based on the effort you put in. Although you, Ling Feng, killed 4 burrowing rats, only 1 can be sold for money. It's not a big deal that you can get 3,000. The other students will share the remaining 1,000. As he spoke, Yicheng took out 3,000 yuan bills and handed them to Qiu Lingfeng. The denominations of banknotes in this world are much larger than those in the previous life, with the largest denomination being as high as 100,000. However, the most common currency circulating among villagers is still 1,000 yuan bills. I see. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and happily took the 3,000 yuan. This is his first pot of gold in this life. Although going out on patrol is very dangerous, the rewards are also very generous. Not only does the village committee provide a subsidy of 10,000 yuan per month, but the monsters they kill are also dealt with by themselves. Generally speaking, a patrol team member can earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per month. This is already a very high salary in Xingshou village. So are you going to go to high school or not? Yicheng raised his eyebrows and said, let's talk about it when Uncle Zhang comes back. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and smiled. Okay then, I'll go to the high school myself after I've paid you the money. Yicheng shrugged and said, Qiu Lingfeng nodded. After Yicheng walked away, Zhangya also crawled out from under the table behind Qiu Lingfeng. Sister Xiaoya, why are you hiding from Brother Cheng? Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but ask speechlessly. Yicheng pursued me before. I don't want him to see me like this now. Zhang Ya's eyes dimmed and she said. Then, Zhang Ya looked at Qiu Lingfeng and asked, Lingfeng, you wouldn't mind, right? What's the big deal? Qiu Lingfeng said in confusion, but he didn't notice that Zhang Ya's eyes became even darker. Yes, I am already an ugly freak. Lingfeng, what does Yicheng want to talk to you about? Zhang Ya asked. Brother Cheng sold all the monsters he could from the patrols and gave me 3,000 yuan. Qiu Lingfeng shook the 3,000 yuan bills in his hand and said, I didn't expect that patrolling could make money so quickly. I made 3,000 yuan in just 2 days. This is almost as much as the blacksmith shop earns in 2 or 3 months. Zhang Ya's face changed and she said, Lingfeng, don't even think about going out on patrol. I won't agree. Sister Xiaoya, I am a warrior now, don't worry. Qiu Lingfeng patted his chest and said with a smile, did Zhang Ya underestimate him? The cultivation level of the 4th stage of Tongmai realm, plus 2 magical talents. He also has enough power to protect himself in the dark forest. No, even if you are a warrior now, I will not agree to it. It's too dangerous. Zhang Ya said very seriously. Promise me, Lingfeng, you must never go out and take risks again. What do you mean by going out for adventure? Xiaoya, what were you and Lingfeng arguing about? I heard it from far away. At this time, Zhang Daniyu walked into the shop carrying a bunch of things and said, It's nothing, Uncle Zhang. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said, Dad, Lingfeng just said that patrolling can make money quickly. I was trying to persuade him to give up the idea. Zhang Ya walked over and whispered in Zhang Daniyu's ear, Uncle Zhang, I am a warrior now. It won't be dangerous for me to leave the village. Don't worry. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and chuckled. That's true. Zhang Daniyu nodded and said, But you don't have to go out on patrol anymore. Wait until the people from Jinlan City arrive. You will be selected to practice in Jinlan City. It will be much safer than patrolling outside the village. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. To be honest, he really didn't want to leave Xingshou village. However, in order to better protect Uncle Zhang and Sister Xiaoya, he could only practice hard. Therefore, he must go to Jinlan City. By the way, Uncle Zhang, take these 3,000 yuan first. Qiu Lingfeng handed the money that Yi Chengxin gave him to Zhang Daniyu. Why are you giving me money? Where does this money come from? Zhang Daniyu frowned. Qiu Lingfeng then told Zhang Daniyu the origin of the 3,000 yuan. After learning about its origin, Zhang Daniyu still felt a little embarrassed to take it with a clear conscience. But after taking a look at Zhang Ya and Qiu Lingfeng, He took the money and said, Ling Feng, Uncle Zhang will save this money for you first. It can be used as a betrothal gift when you marry Xiaoya in the future. Forehead, Qiu Lingfeng's face froze. Zhang Ye's face even turned red. Clearly nothing has happened between her and Qiu Lingfeng. What's even more embarrassing is that she couldn't just tell Zhang Daniu that she and Qiu Lingfeng were innocent, right? A few days ago, Zhang Daniu sent himself to Qiu Lingfeng's bedside. I'm going to prepare dinner, Zhang Ye said. She was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Ahem, well, Uncle Zhang, since you're back, I'm going out to play too. Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose. He was also embarrassed to tell Zhang Daniu that he and Zhang Ye had done nothing. Besides, he likes Zhang Ye very much. It also comes from the obsession of the previous life. Qiu Lingfeng escaped from the blacksmith shop as fast as oil and headed towards the high school. Yicheng said that some people from Jinlan City went to school, and he wanted to see what they looked like. According to Yicheng's description, the people who came were about the same age as him, and the youngest one looked only 15 or 16 years old. Qiu Lingfeng still found it unbelievable that he was already a Dowling realm expert at such a young age. Although he had traveled through time, he also knew how big the gap was between the Tongmai realm and the Dowling realm. Chapter 14. Falling and becoming a disciple of Taishian Sword Academy. In the principal's office, Zi Shaoling and others sat opposite Zi Ruyu. For some reason, Li Chongkong and the other man, who had been acting so carefree, sat up straight and didn't dare to speak after entering the principal's office. Tea. Zi Ruyu poured tea for everyone and said, Can you tell me about the recent situation in Jinlan City? Zi Ruyu spoke out. Principal Zi, you are too polite. Senior Sister Song also seemed a little reserved. Then he introduced Zi Ruyu to the recent situation of Jinlan City. Come to think of it, Principal, your last name is also Zi. Are you from Jinlan City? Zi Shaoling blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Shaoling, what nonsense are you talking about? To leave Jinlan City, one must at least have the cultivation level of Dowling Realm. Even if one does not have the cultivation level of Dowling Realm, one must be protected by several Dowling Realm masters to leave the city. He is just an ordinary person with no cultivation level. How could he be from Jinlan City? Li Chongkong curled his lips and said disdainfully. He didn't sense any trace of cultivation from Zi Ruyu. There are only two explanations for this. One is that Zi Ruyu has no cultivation. One is that Zi Ruyu's cultivation is higher than his and his hiding skills are extremely superb. But, is the second explanation possible? Absolutely impossible. In Li Chongkong's opinion, how could a master of the Dowling realm be able to stay in such a poor little village and serve as a principal? Junior brother Li, do you really want to fail in this mission? Senior Sister Song frowned and looked at Li Chongkong coldly. This Li Chongkong is totally brainless, reckless, and arrogant. She really couldn't understand why such a person who would lower the overall IQ level of Taishian Sword Academy would be included in the team recruiting disciples this time. After being yelled at by Senior Sister Song, Li Chongkong shrank his head and stopped talking, but his eyes became increasingly gloomy. Senior Sister Song is the leading disciple for this team, and the scores of all the disciples are determined by her. This will cause Senior Sister Song to be disgusted. Then he can forget about completing this mission perfectly. Chongkong, did you leave your brain in the dormitory? The young man next to Li Chongkong whispered in confusion. There's something weird about this place. I always feel like I've been reduced in intelligence. Li Chongkong suddenly shuddered and said, What do you mean by reduced intelligence? Li Chongkong, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? If your IQ drops any further, it will become a negative number. Zi Shaoling blinked and said harmlessly, Hee hee, let's not talk about other things. I still have to arrange accommodation for you. Zi Ruyu laughed and said, But there aren't many good places in Katamori village. Can I let you live in the teacher's dormitory? Nothing is impossible. Thank you, Principal, for preparing accommodation for us. Senior Sister Song said, I'll take you to your dorm. Zi Ruyu nodded. After saying that, Zi Ruyu took the 4 people to the teacher's dormitory. At this time, Qiu Lingfeng also walked stealthily to the wall of Xingshou Village High School, preparing to climb over the wall and sneak in. Didn't that old guy Yi Cheng say that he wanted to come to Xingshou Village High School to see the beauties from Jinlan City? How come while giving money away you end up losing yourself? Of course, Qiu Lingfeng's purpose of coming here was not to see beautiful women, but to witness what was so special about the powerful people in the Dowling realm. A Dowling realm expert who is about the same age as him? It's scary to think about it. I don't know how they practice. Is it the kind that takes awakening capsules as meals? After taking a few steps back, Qiu Lingfeng accelerated and jumped up, just as he was about to put his hands on the wall. But unexpectedly, Qiu Lingfeng jumped over the 2-meter-high wall easily. Forehead. He actually forgot that he was already a martial artist at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. Suddenly, Qiu Lingfeng's expression changed. Oh no. Because not far from him, the principal was walking by with 4 people he had never seen before. Bang! Qiu Lingfeng didn't have time to adjust his landing posture and fell flat on his face. This commotion also attracted 5 people passing by. Luckily, it's dirt. If it was concrete, my nose would have been worn off. Qiu Lingfeng climbed up from the ground, covering his nose and muttering softly. When he looked up, he saw that the principal and several others had surrounded him. Principal, is this the genius you were talking about? At this age, he has reached the 4th stage of Tongmai realm, which is very good. Senior Sister Song looked at Qiu Lingfeng curiously and said, it's just that the way this 4th stage of Tongmai realm appears is a bit too weird. I can even fall to the ground after climbing over the wall. No, this one has awakened his magical talent. Ziruyu also said with surprise. Is this the genius who has awakened his magical talent? Can you call yourself a genius if you are at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm? Li Changkong said sarcastically from the side. He wasn't a warrior the day before yesterday. Ziruyu spoke. Forehead. Li Changkong choked suddenly. He actually forgot. Students in the village all start practicing very late. Junior brother, are you okay? Zi Shaoling looked at Qiu Lingfeng, whose nose was red from the fall, squatted down and asked curiously. Katamori village is really an interesting place. A super handsome uncle and a silly junior brother. Shaoling, why did you even call your junior brother? Li Changkong said dissatisfiedly. He should be the strongest person in this class, right? Do we still need to choose him? Can't we just take him away when the time comes? Zi Shaoling snorted. He has awakened his magical talent and has reached the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. We cannot let Nandu Academy snatch such a talent away from him. Junior brother, what's your name? Are you okay? Zi Shaoling turned her head and asked Qiu Lingfeng. Forehead. Qiu Lingfeng was confused. He listened to the conversation between Zi Shaoling and others and seemed to hear something extraordinary. It seemed that with this fall, he inexplicably became a designated disciple of Taishan Sword Academy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This made him want to fall down a few more times. Junior brother? I'm asking you a question. Did you get knocked down and become stupid? Zi Shaoling stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Qiu Lingfeng and said, My name is Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body and said, What are you doing jumping over the wall? Senior Sister Song frowned slightly and looked at Qiu Lingfeng with some confusion. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Senior Sister Song. What Yi Cheng said is true. The beauties coming from Jinlan City are indeed pretty and beautiful. Of course I came over the wall to see the beauty. No, I want to witness the strong men in the Dowling realm. Qiu Lingfeng almost said the wrong thing because of his quick words. You are such an interesting little junior brother. My name is Zi Shaoling. You can call me Senior Sister Zi. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you when you go to the outer courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy. Zi Shaoling patted her chest and said. Qiu Lingfeng glanced at Zi Shaoling, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him. He always felt something was weird about having a little girl protecting him. Chapter 15 I was careless and didn't dodge. You have great talent. In just 2 days, you have reached the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. You are not inferior to the geniuses in Jinlan City. Senior Sister Song spoke. Am I good enough? You are about the same age as me, but you are all Dowling realm experts. Qiu Lingfeng asked doubtfully. Don't you consider the resources for cultivation? Senior Sister Song smiled and said, Don't think that the people in Jinlan City are too strong. It is actually very simple to reach the Dowling realm, as long as you practice hard enough. Simple? Qiu Lingfeng didn't believe it. If the Dowling realm is really so easy to reach, then why are there so many people who cannot reach the threshold in their entire lives? As soon as he opened his mouth, he started talking like a Versailles man. It is indeed much simpler for you than for ordinary people. Senior Sister Song nodded. Hey, junior brother, remember this, you must not go to Nandu Academy the day after tomorrow. Zi Shaoling interrupted Senior Sister Song and interjected. Why? Qiu Lingfeng asked doubtfully. Don't ask why. You just became a warrior the day before yesterday, so you probably haven't practiced any martial arts yet. Senior sister will give you a martial art, and then you can go back to Taishan Sword Academy with us. Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes, took out a yellowed secret book from her arms, stuffed it into Qiu Lingfeng's hand, and said, Okay. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the secret book in his hand that still had the warmth of a young girl and nodded. It seems that the treatment for being a genius is not bad. People from Taishian Sword Academy are even fighting for you. As soon as we met, he gave me a martial art. Xiu Lingfeng was worried that he had no effective means of attack. Senior sister, you guys go to the dormitory with the principal first. I want to play in this village with this junior brother first. Zi Shaoling hugged senior sister Song's arm and acted coquettishly. Shaoling, absolutely not. What would you do if you were in danger? The young man next to Li Changkong's face changed and reminded him. I'm a martial artist at the first level of Dowling. I'm fine. Zi Shaoling spoke. No, Shaoling, you can't leave the team without permission now. Senior sister Song refused. We'll see each other the day after tomorrow. We'll say goodbye here for now. Senior sister Song smiled gently at Xiu Lingfeng and said, Okay. Xiu Lingfeng also focused his attention on this martial art. After saying that, Xiu Lingfeng wanted to climb over the wall and leave the school. Hey, Lingfeng, please go out through the main door. Ziruyu looked at Xiu Lingfeng speechlessly and said, This would prevent Xiu Lingfeng from falling and embarrassing himself again. Oh, bye. Xiu Lingfeng chuckled and ran towards the school gate. This junior fellow is quite interesting. Zi Shaoling looked at Xiu Lingfeng's back as he ran away and said with a smile. Xiu Lingfeng did not return to the blacksmith shop directly, but ran to an empty grove and looked at the martial arts that Zi Shaoling had taught him. Mid-level martial arts, Tong My Fist. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Mid-level martial arts are already powerful enough. After seeing the effect of this Tong My Fist, Xiu Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Because this martial art is not only a boxing technique, it can also be used to improve your cultivation. There are 8 levels of boxing, which correspond exactly to the 8 levels of Tong My Realm. When your boxing skills are well developed, you can enter the 8th level of Tong My Realm, only one step away from the Dowling Realm. And this is the most widely spread method of cultivation in Jinlan City. No wonder there are so many Dowling Realm masters in Jinlan City. It turns out that it was all because of this Tong My Fist. There is no such magical method of cultivation in Xingshou village. One can only practice slowly based on subconsciousness and instinct. Good things must be practiced. Xiu Lingfeng started learning Tong My Fist without saying a word. He had reached the 4th stage of Tong My Realm, so he learned the first 4 stages of Tong My Fist very quickly and could master it effortlessly in a short while. However, when Xiu Lingfeng wanted to practice the 5th level of Tong My Fist, it became difficult. Every time he threw a punch, he felt a soreness in his muscles, and a feeling of blockage filled his body, followed by a feeling of depression. It seems that it is not that easy to practice Tong My Fist, Xiu Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. Then, he started practicing Tong My Fist from the beginning. Every time he performed a section of Tong My Punch, Xiu Lingfeng felt that his body was strengthened and the blocked main meridians were slowly unblocked. Xiu Lingfeng didn't sit on the ground until he was exhausted, panting, and sweating all over. This Tong My Fist is really a good thing. At this rate, I will be able to break through to the 5th stage of Tong My Realm in about 20 days. Xiu Lingfeng felt excited. Gurgle. At this moment, Xiu Lingfeng's stomach suddenly made a sound. I looked up and found that it was already evening. Oh no, I was so engrossed in the game that I forgot the time. Xiu Lingfeng slapped his head, put the secret book on the ground into his personal space, and then rushed to the blacksmith shop. The moment Xiu Lingfeng put the secret book into his personal space, he heard a voice from the system. Ding dong. The mid-level martial arts secret manual Tong My Fist has been detected. Would the host like to spin the devouring points to master it directly? When hearing this prompt, Xiu Lingfeng was stunned. No? I have almost learned it, and you just told me that I can master it directly by swallowing points? Your system is indeed a counterfeit product. System, how many devouring points do I need to fully master the Tong My Fist? Xiu Lingfeng asked. Ding dong, a total of 80 devouring points are required. Xiu Lingfeng glanced at his own swallowing point balance, which was exactly 80 points. Okay then, let me master it. Xiu Lingfeng said. Ding dong, the host consumed 80 devouring points and mastered the middle-grade martial arts, Tong My Fist. Xiu Lingfeng only felt that many more memories about Tong My Fist suddenly appeared in his mind. System, why hasn't my cultivation level improved? Are you trying to trick me? Xiu Lingfeng waited for a long time, but still didn't hear the reminder that his cultivation level had improved, so he asked. I have mastered the 8th level of Tong My Fist, but why is my cultivation level still only at the 4th level of Tong My Realm? Ding dong, Tong My Fist is not directly linked to the host's cultivation level. The host still needs to improve his own cultivation level. However, the current host can use the last few sections of Tong My Fist to speed up the cultivation speed. The system explained. After hearing this, Zhou Lingfeng curled his lips. Shit. He was careless this time and didn't dodge. He will master Tong My Fist sooner or later, so it is equivalent to wasting 80 swallowing points now. The only benefit is that the speed of cultivation is accelerated. You can practice in the yard after I finish my meal. Zhou Lingfeng doesn't have time to stay here now. Since he didn't come back so late, Zhang Ye and Zhang Daniu would inevitably be worried. Chapter 16 Sister Xiaoya's Heartache. After dinner, Zhou Lingfeng started practicing Tong My Fist in the yard. Just as the system said, he did master the following sections of Tong My Fist. After performing 8 moves in succession, he felt a powerful spiritual energy surge from all around, running through the meridians in his entire body. The speed of cultivation is greatly improved. At this rate, within a few days, his 5th main meridian will be completely opened. By then, he will be a warrior at the 5th stage of Tong My Realm. After performing a set of Tong My Fist, Zhou Lingfeng glanced at the portable space and found an awakening capsule inside. Although the price of awakening capsules is not high, ordinary people cannot get access to them without schools, because there is no channel to buy. Even if the school wants to get the awakening capsule, it can only buy it from Jinlanqing, and they may not necessarily sell it to you, because no one in Jinlan City buys things like awakening capsules. Leave this awakening capsule to Sister Xiaoya, Zhou Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. The efficacy of the awakening capsule is extremely poor, and it can only increase the chance of a non-warrior to enter the Tong My realm. To put it bluntly, whether you can eat it or advance depends entirely on luck. As for Zhou Lingfeng, who was at the 4th stage of Tong My realm, after taking it, there was no improvement at all. At this time, Zhang Ye had already walked behind Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng noticed the movement, turned his head, and saw that it was Zhang Ye. He then took out the awakening capsule from his personal space. Sister Xiaoya, please take this awakening capsule. Maybe you can awaken into a warrior. Zhou Lingfeng handed over the awakening capsule. Lingfeng, why are you giving me this? This is something you practice with. Zhang Ye said in confusion. Sister Xiaoya, the awakening capsule is no longer useful to me. It is of no use to me either. I might as well give it to you. Zhou Lingfeng said. But what's the point of me becoming a warrior? Zhang Ye shook her head. You'd better sell it. How can you say you are useless? Sister Xiaoya, you should know better than me that strength is the most important thing in this world. Otherwise, I would be very worried if you have no power to protect yourself after I leave Xingshou village. Zhou Lingfeng said. Worried about me? Zhang Ye looked at the awakening capsule in Zhou Lingfeng's hand and smiled slightly. Okay then, I'll take it. Zhang Ye took the awakening capsule and sat aside. Zhou Lingfeng also continued to practice Tong My Fist. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body through his meridians along with his boxing techniques, constantly washing over his body. Zhang Ye stood aside and watched Zhou Lingfeng quietly. Zhou Lingfeng didn't stop until his muscles were sore all over. At this time, Zhou Lingfeng's 5th main meridian had been opened by nearly half. Although Zhou Lingfeng was sweating and panting from exhaustion, he was extremely excited. Because it was close to the day when Jinlan City would recruit disciples, he could not leave Xingshou village to devour monsters to improve his cultivation. But now, with the Tong My Fist, Zhou Lingfeng no longer has this worry. Are you tired? Zhang Ye came over upon seeing this and wiped the sweat off Zhou Lingfeng's forehead with a towel. Thank you, Sister Xiaoya. Zhou Lingfeng looked down at Zhang Ye. At this time, the moonlight was shining on her. Zhang Ye's perfect profile was fluorescent, making her look particularly beautiful. Sister Xiaoya, you are so beautiful. Zhou Lingfeng got hot-headed and blurted out these words. Lingfeng, why are you joking all of a sudden? Is it fun to make fun of me? Zhang Ye, however, stepped back like a frightened little rabbit, lowered her head and said, Sister Xiaoya, I'm serious. Zhou Lingfeng said, You said that because you think I'm easy to deceive? Zhang Ye still lowered her head and said. Zhou Lingfeng looked at Zhang Ye and knew that she had not yet recovered from the shadow of her disfigurement. Sister Xiaoya, Zhou Lingfeng wanted to say something, but Zhang Ye walked away without even looking back. Lingfeng, I'm going back to my room first. Zhou Lingfeng looked at Zhang Ye who was leaving and could only shake his head helplessly. Sister Xiaoya's concern is the scar on her face. When I go to Jinlan City in the future, I will see if there is anything that can repair the scar and bring it back to Sister Xiaoya. Zhou Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. The Zhang Ye in his memory was not what she looks like now. Zhou Lingfeng was really tired, so he took a shower and went back to his room to sleep. In Zhang Ye's room, Zhang Ye was burying her head in the quilt, crying quietly. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, everything was normal. Zhou Lingfeng was practicing Tong My Fist in the yard. I will only sit down and rest when I am too tired to do so. The result of this was that Qiu Lingfeng's cultivation improved rapidly. In just one day, Qiu Lingfeng's fifth main meridian was opened up by 80%. In just one more day, he would have reached the fifth stage of Tongmai realm. The speed of practicing Tongmai Fist is truly terrifying. Of course, Qiu Lingfeng also understood that this was because he had mastered the complete Tongmai Fist in advance. Others could only practice step by step, and after opening up a few main meridians, they could practice a few sections of Tongmai Fist. Their practice speed was much slower than his. Before going to sleep, Qiu Lingfeng checked the current attribute panel. Host, Qiu Lingfeng. Cultivation, 4th stage of Tongmai realm. Skill, none. Martial arts, Tongmai Fist. Magical talent, frozen sky eyes, giant claws. Devour points, 0. Fusion chance, 0. System, what is this fusion opportunity? Qiu Lingfeng looked at the last fusion opportunity on the attribute panel and asked in confusion. Ding dong, fusion means integrating the host's learned skills, martial arts, and magical talents. The fused skills, martial arts, and magical talents will be even more powerful. The system replied. Is that so? Then how did this fusion opportunity come about? Qiu Lingfeng continued to ask. Ding dong, the host can redeem fusion opportunities from the system. One fusion opportunity is redeemed for 10,000 devouring points. The system replied. Forget it. When Qiu Lingfeng saw that this thing required 10,000 devouring points to use, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. This function has too many points to swallow, right? However, this also indirectly proves the power of this function. Otherwise, the system would never be priced so high. After that, Qiu Lingfeng fell asleep, waiting for Jinlan City to recruit disciples the next day. Chapter 17. It's just shy. The next day, around 9 in the morning, outside Xingshou village, 4 more young men came here. 3 boys and 1 girl. The men all looked to be in their early 20s. They were all dressed in long gowns and looked very handsome. The only girl was walking in the front, wearing a light purple flowing dress. Under her slender eyebrows were a pair of beautiful eyes, a delicate nose, cherry lips, and a perfect oval face. She was so beautiful that she could be called the most beautiful girl in the world. The only drawback is that the girl is too petite, and apart from her face, the rest of her body is too barren. These 4 people are all disciples of Nandu Academy. Big sister, today is the day to recruit disciples. You have caused us all to be late. Master will definitely blame us when we go back. A young man said with a bitter face. Why would you bother me? I will take care of my father's problem. The girl turned around and glared at the young man, then continued. Besides, isn't it an excuse to come to Xingshou village to recruit disciples? Then we can just take anyone back to Nandu Academy. Big sister, aren't you being too casual? The young man was speechless. You dare not listen? The girl glared at the young man. How dare we not listen to what senior sister Xiao Xiao said? Another young man came to the rescue. Who is small? Who is small? Call me big sister. The girl seemed to have been hit in the sore spot and said anxiously, Master sister, master sister. The young man who came to the rescue hastily apologized with a smile. The girl in front of them was named Yi Xiao Xiao, the only daughter of the 3 people's master. At the age of 18, he is already a strong man in the 2nd level of Daoling, and his talent is also among the best in Jinlan City. It seems to be because of the small character in the name, or it seems to be because of some unspeakable reasons. In short, Yi Xiao Xiao especially hates people mentioning the word small in front of her. That's more like it. Yi Xiao Xiao snorted and then let the man go. The 4 of them entered Xingshou village and followed the road signs to Xingshou village high school. At this time, a young man who looked about 18 or 19 years old with messy hair came running over in a panic. This person was Qiu Lingfeng, who slept late. He practiced Tongmai Fist too hard yesterday and was so tired that he slept too deeply. Looking at the attire of Yi Xiao Xiao and the other 3, Qiu Lingfeng guessed that they were probably from Jinlan City. Are you also important people from Jinlan City? Qiu Lingfeng stopped and looked at Yi Xiao Xiao and asked. Big shot. When Yi Xiao Xiao heard Qiu Lingfeng's words, her face immediately showed joy. That's right. We are disciples from the Nandu Academy in Jinlan City. You are quite smart. We at the Nandu Academy will accept you. Yi Xiao Xiao said happily. Is Jinlan City so casual in accepting disciples? When Qiu Lingfeng heard what Yi Xiao Xiao said, he was slightly stunned, and then said, why did he feel that the procedure for the 2 forces in Jinlan City to recruit disciples was not as complicated as he had imagined, but rather a joke? Other places are different from Katamori village. Yi Xiao Xiao laughed and said, anyway, You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Your cultivation level is only the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. I guess you haven't learned any martial arts, right? Here, I'll give you this Tongmai fist. You must practice well. Yi Xiaoxiao said this and glanced at the young man behind her. The young man immediately understood and took out a book on Tongmai fist from his bag. If Qiu Lingfeng is not mistaken, the bag was filled with secret manuals, all of which were Tongmai fist. Even if it's everywhere, there's no need for it to be this bad. Could it be that this Tongmai fist is bought in bulk? Thank you, senior sister, but I have decided to go to Taishan Sword Academy. Qiu Lingfeng smiled slightly and clasped his fists. Although he had not promised Zi Shaoling that he must go to Taishan Sword Academy, she had given him the Tongmai fist. He can't be ungrateful, can he? And it was indeed Taishan Sword Academy that showed goodwill to him first. Ah, is that so? What a pity. I was originally thinking of making you a master of the 8th stage of Tongmai realm within half a year. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded and said regretfully, she is not stupid. To be able to reach the 4th level of Tongmai realm in such a barren place, she can be considered a genius. If he returns to Jinlan City and receives good resources, he may become a Dowling realm powerhouse in the future. It's a pity that such a talent will eventually go to Taishan Sword Academy. It seems that Jinlan City is much better than I thought. Senior sister, you dare to say that I can become a junior master of the 8th stage of Tongmai realm within half a year. Qiu Lingfeng sighed. The expressions of the 3 young men behind Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly changed. Oh no. Small? Who is small? Who are you calling small? When she heard the word small, Yi Xiaoxiao glared at Qiu Lingfeng like crazy, grabbing Qiu Lingfeng's collar with her delicate hands. Although Yi Xiaoxiao is petite, about 2 heads shorter than Qiu Lingfeng, her current action looks very funny. But she is a strong person in the 2nd level of Daoling. The burst of powerful aura made Qiu Lingfeng breathless and his face flushed red. Big sister, I didn't say anything about you. Yes, senior sister, he didn't say you. Big sister, please let him go. He is almost dying, and he is starting to roll his eyes. The 3 young men hurriedly stopped Yi Xiaoxiao, trying to separate the two. After much difficulty, the 3 men finally freed Qiu Lingfeng. After being rescued, Qiu Lingfeng was gasping for breath and had not yet recovered. The strong ones in Dowling realm are really terrifying. The pressure released made him feel short of breath. It was as if there were millions of mountains pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. But he didn't understand. Why did this normal little beauty in front of me suddenly go crazy? It was muttering things like, who are you saying is small? And it's not small, it's just shy. Qiu Lingfeng was standing nearby, confused as to what was going on. Ahem, brother, excuse me for making fun of you. Our eldest sister hates to hear that word the most. A disciple from Nandu Academy smiled awkwardly at Qiu Lingfeng and said, which word? The word little? Why can't she hear the word little? Is the word little so special to her? Qiu Lingfeng said. The Nandu Academy disciple's face suddenly changed, because Yi Xiaoxiao, who had just calmed down a little, started rioting again. Asshole, you just said I was small, right? You, who are you looking down on? If you call me small again, I will take off my clothes to let you see whether I am small or not. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Qiu Lingfeng and roared. If there weren't 2 disciples holding her back, she might have taken it off to compare sizes. You guys continue. I'll go in first. Qiu Lingfeng took a few steps back in fear. This Yi Xiaoxiao looked quite normal, but he didn't expect that there was such a terrible mental patient. If he didn't run faster, he would definitely be chopped into pieces by Yi Xiaoxiao. Chapter 18. Whoever wins will win. At this time, a simple area was cordoned off on the school playground to recruit disciples for Taishan Sword Academy and Nandu Academy. However, since the people from Nandu Academy have not arrived yet, the process has not started yet. Qiu Lingfeng hurriedly found his seat. There are much fewer people coming today. Most of them are students who want to become warriors. As for those who didn't become warriors, a few of them came to try their luck. How dare you be late for such an important day? Xiao Yin looked at Qiu Lingfeng and spoke. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged. He had nothing to say. He was late after all. But hasn't the recruitment of disciples started yet? What does it matter that he's late? Xiao Yin, why are you targeting Ling Feng so much? Zhang Yu frowned and looked at Xiao Yin. Heh, I just want him to know that even if he has awakened his magical talent, it is not worth mentioning in front of the realm crushing. Xiao Yin spoke. You're just jealous, right? Not far away, a girl said. She was pretty, but Qiu Lingfeng had forgotten her name. She is a student from the next class, and her cultivation is also quite good, at the 2nd stage of Tongmai realm. Why are you so jealous? I just want him to know this. Xiao Yin said anxiously. Tisk, isn't that sour? The girl continued. You just can't bear to see him awaken his magical talent, and you haven't awakened yet, so you feel jealous? I don't. Xiao Yin shouted angrily. How could I, a fourth stage Tongmai Realm warrior, be jealous of him? Just talk. Why are you yelling so loudly? Xiao Lingfeng said. Don't you just want to compete with me? I'll give you the chance in a moment. Well, don't run away when the time comes. Xiao Yin sneered and said. After saying that, Xiao Yin walked away. After Xiao Yin walked away, Zhang Yu cursed. What the hell, this shabby Xiao Yan? What is going on so madly so early in the morning? Isn't it that he just can't stand seeing an unknown little person awaken his magical talent and steal his limelight? The girl who had spoken for Qiu Lingfeng before came over and said, But you were too impulsive when you said you wanted to compete with Xiao Yin. He is a martial artist at the fourth stage of Tongmai Realm. You will not get away with it. The girl said, Please wait and see. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and smiled. He who has mastered the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm also has the cultivation level of the 4th stage of Tongmai Realm. He really is not afraid of Xiao Yin. My name is Zhang Xiaonan. The girl said. Qiu Lingfeng was slightly stunned, and then said, My name is... I know your name is Qiu Lingfeng, the adopted son of Uncle Daniu, but it looks like you have forgotten my name. Zhang Xiaonan waved his hand. Lingfeng, she is my cousin. Zhang Yu coughed and said, So that's how it is. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. No wonder Zhang Xiaonan spoke for him just now. It turns out it was because of this reason. At this time, the 4 people from Nandu Academy finally arrived. Aren't you guys too slow? Li Chongkong looked at the 4 people from Nandu Academy unhappily and said, I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time. Something happened on the way and I'm late. A disciple from Nandu Academy said embarrassedly. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Ziruyu said. A dozen people lined up in a row. The 8 Daoling realm powerhouses could see through the cultivation levels of Qiu Lingfeng and others with just one glance. A martial artist at the Tongmai realm cannot know the cultivation level of martial artists at the same realm, but it is different at the Daoling realm. A Daoling realm expert can sense with just one glance how many main meridians are running through the body of a Tongmai realm warrior. 2 are at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm, 1 is at the 3rd stage of Tongmai realm, 2 are at the 2nd stage of Tongmai realm, 8 are at the 1st stage of Tongmai realm, and the rest have no cultivation. A group of geniuses from Jinlan City saw the cultivation level of Qiu Lingfeng and others. I have to say, it's really weak. With such cultivation level, even if he were placed in a village near Jinlan City, it would be absolutely impossible for him to be selected into Jinlan City. But the situation in Xingmu village is different. They were given a death order. No matter what, we must recruit 3 disciples from Xingshou village. Therefore, there was a case in Xingshou village where students who were not warriors were selected to enter Jinlan City. This is also the reason why students without any cultivation would also want to come and try their luck. I want that 4th stage of Tongmai realm. Yi Xiaoxiao pointed at Qiu Lingfeng and said. Qiu Lingfeng felt his body tremble when Yi Xiaoxiao stared at him like this. It's over. Could it be that he is holding a grudge against this woman? Could it be that Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to choose him, then kill him halfway and abandon his body in the wilderness? No, that's my designated junior apprentice brother. No one can touch him. Zi Xiaoling refused. The 4th stage of Tongmai realm? After hearing what Yi Xiaoxiao said, all the students were shocked. What did they just hear? Qiu Lingfeng has already reached the 4th stage of Tongmai realm? Isn't this too fast? Didn't he just awaken and become a warrior a few days ago? Could this be the terrifying genius who has awakened his gift of supernatural powers? In just a few days, he had reached the 4th level of Tongmai realm. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression changed. He never expected that Qiu Lingfeng had already reached the 4th level of Tongmai realm. At this rate, wouldn't Qiu Lingfeng be able to reach the 5th level of Tongmai realm in a few days? Lingfeng, you are at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm? Zhang Yu didn't think that Yi Xiaoxiao would tell lies, and looked at Qiu Lingfeng in disbelief. Qiu Lingfeng nodded helplessly. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're so awesome? Zhang Yu said. You didn't ask. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged innocently. He didn't even think about exposing his cultivation level. However, a Tongmai realm warrior has no secrets at all in front of a Daoling realm warrior. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he has reached the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. He has clearly only awakened and become a warrior not long ago. Xiao Yin stood up and said, Don't believe it? Do you really want to fight Qiu Lingfeng? Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Yin and said, A fight? Okay, let's have a fight. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and she said, Whoever wins the fight will be chosen by our Nandu Academy. We at Taishin Sword Academy want Xiaoling Feng, and the remaining one is for you. Zi Shaoling said. Hey, did you hear me? You must defeat that Xiaoling Feng. Yi Xiaoxiao shouted at Xiao Yin. Yes. After hearing what Yi Xiaoxiao said, Xiao Yin said excitedly. Whoever defeats Nandu Academy will be the one to be rewarded. Xiao Yin doesn't want to miss such an important opportunity. Even if you are also at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm, I have been a warrior longer than you, so you definitely cannot beat me. Xiao Yin spoke up. You are really confident. Xiaoling Feng said with a serious expression. In his opinion, Xiao Yin was no match for him at all. Chapter 19. Being insulted. Xiaoling Feng and Xiao Yin are in opposition. The others dispersed consciously, leaving enough space for the two to fight. Just take the beating. Xiao Yin sneered, then rushed towards Xiaoling Feng and threw a punch at the same time. It was obvious that Xiao Yin had never learned any martial arts. In Xiaoling Feng's opinion, his actions were full of loopholes. It is estimated that Xiao Yan's previous battles were entirely based on his realm crushing. After all, one main meridian is equivalent to 200 kilograms of strength. Xiaoling Feng easily dodged Xiao Yan's fist and at the same time kicked Xiao Yin in the abdomen. The latter was caught off guard and flew backwards. He held his stomach with a look of pain on his face, kneeling on the ground and unable to stand up. That's it. This thought popped up in the minds of all the students at the same time. Even Xiaoling Feng looked puzzled. He originally thought that even if Xiao Yin was not his opponent, it would still take a lot of effort to defeat him. After all, they have the same cultivation level. But he never expected that he could just kick Xiao Yin to his knees, unable to get up. Wasn't it too easy to win? You're just making a lot of noise but doing nothing. You talked so much before and I thought you were so great. Xiaoling Feng said speechlessly. Even the 8 disciples from Jinlan City were confused. With just one kick, Xiao Yin, who was also a 4th stage Tongmai realm warrior, was defeated by Xiaoling Feng. They could clearly see that Xiao Yin was a rough diamond, but too rough. He can't even fight, but he can say a lot of harsh words. SK. This. The jump was so great that Yi Xiaoxiao's waist was almost broken. Does your Nando Academy still want this Xiao Yin? If not, I will take him as well as Tai Xinjian Academy? Zi Shaoling asked with a smile. Take it, even if we don't win. So what? Anyway, he has never trained formally, so there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Yi Xiaoxiao said stubbornly. After that, Zi Shaoling excitedly ran to Xiaoling Feng and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You actually defeated that guy with one kick. Stop talking. I feel insulted. Xiaoling Feng covered his face and said speechlessly. Before the fight, he thought Xiao Yin was very powerful. After all, just by hearing the name you can tell that this guy is extraordinary. This name is quite intimidating when it is spoken out. Who would have thought it was just a paper tiger? It's a pity that he used to be the #1 genius in Katamori Village High School. It turns out that everything is false. How's your Tongmai fist training going? Zi Shaoling asked. I have mastered it all. Xiaoling Feng told the truth. Although the actual combat effect of Tongmai fist is average, this martial art is more useful for training. This is very important for Xiaoling Feng who has no practice method. It can directly increase the speed of his cultivation advancement. Mastered it all? Didn't you lie to me? Each part of Tongmai fist requires the corresponding cultivation level of Tongmai realm to perform. Zi Shaoling said suspiciously. Real. Xiaoling Feng nodded. Then, without paying attention to the venue, he directly performed the 8th section of Tongmai fist. It really is the 8th stage of Tongmai fist. You can actually perform it in a very good manner. You are such a freak, Zi Shaoling said in shock. The same was true for the other 7 people who came from Jinlan City. They could clearly sense that Xiaoling Feng's cultivation was at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm. But Xiaoling Feng actually used the 8th level of Tongmai fist? Freak. A real freak. After that, a group of students began the selection process. They don't have as good luck as Xiaoling Feng and Xiao Yin. If they want to enter Jinlan City, they have to go through a lot of selection. To everyone's surprise, the final winner was Zhang Xiaonan. Zhang Xiaonan chose Taishin Sword Academy. At this point, the goal of accepting 3 disciples has been achieved. Those who were not selected could only leave with a sigh of disappointment. We will leave Xingshou Village and head to Jinlan City tomorrow. You should pack your luggage today, Zi Shaoling said to Xiaoling Feng and Zhang Xiaonan. After that, Xiaoling Feng returned to the blacksmith shop. Zhang Daniu and Zhang Yu were waiting anxiously in the yard. When they saw Xiaoling Feng coming back, Zhang Daniu went up to him and said, Ling Feng, how is the disciple selection going? As expected, I was selected. Xiaoling Feng shrugged and said, I'm leaving tomorrow. Zhang Yu's expression darkened, but she didn't say much. Ling Feng, Uncle Zhang doesn't have anything good to give you. When you leave tomorrow, take those good knives in the shop with you for self-defense. Zhang Daniu scratched his hair and said, Uncle Zhang, I still have the weapons you gave me last time. I'm going to practice, not to fight. Why did you give me so many weapons? Qiu Lingfeng said with a helpless smile. That's right, Dad. Can you put something else in your head besides iron? Zhang Ye couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha. Isn't it true that safety comes first when you're out and about? Zhang Daniu smiled awkwardly. I'm going to go pack my things first. After Qiu Lingfeng finished speaking, he walked back to the room. Because there was a system's portable space, Qiu Lingfeng threw all the important things into it, including some weapons. I only left some unimportant little things in my backpack. Ling Feng, can I come in? Zhang Ye's voice sounded outside the door. Come in, Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfeng said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ye walked in. What can I do for you? Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zhang Ye and asked curiously. You must practice well over there. Remember to eat on time, don't stay up late, and don't eat too much to get an upset stomach. Also stay away from those questionable people and don't offend others. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. You should also open your eyes and see clearly what kind of people the girls in Jinlan City are. Don't be foolish enough to be deceived by them. Zhang Ye warned. Qiu Lingfeng listened to Zhang Ye's instructions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do these words sound so much like what an old mother would say to her son who is going on a long journey? I understand, Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfeng nodded, then said, Also, Sister Xiaoya, Zhang Xiaonan also went to Taishin Sword Academy with me to practice. Zhang Xiaonan? Uncle Xiaoya's daughter? Zhang Ye frowned, thought for a while, and asked, Yes, it's her. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. I didn't expect that she would go with you. Please take good care of her when you get there. Don't let her get bullied. After all, we are relatives. Zhang Ye said. Sister Xiaoya, don't underestimate Zhang Xiaonan. She is a martial artist at the second stage of Tongmai realm. She is stronger than many boys. Qiu Lingfeng smiled and said, Maybe I'll need her protection in the future. Chapter 20. Naming Genius. The next day at noon, the entrance of Xingshou village. Qiu Lingfeng and others followed a group of Jinlan City disciples and left Xingshou village. Unlike last time, this time he was not going on patrol, which was life-threatening, but to Jinlan City to practice. Of course, there may still be dangers along the way. However, with 8 Daoling realm masters in charge, the chances of accidents happening along the way are pitifully small. The only way to Jinlan City is through the dark forest. Zhang Xiaonan had never been here before. Even though she was quite brave, she couldn't help but lean towards Qiu Lingfeng at this moment. Qiu Lingfeng is a martial artist at the 4th level of Tongmai realm, and is much more powerful than her at critical moments. The last place you patrolled was the dark forest, right? Was it dangerous? After entering the dark forest, Zhang Xiaonan asked. It's okay, just be careful. Qiu Lingfeng said. For ordinary people, the beasts in the dark forest can be deadly. However, as long as warriors are cautious, they will basically not encounter any life-threatening dangers. What's more, there are 8 Daoling realm powerhouses here at this moment. Come to think of it, why is it so quiet around here? I didn't even see any signs of wild animals. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder. Zishaoling was not far from Qiu Lingfeng. After hearing what Qiu Lingfeng said, she burst out laughing and said, Junior brother, have you forgotten that we are all at the Dao spirit realm? Our cultivation aura is very intimidating to beings that are weaker than us, so ordinary wild beasts and magical beasts will choose to avoid us. So that's how it is. Qiu Lingfeng suddenly realized. Because they were not on patrol and did not encounter any magical beasts, the group moved at a very fast speed. It only took half a day to cross half of the dark forest. As night fell, the group chose an open place to camp. Senior Sister Xiaoling, I want to ask, how long will it take us to get to Jinlan City? After lighting the bonfire, Qiu Lingfeng asked Zi Shaoling. If nothing goes wrong, we will be there in 2 days. Tomorrow we will be out of the dark forest and can ride the Earth Demon Beast to Jinlan City. Zi Shaoling said without hesitation. Earth monster? Qiu Lingfeng frowned. Obviously he had never heard of it. It is a kind of tamed magical beast. It moves very fast. When running at full speed, it can be on par with a Taoist spirit at the 6th level. Zi Shaoling said. Hiss so fast? Qiu Lingfeng was suddenly startled. Qiu Lingfeng already felt that Zi Shaoling, who was at the 1st level of Daoling, was out of reach, let alone the existence of the 6th level of Daoling. Will it hurt if you fall down? Will you die? Qiu Lingfeng asked again. Junior brother, What are your questions? Zi Shaoling couldn't help laughing and said, I haven't fallen before, but it must be painful. Oh. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and became even more curious about the appearance of the monster. That night, Xiao Lingfeng asked Zi Shaoling a lot of information about Jinlan City and Taishan Sword Academy. This did bring the two closer together, but when Li Changkong saw this scene, his eyes became even colder. However, he knew that now was not the time to take action. As long as he goes to Taishan Sword Academy, with his status, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill an outer courtyard disciple in an accident? Taishan Sword Academy is divided into two courtyards, inner and outer courtyards. If the outer courtyard disciples are unable to enter the inner courtyard or become Daoling Realm Masters after 4 years of training, they can basically only leave Taishan Sword Academy. After entering Taishan Sword Academy, people like Qiu Lingfeng became the lowest level outer courtyard disciples. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, the group left the dark forest. During this period, no magical beasts were encountered, and this was all due to the efforts of the 8 Daoling Realm Masters. No monster would be so stupid as to come here and die. Not long after walking out of the dark forest, Qiu Lingfeng saw two figures not far away, wearing the uniforms of Taishan Sword Academy and Nandu Academy respectively. Beside them, there were 5 magical beasts. 3 of the monsters had the emblem of Nandu Academy on them, while the other 2 had the emblem of Taishan Sword Academy. You guys are finally here. I was almost bored to death waiting. The male disciple from Taishan Sword Academy leaned against the Earth Demon Beast boredly, looking at Senior Sister Song and the others. Then, he turned his attention to Qiu Lingfeng and Zhang Xiaonan. Are these 2 my junior brothers and sisters? They are at the 4th and 2nd stages of Tongmai realm. Their cultivation is pretty good. He looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said in surprise, My name is Wan Linhai. Just call me Brother Wan. Wan Linhai looks to be in his early 20s, and his smile is very kind, making people feel like spring breeze. Hello, Senior Brother Wan. Qiu Lingfeng clasped his fist towards Wan Linhai. Senior Sister Song, are we leaving now? Wan Linhai nodded, then asked Senior Sister Song. Senior Sister Song nodded in response. At this time, Qiu Lingfeng also ran to the 2 monsters and looked at them carefully. The 2 earth monsters of Taishan Sword Academy look a bit like rhinos, but they have no horns on their heads and their bodies are covered with thick scales. The 3-headed earth monster of Nandu Academy is a monster similar to a horse, but it is taller and more muscular, about 3 or 4 meters tall. These 2 earth beasts are called earth-suppressing rhinos. They can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 0.3 seconds, with a maximum speed of 420 kilometers per hour. They only need 1 stone of grass per 100 kilometers. With 6 breathing holes and powerful heat dissipation capabilities, they have unparalleled endurance and can run continuously for 36 hours. Wan Linhai walked up to Qiu Lingfeng and introduced him. Why does it smell a bit weird? Qiu Lingfeng was stunned and said, The 3 earth monsters of Nandu Academy are called Mayuma. They are a bit faster than our Earthshaker rhinoceros, but their endurance is much lower. They are also very consuming grass, requiring 3 stones of grass for every 100 kilometers. Wan Linhai pointed at the 3-headed earth monster in Nandu Academy and said, Mayuma? Why is this name so weird? Qiu Lingfeng was speechless. Then, he reacted belatedly. Isn't the name of the rhinoceros a homonym of cow? Hiss. What a genius in naming. The rhinoceros of Taishan Sword Academy, the charming horse of Nandu Academy. Qiu Lingfeng's mouth suddenly twitched. Fortunately, I did not choose to go to Nandu Academy, otherwise I would have lost my horse for no apparent reason. I have to say that although the name of the Mayuma from Nandu Academy is a bit strange, its speed is really amazing. The Mayuma started running, and its figure was just like a ghost. In just a short while, only a few small black dots were left of the people in Nandu Academy. Taishan Sword Academy was also ready. Due to the huge size of the earth-suppressing rhinoceros, all the male disciples rode on the same earth-suppressing rhinoceros, while the female disciples rode on another earth-suppressing rhinoceros. Following a command, the 2 monsters started running at the same time at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, the dark forest was almost out of sight. Chapter 21 Arrival at Taishan Sword Academy. The journey to reach Jinlan City is still very difficult. However, thanks to the presence of the Earth Demon beasts, they did not encounter any danger along the way. The speed of the earth-suppressing rhino is comparable to that of the 6th level of Daoling, which is enough to get rid of most troubles. At noon 2 days later, everyone arrived at Jinlan City. The huge city wall, which is hundreds of meters high, stands on the land, giving people a feeling of being difficult to cross. Behind this city wall is the prosperous Jinlan City. There are many gathering places outside the city walls. The residents in these settlements are mostly refugees who have fled here and have no fixed residence. Only outside Jinlan City can one get shelter and not be left without a place to stay. This world is full of dangers. Any first-level servant monster can take the life of an ordinary person. Compared with these displaced refugees who have fled here, the treatment of villagers like Qiulingfeng is much better. At least, there is a school in the village that can provide some guidance on cultivation. In places where refugees gather, becoming a warrior can only rely on luck. The place where these people originally lived has been destroyed by monsters. Wan Linhai said, about 3 months ago, a general-level beast king appeared in the south. General level. When Qiulingfeng heard this word, he couldn't help but take a breath. There are also strong and weak monsters in Warcraft. The lowest level of magical beast is the slave level, which corresponds to the Tongmai realm. On it, there are elite-level magical beasts, corresponding to the Dowling realm of humans. And above this is the general level, which corresponds to the soul realm of the human race. The Dowling realm is already out of reach for Qiulingfeng now, not to mention the general-level monsters that are comparable to the soul realm masters. Then, did Jinlan City send anyone to kill that general-level monster? Qiulingfeng asked curiously. Wan Linhai shook his head and changed the subject. In the early spring of next year, Taishan Sword Academy and Nandu Academy will each select 10 disciples from these refugees. This can be considered as Jinlan City's compensation to these refugees. Qiulingfeng nodded. Looking at the refugees outside the city wall, he couldn't help but clench his fists. In this world, the existence of human beings is indeed insignificant. 2 rhinos arrived at the city gate, attracting the attention of many refugees. The tightly closed city gate slowly opened a small gap, just enough for 2 people to pass through. Several fully armed soldiers walked out, all holding guns in their hands. We are doing our utmost to guard against the refugees around us, so as to prevent them from taking the opportunity to sneak into Jinlan City. We are disciples of Taishan Sword Academy. Senior Sister Song jumped off the rhinoceros, took out the token of Taishan Sword Academy, and said. One of them took the token, verified its authenticity, and returned it to Senior Sister Song, while shouting, "Open the door." Then, the heavy city gate slowly opened. Senior Sister Song jumped onto the ground-suppressing rhinoceros again. Only after the city gates were opened did the 2 rhinos slowly walk in. The demon beasts cannot run around recklessly in Jinlan City. Speed limit. Not only that, each demon beast has its own number. During certain specific periods of time, some monsters cannot be ridden. This is due to number restrictions. Moreover, Jinlan City also has a set of traffic rules belonging to the earth monsters. If there are too many violations, the beast taming license may even be revoked. That's right, you need a certificate to control the monsters. As the 2 rhinos entered Jinlan City, the group of refugees outside also made a commotion and then rushed towards the city gate. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Qiulingfeng quickly turned his head and saw that rows of refugees had fallen to the ground. This? Qiulingfeng was so surprised that he was speechless. Qiulingfeng, who was born in Haiteng in his previous life, had never seen the scene of local soldiers firing guns recklessly. Don't worry, it's just a tranquilizer gun. It will only make those refugees sleep for a while. Wan Linhai said, things are different now than they were in the past. The resources in Jinlan City are also tight. If those refugees sneak in, there will definitely be chaos. Qiulingfeng nodded and said nothing more. Wow, are those cars? I've only seen pictures of them in books before. Zhang Xiaonan, who was on the other rhinoceros, let out a cry of surprise at this time. Qiulingfeng followed her gaze and found that it was a shabby Wuling Hongguang van. You can drive a car in the city, but you can't drive it out of the city, because there are no paved roads outside the city. Nowadays, most cars are toys for rich children. It's shameful that I haven't seen the world. Li Changkong snorted softly and said. Hearing this, Qiulingfeng frowned somewhat uncomfortably, but finally relaxed his brows. After all, he and Zhang Xiaonan came here to practice, so it's better not to cause trouble. And Zhang Xiaonan didn't hear it either, so he just pretended not to hear it. Taishan Sword Academy, covering an area of 1,000 acres, is divided into 2 areas, the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The number of outer court disciples alone is nearly 20,000. In comparison, the number of inner court disciples is much smaller, less than 1,000. Wan Linhai and others were also conscientious and took Qiulingfeng and Zhang Xiaonan to the disciple registration office. The 2 registered their information and received the uniforms for outer court disciples of Taishan Sword Academy. The other new disciples will arrive at Taishan Sword Academy tomorrow, so you can take a good rest today. Zi Shaoling said. If you two have any questions, come to me. Okay, senior sister Shaoling. Xiaoling Feng nodded. Okay, no more words, we still have to go back and report. Zi Shaoling giggled and said. Then he left with senior sister Song and others. Where is your dormitory? Xiaoling Feng glanced at Zhang Xiaonan and asked. Building C9. Zhang Xiaonan said. It's the worst level, what about you? It's also building C9. Xiaoling Feng shrugged. Why? Zhang Xiaonan suddenly said with dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Xiaoling Feng looked at Zhang Xiaonan in confusion. You've clearly awakened your magical talent, so why are you still in the same building with me? Zhang Xiaonan frowned and said. Hee hee, this shows that you are quite talented. Xiaoling Feng smiled and said. No, I have to go and ask clearly. Zhang Xiaonan wanted to seek justice for Xiaoling Feng and wanted to go back. Forget it, we're in the same building, so we can take care of each other if anything happens. Xiaoling Feng stopped Zhang Xiaonan and said. Since you don't care, forget it. Zhang Xiaonan glanced at Xiaoling Feng and sighed. Then, the two of them walked towards the dormitory building. On the way, Zhang Xiaonan looked around, finding everything new and looking forward to the next 4 years of training in Taishan Sword Academy. Xiaoling Feng didn't feel much. It's just that Jinlan City has a bit of modern atmosphere. Chapter 22. Cultivation. Dormitory Building C9 is divided into east and west sides, which are dormitory buildings for male and female students respectively. After they separated downstairs of the dormitory, Xiaoling Feng received the dormitory key from the dormitory manager. The management of Taishan Sword Academy is different from what I imagined. Xiaoling Feng held the dormitory key and looked at the building full of Earth's atmosphere. The scene in Jinlan City is completely different from the desolation outside. They belong to two completely different worlds. If nothing was said, Xiaoling Feng would even have the illusion that he was on Earth. Tomorrow is the day when the rest of the new disciples will be admitted. Xiaoling Feng can adapt to Taishan Sword Academy one day in advance. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the communication watch on Xiaoling Feng's left wrist suddenly made a sound. This communication watch is uniformly equipped for new disciples in Taishan Sword Academy. It only has the simplest communication function and can only be used within Jinlan City. Disciples need to purchase communication watches with higher-level functions on their own. Xiaoling Feng raised his hand and took a look. It was a message from Zhang Xiaonan, saying that she had found a dormitory and asked Xiaoling Feng if he wanted to go shopping for some daily necessities together. Xiaoling Feng doesn't need to buy any daily necessities, as his personal space is already fully equipped. However, he didn't want to let Zhang Xiaonan go alone, so after finding the dormitory, Xiaoling Feng accompanied Zhang Xiaonan to buy things. What is used in Taishan Sword Academy is not currency, but points. The communication watch contains points and is distributed along with the communication watch. New disciples can get 500 points. If you want to get points in the future, you can only work hard on your own, and there are many ways to get points. Downstairs in the dormitory, Zhang Xiaonan was already waiting there. Let's finish our meal first and then go shopping. Zhang Xiaonan looked at Xiaoling Feng and said. Xiaoling Feng glanced at the sky. It was now completely dark. There are already streetlights outside. Xiaoling Feng nodded. After dinner, Xiaoling Feng accompanied Zhang Xiaonan to buy a bunch of things. Most of her points were spent. After returning to his dormitory, Xiaoling Feng began to practice Tongmai Fist. The spiritual energy in Taishan Sword Academy is twice as dense as that in Xingshou Village. This also doubled Xiaoling Feng's training speed. With the help of the 8th-section Tongmai Fist, Xiaoling Feng's 5th main meridian was directly open that night. The strength increased by another 200 kilograms, reaching 1,000 kilograms. If I can open up 3 more main meridians, I will be a warrior at the 8th stage of Tongmai realm. Xiaoling Feng clenched his fist and said excitedly. It took him only half a month to travel through time. In half a month, he went from having no cultivation to becoming a 5th-level Tongmai realm warrior. Such a terrifying improvement is something that others dare not even imagine. I glanced at the time, and it was already past 3 in the morning. I completely forgot about time. After taking a shower, Xiaoling Feng was so tired that he fell asleep. The next morning, Xiaoling Feng got up from the bed and started practicing Tongmai Fist again. Xiaoling Feng didn't stop until he was once again covered in sweat and his stomach was growling with hunger. Walking out of the dormitory, Xiaoling Feng saw new disciples entering the dormitory building one after another. After finishing his meal, Xiaoling Feng returned to the dormitory and saw 3 more roommates. One was a young man with fair skin and exquisite clothes, and the other 2 had slightly dark skin. One had a strong build, and the other was a little thin. Are you our last roommate? The thin young man looked at Qiu Lingfeng and asked, "Well, my name is Qiu Lingfeng." Qiu Lingfeng nodded. "My name is Hao Xiu. I'm from the village, and my cultivation is at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm." The thin young man stretched out a hand and said, "Yi Yuqing, from the village, 5th stage of Tongmai realm." The fair-skinned young man glanced at Qiu Lingfeng and said, "My name is Zhao Bai. I'm also from the village. I'm at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm." The muscular young man chuckled and said. Qiu Lingfeng shook Hao Xiu's hand and said, "I am also from the village, and I am also at the 5th stage of Tongmai realm." "No way. Are you from the village too?" Hao Xiu scratched his head and said in confusion, "I heard from Auntie that you came here yesterday." Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said, "I just came earlier. Besides, the people in Jinlan City have been practicing since they were young. When they are our age, their cultivation is much higher than ours." "That's true." Hao Xiu laughed and said, "We are in the same class, right?" Qiu Lingfeng asked again. "Since they are all from the village, then they can't be wrong." Hao Xiu said, "By the way, I heard that there are several people with magical talents in this village. I don't know what they are like." Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said, "Who knows?" After that, Hao Xiu and his friends went to eat. Because Qiu Lingfeng had already eaten, he stayed in the dormitory. Then, Qiu Lingfeng continued to perform Tongmai Fist. Not long after, Hao Xiu and others came back. When they saw Qiu Lingfeng practicing Tongmai Fist in the dormitory, they were speechless. "I say, Lingfeng, why are you practicing boxing in the dormitory? There is a primary training room in the academy. You can practice for half a day with 100 points. The speed of practicing there is twice as fast as here." Hao Xiu said, "Is there such a place?" Qiu Lingfeng said in surprise, "Where?" Hao Xiu pulled Qiu Lingfeng to the balcony, pointed at the round dome building in the distance, and said, "See, that's where we take the missions." "Thank you." Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, "Then I'll go there and try to practice first." After saying that, Qiu Lingfeng ran away. Hao Xiu and the other two looked at each other, and Yi Yuqing said, "It seems that Qiu Lingfeng is a crazy cultivator. He is still thinking about cultivating at this time." Qiu Lingfeng came to the outer courtyard disciple hall. There are 3 parts here: the mission area, the training area, and the trading area. The mission area is for outer courtyard disciples to accept missions, while the trading area is for disciples to trade with each other. Of course, they can also choose to sell to Taishan Sword Academy. Of course, Qiu Lingfeng now has only one goal, and that is the training area. Although his current disciple points are only over 400, he still wants to try this training room. After paying the points and entering the training room, Qiu Lingfeng felt that the concentration of spiritual energy here was much richer. The training room is a small room of about 20 square meters, which is enough for disciples to spread their hands and feet. "Okay, let's start practicing." Qiu Lingfeng didn't want to waste time, so he started to practice Tongmai Fist. He had no martial arts skills to practice, only this one martial art that could open up his meridians. Although Tongmai Fist is a common martial art in Jinlan City, it is still extremely precious to Qiu Lingfeng, who comes from Xingshou village. Over and over again, the spiritual energy, stimulated by the boxing technique, impacted the 6th main meridian again and again. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the greater the impact and the faster the practice speed. However, this puts an increasing burden on Qiu Lingfeng's body. Chapter 23: Zi Xiaoling's Solicitation. The speed of practice in the practice room was extremely fast. After half a day, 2/5 of Qiu Lingfeng's 6th main meridian was opened. However, for him who has no practice method, practicing continuously for half a day is already the limit. If you want to enter the training room again, you can only wait until your body recovers. There are only over 300 points left. It's time to consider accepting a mission, Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself. The spiritual energy in the training room gradually faded, which meant that Qiu Lingfeng's training time had come to an end. At this moment, it is already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. "Oops, I forgot the time again." Qiu Lingfeng knocked his head and muttered to himself. After leaving the training area, Qiu Lingfeng rushed towards the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Bai and his friends were still chatting. After taking a shower early, Qiu Lingfeng went to bed. The next morning, Qiu Lingfeng was woken up by Hao Xiu. "After brushing my teeth and washing my face, we went for breakfast together and then reported in." According to the information on the communication watches, everyone found their classes. To make an analogy with Taishan Sword Academy, the management model is probably equivalent to that of universities in previous lives, but without the various departments. After arriving at the class with Zhao Bai and others, Qiu Lingfeng saw Zhang Xiaonan. She was also assigned to this class. After saying hello to Zhang Xiaonan, Qiu Lingfeng began to wait. Zhang Xiaonan came over, sat next to Qiu Lingfeng and said, "Are you ready to take on some missions? Earn some points?" "Of course." Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, "Do you want to take the mission too?" "Of course. I went to the outer courtyard disciple hall yesterday. I saw a pretty good task in the task area. It was to kill a few small monsters in the refugee settlement area outside." Zhang Xiaonan nodded and said, "Are you going or not? You can earn 100 points for a level 3 slave monster head." "So much?" Qiu Lingfeng said in surprise. "How many people do you need?" "The upper limit is 8 people." Zhang Xiaonan said, "There are 4 of us here, including my roommate. Is it the same for you?" "Well, what are the cultivation levels of your roommates?" Qiu Lingfeng nodded and asked. "They are all at the 4th stage of Tongmai realm." Zhang Xiaonan flattened his mouth and said with a pout. It seemed that she was the only one in the whole dormitory who was at the 2nd stage of Tongmai realm, which made her feel very aggrieved. "Lingfeng, who is this beauty?" Zhao Bai patted Qiu Lingfeng on the shoulder and asked. "I'm from the same village as you. My name is Zhang Xiaonan." Qiu Lingfeng introduced the people to each other. "Xiaonan, the 3 of them are my roommates, Zhao Bai, Yi Yuqing, and Hao Xiu." "Hello." Zhang Xiaonan said generously. "Hello." Several people nodded. "Did you hear what Lingfeng and I said just now? Are you going or not?" Zhang Xiaonan asked. "If a beautiful woman invites you, you have to go even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire." Hao Xiu chuckled and said, "It's settled then. We'll go take the mission later." Zhang Xiaonan said happily. After saying that, Zhang Xiaonan returned to her roommate. "Hao Xiu, how many points are needed to practice a technique?" Qiu Lingfeng asked. "It depends on the grade. The lowest one costs 1,000 points. The price of martial arts is about the same." Hao Xiu thought about it and said, "Why, Lingfeng, you want to change the technique you practice now?" "No, I don't have any training methods. If I only practice Tongmai Quan now, it may work, but it will put too much strain on my body in the long run." Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. He discovered this shortcoming when he came out of the practice room last night. After all, Tongmai Fist is not a formal practice method. Once the concentration of spiritual energy increases, the power of the spiritual energy's impact becomes a little difficult for him to accept. Question mark. Hao Xiu was stunned and said, "Without a technique, how did you cultivate to the 5th stage of Tongmai realm? From your tone, I can't tell you all have some cultivation techniques?" Qiu Lingfeng turned his head and looked at Yi Yuqing and the others and said. Several people nodded, and then Hao Xiu said, "Of course, doesn't your family have any martial arts skills passed down?" "No." Qiu Lingfeng was speechless for a while. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Xiaonan. Zhang Xiaonan has the lowest cultivation level in their dormitory, probably because of this reason. The strongest person in Xingqiu village is only at the 5th stage of Tongmai realm. How could he have any martial arts skills? There is only one set of martial arts, and only patrol team members can learn it. In this world, skills and martial arts cannot be passed on to outsiders at will. Of course, the Tongmai Fist that Qiu Lingfeng currently masters is obviously not among them. This first class just introduced Taishan Sword Academy to everyone. In fact, cultivation is something that depends entirely on oneself. Taishan Sword Academy only provides a platform. Every 5 days, there is a practice class, which you can attend or not. What surprised Qiu Lingfeng was that the person who introduced them to various matters of Taishan Sword Academy was not someone else, but Zi Shaoling. It was obvious that Zi Shaoling came here for the points. After the introduction of Taishan Sword Academy, all the disciples can leave. Under the surprised gaze of the other disciples, Zi Shaoling approached Qiu Lingfeng with a smile and asked, "Junior brother Lingfeng, are you still adapting?" Qiu Lingfeng nodded. "Come with me. I'll take you somewhere." Zi Shaoling said. Qiu Lingfeng glanced at Zhao Bai and the others and found that they were looking at him and Zi Shaoling with ambiguous expressions. "Well, you guys go back first." Qiu Lingfeng said. "No problem." Zhao Bai and his companions left tactfully. After that, Qiu Lingfeng followed Zi Shaoling away. Only after arriving at a deserted place did Zi Shaoling stop and turn around. "Sister Shaoling, what do you want to talk to me about?" Qiu Lingfeng asked. Zi Shaoling took out a manual from her bosom, handed it to Qiu Lingfeng, blinked her eyes and said, "I know you don't have any practice techniques, so I specially asked my dad to get them last night. You must practice to the Dowling realm quickly and don't let me down." Qiu Lingfeng was stunned when he saw the cultivation technique in Zi Shaoling's hand and hadn't reacted yet. "What? Are you stupid?" Zi Shaoling waved in front of Qiu Lingfeng and said, "Senior Sister Shaoling, you are so kind to me. I don't know how to thank you." Qiu Lingfeng said, "Why are you thanking me, Senior Sister?" I'm telling you quietly, don't let too many people know that you have magical talents. When you reach the Dowling realm, you will become my father's disciple. Got it? Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes and said, "New." Xiaoling Feng nodded and took the secret manual of martial arts. Zi Shaoling was trying to win him over, but since she had given him a technique to practice with, how could he possibly refuse? Well, remember to return this technique to me once you have mastered it. Don't show it to anyone else. Zi Shaoling warned. By the way, these Tongmai pills are also yours. The new disciple trials will begin in 2 months. If you want to stand out, you must have at least the 7th stage of Tongmai realm. Don't neglect your practice. Zi Shaoling took out another jade bottle from her arms and handed it to Qiuling Feng. Chapter 24. Taking the pill. On the way back to the dormitory, Qiuling Feng took out the Tongmai pill that Zi Shaoling gave him and examined it. There are 5 Tongmai pills inside. Tongmai Dan is not cheap. One pill requires 5,000 points. Here are 25,000 points. At the same time, Qiuling Feng also took a look at the grade of the skills that Zi Shaoling gave him. The best martial art, Moon Wheel Kung Fu. A moon wheel can be formed in the dantian to assist in cultivation at all times. It can be said that Zi Shaoling's gifts are full of sincerity. Although Qiuling Feng was not clear about the situation in the inner courtyard, just based on Zi Shaoling's attitude towards him, it was impossible for him to become a disciple of other elders. After putting all these things into his personal space, Qiuling Feng walked straight towards the dormitory building C9. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Qiuling Feng's communication watch made a sound. Qiuling Feng raised his hand and saw that it was a message from Zhang Xiaonan. The content was roughly asking him whether he had dealt with the matter and asking him to go to the outer courtyard disciple hall after he had done so. It was obvious that Zhang Xiaonan was looking for him because of a mission. It's coming. Qiuling Feng replied with a message and turned around and ran towards the outer courtyard disciple hall. When he arrived at the outer courtyard disciple hall, Zhang Xiaonan and others were waiting for him outside. Ling Feng, these 3 are my roommates, Yilian, Du Shui, and Xiao Yin'er. Zhang Xiaonan introduced. Yilian is a girl who looks very quiet and has a very good appearance. Du Shui has short, neat hair and doesn't dress like a girl. But in Qiuling Feng's opinion, this girl looks quite cool. There was nothing special about Xiao Yin'er. When Qiuling Feng looked at her, she also cast a curious look at him. I told you, Qiuling Feng. Zhang Xiaonan spoke to the 3 people again. How Xiao? Have you guys read the mission? Qiuling Feng turned around and asked Hao Xiao and the others. We're all waiting for you. Hao Xiao shrugged and said, Are you afraid that I will cheat you? Zhang Xiaonan said, Besides, there can't be any powerful monsters near Jinlan City. Qiuling Feng nodded. Then, the 8 of them walked towards the mission area. There are many large screens here, which are filled with various tasks and corresponding rewards. From killing elite monsters and escorting important supplies to trimming flowers and plants and rebuilding buildings in Jinlan City. There are many types of tasks, and the difficulty varies. The rewards for going to the refugee area to kill monsters are also quite good. A 3rd-level slave monster head can earn you 100 points, a 4th-level slave can earn you 300 points, and a 5th-level slave can earn you 500 points. A team has a maximum of 8 members, which is just enough for 2 dormitories. The group accepted the task in a grand manner. After filling in various information, they each received a token to use when leaving Taishan Sword Academy and walking out of Jinlan City. Ling Feng, when did you reach the 5th stage of Tongmai realm? Zhang Xiaonan saw that when Qiuling Feng was filling out the information, the column for cultivation level was written as the 5th stage of Tongmai realm, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. I broke through yesterday morning. Qiuling Feng blinked and said, You really are a monster. Zhang Xiaonan sighed and said, It has only been a short time since you awakened as a warrior, and you have already become a 5th-level warrior in the Tongmai realm. Then, Zhang Xiaonan smiled slightly and said, You have to protect me more in the future. What do I need to protect you for? You are so powerful, do you need my protection? Qiuling Feng chuckled. What? You mean I'm fierce? Zhang Xiaonan frowned. No, absolutely not. Qiuling Feng quickly denied it. Everyone walked out of the outer courtyard disciples hall. The monsters outside Jinlan City don't dare to come out during the day. They only dare to come out at night. We can take this opportunity to prepare. We can gather under the dormitory building at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. How about that? Yi Lian said. The sound is clear and pleasant, as melodious as that of an oriole. Qiuling Feng and others naturally had no objections. Everyone returned to the Bingzhou dormitory building together, and then returned to their own dormitories. Hey, do you think Yi Lian is interested in me? She looked at me several times just now. Hao Xiao covered his face and said with a smile, "You look like a monkey. Is Yi Lian looking at you?" "She is obviously looking at Yi Yuqing." Zhao Bai struck mercilessly. "I have to say that Yi Yuqing is indeed handsome and fair-skinned, and has the potential to be a pretty boy. Okay, you too, hurry up and pack your things." Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but say, "If I hadn't been prepared, I might have died." Hearing this, Hao Xiao and Zhao Bai stopped laughing. After returning to the dormitory together, we began to prepare various equipment. Xiao Lingfeng didn't need to prepare much, but he still brought his backpack. There were a lot of things in it that he brought out from Xingshou village. After packing up the equipment, it was already past noon. Zhao Bai and his friends went to eat, while Xiao Lingfeng asked Hao Xiao and his friends to bring back some food. Then, Xiao Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the bed and started practicing the moonwheel skill that Zi Shaoling had given him. Zi Shaoling had repeatedly warned Xiao Lingfeng not to let anyone else see this martial art, and Xiao Lingfeng certainly would not forget it. Ding dong, the top-grade skill moonwheel skill is detected. Would the host like to spin the devouring points to master it directly? System, how many devouring points do I need to master the moonwheel technique? Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously. Ding dong, there are 3 levels in total in moonwheel skill. It takes 900 devouring points to master all of them, but only 300 devouring points are needed to master the first level. The system gave a reply. Cough. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but cough lightly in embarrassment. Not to mention 900 devouring points. Now I want to get 300 devouring points. This is a big challenge for Xiao Lingfeng. It turns out that direct cultivation doesn't work. Xiao Lingfeng thought about it and put away the moonwheel kung fu. Even if he wanted to master this technique, he couldn't do it all at once. He could only practice it when he had free time. Then, Xiao Lingfeng took out a Tongmai pill. Although the skills require time to practice, Tongmai Dan can instantly improve your cultivation level. After opening his mouth and swallowing the Tongmai pill in one gulp, Xiao Lingfeng felt a warm current appear in his lower abdomen, flowing along his meridians, washing his 6th main meridian over and over again. Although the main meridians were unblocked at a very fast speed, Xiao Lingfeng did not feel any discomfort at all, but instead felt extremely comfortable. This is the benefit of elixirs. After a while, the medicinal power of the Tongmai pill was exhausted. Xiao Lingfeng's 6th main meridian has been opened by 70%. With one more, he would be able to become a warrior at the 6th level of Tongmai realm. This Tongmai pill is really a good thing. Xiao Lingfeng felt excited. Then he took out another Tongmai pill and swallowed it. Chapter 25, Refugee Residential Area. After taking the second Tongmai pill, Xiao Lingfeng's 6th main meridian was almost opened. But there is still a little bit missing. It's still a little short, but we're getting close to a breakthrough. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. Tongmai Dan is indeed a good thing. After taking 2 pills, in less than 10 minutes, he saved more than half a month's practice time. At this time, Hao Xiao and others also came back. They also brought them back in packs. After everyone finished their meal, Yi Yuqing sent a message to everyone. The above records the appearance and levels of various magical beasts that will appear in the refugee settlement area outside Jinlan City. Everyone spent the next bit of time digesting this information. When the time was almost up, Xiao Lingfeng and his companions reunited with Zhang Xiaonan and his 4 companions. Then, the 8 of them walked towards the outside of Jinlan City together. Do you know what monsters will appear outside the city? Xiao Lingfeng asked Zhang Xiaonan. I saw it. Yi Lian sent us a lot of information about Warcraft before, saying that Yi Yuqing sent it to her. While Zhang Xiaonan was speaking, he glanced at Yi Yuqing and said, By the way, Lingfeng, does Yi Yuqing in your dormitory have a girlfriend? I don't know about this, and I haven't asked. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged. Then ask for me. Don't overthink it. I'm asking for a friend of mine. Zhang Xiaonan said. This friend you were talking about, is she? Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Xiaonan with some suspicion. No, don't think too much. Zhang Xiaonan hurriedly denied it. Okay then, I'll go ask him now. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and prepared to ask Yi Yuqing if he had a girlfriend. As a result, Zhang Xiaonan grabbed him and said in panic, Are you stupid? You're asking now? Wait until we come back and ask him. Oh. Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he responded. By the way, Lingfeng, did senior sister Xiaoling want to talk to you about something this morning? Zhang Xiaonan asked again. Oh. Senior sister told me not to neglect my training and to enter the inner courtyard as soon as possible. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Xiao Lingfeng answered casually. Hey, do you think senior sister Xiaoling is interested in you? Why do I always feel that she treats you very well? Zhang Xiaonan asked curiously again. Puff. Xiao Lingfeng burst out laughing when he heard this. What are you thinking about? Have you forgotten that I have awakened my magical talent? Jia is also a genius, so it's normal for senior sister Xiaoling to take care of me. Besides, isn't she the same attitude towards everyone? Zhang Xiaonan thought about it and nodded. That's right. The night before yesterday, senior sister Xiaoling gave me a boxing technique called Tong My Fist and asked me to practice it well. Right. Senior sister Xiaoling is like a boy who gives away money, so don't think too much about it. Xiao Lingfeng echoed. Sneeze. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy, a young girl sneezed violently. Taishan Sword Academy is still some distance away from the Jinlan City Gate. By the time they arrived at the city gate, it was almost 5 o'clock. After showing the token, everyone left the city together. Jinlan City has 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north, and the refugee residential area is built around Jinlan City. Xiaolingfeng and others are now at the East City Gate. Different from the prosperous city, the refugee residential area is a shantytown slum. Low and crowded buildings are densely packed together, and the streets are barely sanitary. Occasionally, there are a few brick and tile houses, and these families are generally relatively wealthy. Several people were walking on the streets of the refugee settlement area, and the uniforms of Taishan Sword Academy disciples on their bodies attracted the attention of the refugees here, especially the female disciples, which made the eyes of some male refugees gradually become hot. Why do I feel like they're going to eat me? Zhang Xiaonan leaned closer to Qiu Lingfeng and whispered, Don't worry, they don't dare to touch us. Qiu Lingfeng said. In front of them, an old man with a white beard and a cane walked over surrounded by the crowd. You are the disciples of Taishan Sword Academy, right? The old man spoke slowly. The voice is very old, but full of energy. Obviously, the old man is also a warrior. Yes, we accepted the mission and came here to hunt monsters. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, I am the head of this refugee settlement. Shall I take you to rest first? The old man spoke. Qiu Lingfeng was about to agree, but Yi Yuqing stopped him and said, Old man, we won't rest. Please tell us about this refugee settlement and where magical beasts often appear so that we can prepare in advance. As he spoke, Yi Yuqing took out a map, which was the map of the refugee area given to him when he accepted the mission. The leader of the refugees was stunned for a moment, then asked someone to bring a pen and drew a few circles on the map. Let's go quickly, Yi Yuqing said. Having said that, he quickly left with everyone. Old Yi, why are you doing this? Hao Xiu frowned and said in confusion. We have to be careful of the refugees in the refugee area. They can do anything to get into Jinlan City. Yi Yuqing said very seriously. Are you afraid that the refugee leader has bad intentions? Qiu Lingfeng reacted and said, That's right. Have you forgotten the crazy looks on the refugees' faces when we entered the city? They didn't dare to attack us openly, but what about in private? Yi Yuqing said, most of the refugees in the refugee area have long been resentful of the people in Jinlan City. They hate why the people in the city didn't save them and didn't let them enter the city. Old Yi, you are too sensitive, aren't you? I think the refugee leader just now is quite kind. Hao Xiu said. Old Yi is right. It's better to be careful. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, The refugee area is very chaotic. Do you think a simple, good-natured person can become the head of the refugee area? So what do we do next? Zhang Xiaonan said puzzledly. To the marked place, of course. Yi Yuqing said. There must be monsters in these places, otherwise they don't have the strength to kill them if we don't kill them. What if there are no monsters? Du Shui asked in confusion. Don't worry about that. Qiu Lingfeng took over the conversation and said, Whether those people want to harm us or not, these addresses cannot be fake. They can't just leave those monsters alone. If they want to harm us, they will definitely choose a place with the most monsters. That's right. Yi Yuqing nodded. Chapter 26, Revenge. Outside Jinlan City, at the farm in refugee residential area number 32. This is the lifeline of this refugee settlement, and most of the refugees' food rations come from here. Part of the crops produced will also be sold to Jinlan City in exchange for other daily necessities. There were also quite a few refugees guarding here. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng and others, they came forward to greet them. Are you disciples of Taishan Sword Academy? A big man came over with a hoe and said vigilantly. That's right. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. That's great. 2 monsters appeared in the granary just now. Now we don't dare to go in. Can you go in and take a look? The big man pointed to the granary not far away and said, No problem. Hao Xiu naturally would not miss this opportunity to show off, and agreed immediately. Take us there now, and we will take care of the monsters for you guys. Hao Xiu patted his chest and said, Good. A group of refugees hurriedly took Qiu Lingfeng and others to the granary. At this time, the door of the granary was still closed, but a strange chewing sound came from inside. When Qiu Lingfeng heard the voice, his nerves tensed up and he drew out the dagger from his waist, kicked the door open. It was already evening and the light in the granary was dim. You can vaguely see two giant rats with red eyes and long tails, more than 2 meters long, lying on the pile of grain and gnawing on it. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng and others, the two giant rats let out strange cries and pounced towards Qiu Lingfeng and others. "Get ready to meet the enemy," Qiu Lingfeng shouted. However, before Qiu Lingfeng and others could react, they felt a force coming from behind and kicked him into the granary. Not only him, but others were also caught off guard and kicked into the granary. Ah! One of Hao Xiu's arms was bitten by the giant rat and then torn off fiercely. One arm was broken directly. Blood spurted out. Bang! The refugees seized the opportunity, ran into the granary in panic, and quickly closed the door. The granary was instantly dark, with only 2 pairs of scarlet eyes revealing a little light. Ah! Du Shui and Xiao Yin'er screamed in fear. Ice-sealed sky eyes. Qiu Lingfeng didn't have time to get up from the ground and use his magical powers. Zhang Xiaonan pulled out the high-intensity flashlight hanging on his right hand and shone it on the ceiling. With the reflected light, everyone was barely able to regain their vision. At this moment, the 2 giant monster rats on the ground had turned into ice sculptures. One of the giant rats had a bloody severed arm in its mouth. "These refugees want to harm us." Yi Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, "Hao Xiu, are you okay?" Zhao Bai pulled up the pale-faced Hao Xiu and asked with concern. "Xiaonan, you have the lowest cultivation level, so you are responsible for taking care of Hao Xiu," Qiu Lingfeng said, then took a step and attacked a giant rat. Click! At this time, the ice on the 2 giant rats melted and they regained their ability to move. At least 2 fifth-level slaves. Qiu Lingfeng's pupil shrank, and he had a preliminary understanding of the levels of the 2 monsters. Yi Yuqing, Zhao Bai, and Yi Lian followed closely behind, rushing towards the other giant red-eyed rat. The 2 giant red-eyed rats reacted extremely quickly and were agile, arriving in front of the people in the blink of an eye. The 2 giant red-eyed rats opened their mouths and bit towards the people. Yi Yuqing and the other 2 worked together to deal with the giant red-eyed rat. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai were not weak to begin with, and they were not at all inferior to the swift-moving red-eyed giant rat. Yi Lian's attacks were fierce, which was totally inconsistent with her appearance. Every move caused injuries, leaving many bleeding wounds on the red-eyed giant rat. Qiu Lingfeng did not have such an easy time. Although the red-eyed giant rat could not bite him, its claws and tail left many scars on his body. This is not a solution. We need to resolve this issue quickly. Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself and glanced at the high-intensity flashlight tied to his right forearm. Without thinking too much, Qiu Lingfeng pulled it out with his left hand and then turned on the flashlight towards the eyes of the red-eyed giant rat. The red-eyed giant rat obviously couldn't adapt to the strong light and immediately turned its head away. Qiu Lingfeng seized the opportunity and said silently in his heart, "Giant claw." The strength of the arms suddenly increased threefold. Qiu Lingfeng only felt that his arms were full of strength at this moment, and he stabbed hard at the head of the red-eyed giant rat. Puff! The dagger pierced directly into the head of the red-eyed giant rat, and scarlet blood flowed out of it. "Die!" Qiu Lingfeng roared angrily and kicked the red-eyed giant rat hard on the neck. He directly knocked the giant red-eyed rat over, and then Qiu Lingfeng took a running start and slid, and the dagger cut a long hole in the abdomen of the giant red-eyed rat. The red-eyed giant rat's internal organs immediately flowed all over the ground. But even so, the red-eyed giant rat did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled to get up and bit Qiu Lingfeng desperately. At this time, using a flashlight to flash the red-eyed giant rat would no longer have any effect. Qiu Lingfeng threw the flashlight in his hand directly over, and at the same time, he held the dagger and stabbed it towards the head of the red-eyed giant rat again. Puff! Qiu Lingfeng once again cut a hole in the red-eyed giant rat's head, and Qiu Lingfeng's arm was also cut with 2 bloody holes by the red-eyed giant rat's sharp teeth. A burning pain surged into Qiu Lingfeng's mind. The dagger in Qiu Lingfeng's hand kept stabbing the red-eyed giant rat's head, and it was almost stabbed into a sieve. The red-eyed giant rat's teeth were tightly biting on Qiu Lingfeng's arm, refusing to let go. Finally, the body of the red-eyed giant rat fell to the ground with a loud bang, lifeless. Qiu Lingfeng's arm was also covered in blood. Du Shui and Xiao Yin'er ran over and struggled to pry open the mouth of the giant red-eyed rat. At this time, There was a wound on Qiu Lingfeng's arm that was deep enough to see the bone. In just a few blinks of an eye, blood filled the wound and flowed out. Lingfeng, are you okay? Du Shui asked. Go help Lao Yi and Zhao Bai. Don't worry about me for now. Qiu Lingfeng roared. Ding dong, there is a dying monster nearby. Host, do you choose to devour it? The system sounded. Swallow. Qiu Lingfeng would not hesitate for a moment. Ding dong, the host is devouring the 5th level slave monster Dark Night Rat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical talent, Night Vision. Congratulations to the host for his advancement to the 6th stage of Tongmai Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 devouring points. The system sounded a prompt. Qiu Lingfeng glanced at the other giant red-eyed rat. Yi Yuqing and the other two were already fighting that giant red-eyed rat with ease. It became even easier with the addition of Du Shui and Xiao Yan'er. The giant red-eyed rat was almost dying. Only when the giant red-eyed rat died completely did Qiu Lingfeng breathe a sigh of relief. His hands and head felt sore and swollen, which was the after-effect of using his magical talent. At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng looked at the tightly closed door with a fierce look. These refugees. I'll settle accounts with them when I get out. Chapter 27. Repaying Evil with Kindness. 2 monster corpses fell to the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yuqing and others hurried to Hao Xiu to check his injuries. At this time, Zhang Xiaonan had already treated Hao Xiu's wound and stopped the bleeding. Are you okay? Yi Lian walked up to Qiu Lingfeng and asked. Fine. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. Zhang Xiaonan ran over and started bandaging his arm. How is Hao Xiu? Qiu Lingfeng asked. He has a broken arm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stay in Taishan Sword Academy. Yi Lian said on the side. He can't stay in Taishan Sword Academy? Qiu Lingfeng's pupils shrank, and he turned his head to look at Hao Xiu. Yesterday, Mr. Hao boasted to them and talked about the future. Today, one of my arms was bitten off by a giant red-eyed rat, and I can no longer stay in Taishan Sword Academy. A Tongmai Realm warrior who has lost an arm can be said to have lost the qualifications to advance to the Dowling Realm. For most people, only after the 8 main meridians in the body are connected can there be enough spiritual energy to condense into a Tao seed in the Dantian. The loss of an arm also means the loss of a main meridian. One can imagine how difficult it is to condense the Tao seed with the cultivation level of the 7th stage of Tongmai Realm. These damn refugees. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but clench his fists. They clearly came here to help the refugees kill the monsters, but these people repaid their kindness with hatred and wanted to kill them here. Don't use too much force. The wound is bleeding again. Zhang Xiaonan frowned and said angrily. You don't have to be so angry. Yi Lian slowly spoke. Everyone has his own destiny. Besides, it might be a good thing for Hao Xiu to leave Taishan Sword Academy now. What do you mean? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Yi Lian and said. Yi Lian glanced at Qiu Lingfeng and said nothing more, but walked over to Yi Yuqing and the others. Okay, you get up too. Zhang Xiaonan bandaged Qiu Lingfeng's arm, clapped his hands and said. Qiu Lingfeng took a look at the bandage on his arm, which was bright red. What made him most speechless was that Zhang Xiaonan actually tied his bandage with a bow. Hao Xiu, how are you? Qiu Lingfeng walked over and looked at Hao Xiu Dao. At this time, Hao Xiu's face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his right arm was empty. The bleeding had stopped temporarily. I didn't expect that you, Lingfeng, have magical talents. If it weren't for your magical talents, I would have died there. Hao Xiu showed his big white teeth and smiled at Qiu Lingfeng. After Hao Xiu said this, the others also looked at Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng alone dealt with a giant red-eyed rat, and his strength was obviously much stronger than the others. You know, the other red-eyed giant rat was dealt with by everyone working together. You still have the heart to laugh at a time like this? Qiu Lingfeng said speechlessly. Since you still have the strength to speak, Hao Xiu, then there's probably no big problem. Then, Qiu Lingfeng glanced at everyone and said, the refugees outside are a big problem now. How are we going to get out? Beat? That's definitely not possible. It's okay if it's one-on-one, but if those refugees come in droves, Qiu Lingfeng and his students can't be stopped. We just have to leave quickly. Yi Yuqing shook his head. Just leave? Aren't you going to avenge Hao Xiu? Qiu Lingfeng said in confusion. We can only go back and report to the elders of the outer courtyard. If we solve it privately, we will be sanctioned by Jinlan City. Yi Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, what kind of logic is this? They want to kill us, but we have to swallow our anger and run back? We came here to kill monsters for them. Isn't it too much for these refugees to repay kindness with hatred? Xiao Lingfeng clenched his fist in dissatisfaction. Refugees are a vulnerable group. Yi Yuqing looked up into Xiao Lingfeng's eyes and said word by word. Moreover, the actions of those refugees cannot represent the refugee group as a whole. What a vulnerable group. Can vulnerable groups bully others at will? Xiao Lingfeng clenched his fist. Xiao Lingfeng, calm down. We need to hurry back now. Yi Lian spoke up. By this time, Zhao Bai had already dealt with the corpses of the two monsters. Strange, Ling Feng. The essence of the demon beast you killed has almost dissipated. It is no different from a wild beast. Zhao Bai said in surprise, holding up the heads of two giant red-eyed rats. This may be due to my magical talent. This should not affect the completion of the mission, right? Xiao Lingfeng said. It doesn't matter. Zhao Bai shook his head and continued. By the way, Ling Feng, the demon beast you just killed still has a demon core in its body. As he spoke, Zhao Bai took out a magic core from his arms and handed it to Xiao Lingfeng. A magic core of a 5th-level servant monster is worth 5,000 points. You've made a fortune this time, Zhao Bai said excitedly. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the magic core in his hand and nodded. The chance of a magic core being born in a slave-level monster is extremely small, which also causes the price of a magic core to be much higher than that of a monster. Let's share the points from selling this magic core. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Hao Xiao and spoke. Du Shui and Xiao Yinner's faces lit up with joy. With 5,000 points to be divided among 8 people, no matter how it was divided, the two of them would be able to get at least 500 points. After putting away the magic core, Xiao Lingfeng turned his head and looked towards the door. The walls of the granary are made of stone and are very hard and cannot be broken at all. The ventilation windows are located too high, which is not ideal either. So the only exit is still this wooden door. Just when Xiao Lingfeng was thinking about whether to break in the door by force, the door was opened. Several men, sweating profusely, ran in, looking panicked. Hurry up and save us, save us. A monster appeared on that side of the street and has killed several people. Hurry up and kill that monster. Several men spoke at the same time. How did you treat us before? Xiao Lingfeng looked at those people with a cold expression and said, Let's go. Back to Jinlan City. Xiao Lingfeng said, Ling Feng, let's go over there. Yi Yuqing spoke at this time. Why? Xiao Lingfeng turned his head and looked at Yi Yuqing. If we leave it alone, more refugees will die at the hands of monsters. We should save as many as we can. Yi Yuqing said, You want to repay evil with kindness? How can we repay kindness? These refugees want to kill us. Xiao Lingfeng said, Ling Feng, you should go and help them. There are always innocent people. Hao Xiao spoke with difficulty. As soon as Hao Xiao opened his mouth, Xiao Lingfeng was at a loss. All right. Xiao Lingfeng agreed, and then looked at the refugees and said, Where is the monster? Take us there quickly. Chapter 28 Coma. A group of refugees, along with Xiao Lingfeng and others, rushed towards the place where the monster appeared. Hao Xiao directly threw it to Zhao Bai to carry on his back. On the street, you can see a terrifying giant rat with red eyes, about the size of 2 or 3 dogs, from afar. It's much bigger than the giant red-eyed rat in the granary. There is no doubt that the level of this red-eyed giant rat is definitely higher than the 2 red-eyed giant rats just now. The giant red-eyed rat had a mouth full of blood and many wounds on its body. Several refugees with cultivation surrounded the giant red-eyed rat. There were several ordinary people nearby who had been attacked by the red-eyed giant rats. One of them had his intestines flowing out of his abdomen and was dying. Ling Feng, this red-eyed giant rat is even stronger. What should we do? Zhang Xiaonan looked at the giant rat with red eyes and said with a pale face. She originally felt disgusted by creatures like mice, but now there was such a big one in front of her, and she felt disgusted and terrified at the same time. Of course, we will cooperate with these refugees to kill the giant red-eyed rats. Xiao Lingfeng said. Zhang Xiaonan, you stay here and take good care of Hao Xiao. Everyone else, come up with me. After saying that, Xiao Lingfeng drew out his dagger and rushed towards the battle circle. The others did not have time to hesitate and followed him up. It has to be said that the cultivation base of these refugee warriors in the refugee area is not low, and they are at least at the 5th level of Tongmai realm. Especially the leader of the refugees, despite his old age, he is not at all inferior to those young warriors. This shows how powerful he was when he was young. You can take the head of this monster back with you, but you must leave the other parts behind. The refugee leader spoke up. To make up for our losses. No problem. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and agreed. The others were obviously dissatisfied with the conditions set by the refugee leader. However, since Xiao Lingfeng had agreed, They had nothing more to say. As Qiu Lingfeng and others joined the battle, Qiu Lingfeng felt that the warriors in the refugee area were gradually losing their strength. It even intentionally or unintentionally attracted the attacks of monsters, which fell on Qiu Lingfeng and his companions. These guys. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but feel annoyed. These people in the refugee area were really unreasonable. They clearly came here to help, but these refugees wanted to kill them. Is it to kill them and then impersonate them to sneak into Jinlan City? Not all of them. I'm afraid he is just jealous that the disciples of Taishian Sword Academy can enter Jinlan City and enjoy a safe and peaceful life. Although he was annoyed, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't lose his temper at this moment. Ice-sealed sky eyes. A gleam of light appeared between his eyebrows, and then a cold light flashed across. The giant red-eyed rat was directly frozen. Immediately afterwards, the disciples' attacks fell on the red-eyed giant rat. These solid ice will only restrict the movements of the red-eyed giant rat and will not hinder the attacks of the crowd. This is the magic of supernatural talents. At the same time that Qiu Lingfeng displayed this magical talent, the refugees in the refugee area also cast envious glances, but also a little jealousy. They were not moved at all by Qiu Lingfeng and others fighting against monsters to protect them. In just a blink of an eye, the ice on the monster's body dissipated. Retreat quickly. Qiu Lingfeng shouted hurriedly. Everyone retreated, and the giant red-eyed rat looked at Qiu Lingfeng and pounced on him like crazy. It understood that Qiu Lingfeng posed the greatest threat to it. Oh no, it wants to attack Lingfeng. Yi Yuqing's face changed and he shouted. At this time, Qiu Lingfeng had just finished displaying his magical talent and was weak. If you are attacked by a red-eyed giant rat, the consequences will be disastrous. But at this moment, a warrior from the refugee area appeared behind Qiu Lingfeng. Then, the warrior, accidentally, fell down. As luck would have it, Qiu Lingfeng was pushed into the mouth of the giant red-eyed rat. Lingfeng. No. Yi Yuqing and others cried out in surprise and hurriedly ran towards Qiu Lingfeng. Giant claw. Qiu Lingfeng didn't expect that someone would push him at this time, but there was no time for him to dodge, so he could only go ahead. Tong my fist. Qiu Lingfeng punched out, and the spiritual energy flowed through his pores, penetrated into his body, and punched out on his fist along his meridians. The 8th section of Tong my fist. It is also the only move in Tong my fist that has actual attack power. Only this move can allow Qiu Lingfeng to temporarily possess an aura attack similar to the spiritual power attack of a Daoling realm powerhouse. However, the disadvantage of this move when used for attack is also very obvious. That is, it causes great damage to the meridians. The meridians of a warrior in the Tongmai realm are not as strong as those of a warrior in the Daoling realm. When Qiu Lingfeng was practicing, the flow of his spiritual energy was slow, and after a long time he would feel swelling and pain in his meridians. What's more, at this moment, the spiritual energy entered his body almost instantly, circulated around in an instant, and then burst out in an instant. As the punch was thrown, Qiu Lingfeng only felt a burning pain in his meridians, and it was too late for him to react. Bang! Qiu Lingfeng's punch hit the red-eyed giant rat's head hard. The cultivation level of the 6th stage of Tongmai realm means 3 times the strength, 3,600 pounds, plus an aura attack that is comparable to the spiritual power attack of a Daoling realm powerhouse. This punch directly pierced through the head of the red-eyed giant rat. A huge bloody hole appeared in the red-eyed giant rat in an instant, and a blood mist burst out. Qiu Lingfeng's right hand was also covered in blood, and his arm gradually drooped down. Then, the body fell backwards unconsciously. Continuously displaying 2 magical powers again consumed a lot of Qiu Lingfeng's spirit and body. Coupled with the terrifying spiritual energy impact of the 8th stage of Tongmai Fist, it also caused severe damage to his meridians. He is exhausted now. Before his body fell, Qiu Lingfeng felt that he was falling on a soft body. Yi Yuqing and others ran over in panic. As for what he was shouting anxiously, Qiu Lingfeng could no longer hear it clearly. Before he lost consciousness, he shouted at the corpse of the red-eyed giant rat. Swallow. Then, he fell into a coma. He just fainted due to exhaustion. I'm afraid that using the freezing magical power twice in a row must have caused him a lot of damage. After Yi Lian checked the condition of Qiu Lingfeng in her arms, she breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. When Yi Lian said this, Yi Yuqing and others breathed a sigh of relief. What did you mean by pushing Lingfeng just now? Zhao Bai glared at the warrior who had just pushed Qiu Lingfeng and roared angrily. At the same time, with red eyes, he attacked the warrior. However, before Zhao Bai's fist landed, the leader of the refugees easily took on Zhao Bai's attack. He didn't do it on purpose. He just fell down. The refugee leader said calmly, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he looked at Qiu Lingfeng. This kid is quite good. Not only does he possess magical powers, he can even kill an 8th-level slave monster with a single punch. Although the 8th-level slave monster is already at the end of its strength and does not have much fighting power left. But it is still incredible that he was killed by just one punch from Qiu Lingfeng. One can't help but sigh that the younger generation is formidable. A little more jealous. Chapter 29 Return to Jinlan City. Not on purpose? When Xiaobai heard this, his face turned red with anger. Since no one is hurt now, it's okay for me to apologize, right? The warrior who pushed the man came out and said. Then he lowered his head and said, sorry. Seeing the warrior's apologetic attitude, all the disciples became even more furious. It was obvious that he pushed Qiu Lingfeng on purpose, but it ended up making him seem as if he had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Xiaonan was gritting his teeth and could hardly bear it any longer. However, she understood that the leader of the refugees could easily withstand Xiaobai's attack, which proved that the leader's cultivation was very high. At least it's not someone that they, the disciples, can afford to provoke. Everything will have to wait until we return to Taishan Sword Academy. Let's take Ling Feng and Hao Xiu back first. Yi Yuqing narrowed his eyes and exhaled. Let's take our time to settle this account. Yi Yuqing gritted his teeth and said fiercely, well, let's take our time. Yi Lian glanced at Yi Yuqing, nodded, and said. After these two people spoke up, the others turned their attention back to Qiu Lingfeng and Hao Xiu. As for the head of the giant red-eyed rat, it had been completely smashed to pieces, so I'm afraid there's no way to claim the reward. As for the body, they certainly couldn't take it away. Even if they didn't leave quickly, there was no guarantee what these refugees would do to them. The group left quickly. The leader of the refugees stood with his hands behind his back, squinting his eyes as he watched everyone leave. Captain of the refugees, this demon beast's corpse. All its essence has dissipated. A warrior reported after examining the body of the red-eyed giant rat. What? The essence is gone? The refugee leader's face changed when he heard this. The value of a Warcraft corpse lies in its body, which has been transformed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth it absorbed during its lifetime. Leather can be used to make armor, bones can be used to make weapons, and even meat can be eaten to assist in spiritual practice. Once the essence is lost, it is just an ordinary beast corpse. The corpse of an 8th-level slave monster is not cheap and can be sold for 1,000,000 yuan on the market. And this 1,000,000 is just gone like that? I'm afraid it was the boy who did it. Naturally, the refugee leader thought of Qiu Lingfeng. But soon, he shook his head again. He didn't think Qiu Lingfeng could do anything to him, a martial artist at the 8th level of Tongmai realm. I heard that some servant monsters would choose to dissipate all their cultivation and launch a dying attack when they die. I'm afraid it's because of this reason that this corpse has become an ordinary beast corpse. The refugee leader thought to himself, cut up this body and divide it up. The refugee leader spoke. After the disciples returned to Jinlan City, they rushed towards Taishan Sword Academy. Xiaobai carried Hao Xiu on his back, and Yi Yuqing carried Qiu Lingfeng on his back. The four girls followed closely behind. When they arrived at the medical room, a nurse began to treat Hao Xiu and Qiu Lingfeng. What no one expected was that Qiu Lingfeng's injuries were far more serious than they had imagined. From the outside, there was only a wound on the arm, but the meridians in the body were scarred by the impact of spiritual energy. Even with the subsidy from Taishan Sword Academy, one would need 1,000 disciple points to heal the injuries on the meridians. Xiaobai and his friends scraped together enough points to finally collect 1,000 points and use them to give Qiu Lingfeng medicine. As for Hao Xiu's situation, it was not so good. A broken arm basically meant the end of his career as a warrior. It's not that he can no longer practice, but that he can only remain at the 7th level of Tongmai realm in this lifetime. Although I have to leave Taishan Sword Academy, at least I can still stay in Jinlan City. After all, I am a 5th level Tongmai realm warrior now, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to make a living. Hao Xiu smiled freely and said, I don't know whether he was saying this to Xiaobai and the others, or to comfort himself. His cultivation level is not even at the spiritual realm, and he is not a disciple of Taishan Sword Academy who needs to carry out tasks. It would be more accurate to say that he was trapped in Jinlan City rather than staying in it. Brother-in-law, why are you my cousin-in-law? Zhang Xiaonan sat in front of Qiu Lingfeng's bed, muttering to himself. At this time, Yi Lian and Yi Yuqing walked in. Where did you two go? Du Shui looked at the two of them and said. At this time, Yi Lian and Yi Yuqing's breathing was a little rapid, and Yi Lian's face was a little red. It's hard not to make people think wrongly. Nothing. Yilian shook her head and sat aside. Yi Yuqing sighed, scratched his hair, and sat next to Zhao Bai. Wow, Lao Yi, you caught up with the class bell so quickly? Zhao Bai said in surprise. I'm chasing you, you big-headed ghost. Yi Yuqing rolled his eyes and said, she and I were planning to go out and do something, but we didn't get it done. Zhao Bai glanced at Yilian, whose face was red, nodded, smiled, you know what I mean, and said, I understand. Old Yi, you are too impatient, aren't you? Ling Feng is still in bed now. Go, go, go. As soon as Yi Yuqing saw Zhao Bai's wretched look, he knew that Zhao Bai was thinking badly. Xiao Yanner brought back food for everyone. After the meal, Yi Yuqing asked the girls to go back to the dormitory first. Wait until Qiu Lingfeng wakes up, then send them a message. The next morning, Qiu Lingfeng opened his eyes. I glanced around and found myself in an unfamiliar environment. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai were resting on chairs not far away, and Hao Xiu was also lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. I'm back. Qiu Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, lay on the pillow, and closed his eyes again. At this moment, he was still very tired. This tiredness was mental, and this was the aftereffect of using the frozen sky eyes. Using the frozen sky eyes and giant claws twice in a row put a huge strain on his mind and body. What's more, he used the 8th stage of Tongmai Fist at the end. The spiritual energy directly impacted his meridians throughout his body. Oh, I remember I seem to have devoured the monster in the end. Qiu Lingfeng vaguely remembered that he had swallowed the giant red-eyed rat before he fell into a coma. But he didn't know what the system was swallowing. Quickly bring up the properties panel. Host, Qiu Lingfeng. Cultivation, 6th stage of Tongmai Realm. Skill, none. Martial arts, Tongmai Fist. Magical talents, Frozen Sky Eyes, Giant Claws, Night Vision. Devouring points, 120. Fusion chance, 0. The devouring point is 120? That should mean it's devoured. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the swallowing point in surprise and said, but why are there no new magical talents this time? Qiu Lingfeng said in confusion. Ding dong, devouring the same kind of magical beast will only enhance the corresponding magical talent. The system gave a reply. So that's how it is. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. When he devoured 3 burrowing rats, he did not obtain 3 magical talents. This was probably the reason. Chapter 30 Mastering the Kung Fu. It seems that the best way to earn devouring points is to hunt monsters. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the 120 swallowing points and thought to himself. And 1/3 of his 7th main meridian was also opened. The remaining few Tongmai pills should be able to allow him to break through to the 7th level of Tongmai Realm. As for the Moonwheel technique, Qiu Lingfeng has no plans to practice it for the time being. As he had no foundation in martial arts, it was somewhat difficult for him to directly learn high-quality martial arts. So Qiu Lingfeng had 2 choices, either to learn a lower-level martial arts technique first, or to directly use the devouring points to master the Moonwheel skill. By the way, doesn't the system also have a technique? Qiu Lingfeng suddenly had an idea and entered the system mall. Then, Qiu Lingfeng chose the column about martial arts. Breathing technique, 10 devouring points, low-grade skill. Burning veins technique, 100 devouring points, medium-grade technique. Ice mysterious art, 500 devouring points, top-grade art. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the prices of these skills and suddenly fell silent. Wow, this technique is quite expensive. System, I bought a technique from the system mall. Do I still need to use the devouring points to get started? Qiu Lingfeng asked curiously. Ding dong, the host can directly master the first level of the skills and martial arts purchased from the system mall, but subsequent upgrades can only be upgraded by swallowing points. The system gave a reply. Qiu Lingfeng already had an answer in his mind at this time. Qiu Lingfeng can practice the martial arts skills acquired from the outside world on his own or directly master them by using the devouring points. However, although Qiu Lingfeng can directly master the first level of the martial arts skills purchased from the system mall, subsequent upgrades can only be made by swallowing points, and the level cannot be increased through practice. It seems that although the skills in the system mall are easy to obtain, they also have significant limitations. Forget it. Now I need to quickly improve my strength, system, and purchase the burning veins technique. Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and finally said, Ding dong. The host purchased the burning veins technique and mastered the complete burning veins technique. Didn't we agree to only master the first level? How come you mastered the whole thing? Qiu Lingfeng listened to the system's prompt and couldn't help but feel confused, and then opened the information on the burning veins technique. Kung Fu, burning veins technique. Grade, medium. Description 1. Absorbing spiritual energy, generating meridian fire in the body's meridians, burning impurities in the meridians, and quickly connecting the meridians. It can be called the first magical skill in the Tongmai realm, but the subsequent realms are weak in practice. This skill has only one level, namely the Tongmai chapter. Description 2. After entering the Dowling realm, you can use this technique to comprehend the mid-level martial arts, mysterious fire technique. Puff. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the system prompt and felt that he had been cheated again. My goodness, he thought the system was so kind as to give him a complete set of skills. I didn't expect that this technique only has one level. Moreover, only the Tongmai realm is the most useful, and the ones after that are of little use. Generally speaking, mid-level skills are sufficient to cultivate to the 6th level of Dowling. Qiu Lingfeng naturally thought that this middle-grade martial art was the same, but he didn't expect that this middle-grade martial art was unconventional and was only useful in the Tongmai realm. However, the second effect of this technique is quite good. At least it gives a mid-level martial art. However, it can only be comprehended in the Dowling realm, which is also a high threshold. Only warriors in the Dowling realm possess spiritual power in their bodies, while warriors in the Tongmai realm are just mortals who can only absorb spiritual energy to strengthen their bodies, but cannot use spiritual energy to generate spiritual power in their bodies. Qiu Lingfeng climbed up from the hospital bed. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai were not sleeping deeply and woke up immediately after hearing the noise. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng awake, both of them were delighted. Yi Yuqing said, "Lingfeng, you finally woke up. How do you feel?" Fortunately, apart from my eyes being a little sleepy, nothing else happened. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said, "How is Hao Xiu doing?" "Hao Xiu is fine now, but he lost a hand. I'm afraid he won't be able to stay in Taishin Sword Academy." Yi Yuqing glanced at Hao Xiu, who was still sleeping, and said, "I see." Qiu Lingfeng turned his head to look at Hao Xiu and also felt a little regretful. "I'll send a message to Xiaolian and the others first, telling them that you're awake." Yi Yuqing said. "Xiaolian?" Qiu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Old Yi, you are really good. You caught up with Yi Lian so quickly?" No, you're overthinking it." Yi Yuqing's forehead darkened, and he said speechlessly, I understand. Qiu Lingfeng nodded in agreement. "What do you know?" "You know." Yi Yuqing vomited blood in his heart. What are these two misunderstandings? Yi Lian is his cousin, okay? By the way, Lingfeng, I was unable to teach that refugee who harmed you yesterday a lesson. The leader of the refugees was too powerful. Zhao Bai said with a guilty look on his face. "It's okay. At worst, I won't go to that refugee area anymore. Let them fend for themselves." Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. "There is more than one refugee area near Jinlan City. I will just not go to that one in the future. Also, Lingfeng, the monster you killed last night had its head smashed, so you can't claim the reward. That monster looks like an 8th level servant monster, which can be exchanged for 2,000 points. Zhao Bai said with a look of heartache. "If you lose points, you can earn them again. As long as you are safe, it's fine." Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. After a while, Zhang Xiaonan and 3 others arrived here. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng wake up, Zhang Xiaonan's face lit up with joy, but then he frowned and blamed. "Lingfeng, you just woke up. Why don't you lie down on the bed and rest?" "I'm fine. I just went to bed early last night." Qiu Lingfeng chuckled and said. "Lingfeng, Xiaonan was so worried about you last night. Why don't you go back to bed quickly, or she will start nagging us when she returns to the dormitory and make us upset." Du Shui smiled and said. Zhang Xiaonan's face flushed immediately, and he said quickly. "Who mentioned him?" "Du Shui. I warn you not to say anything careless. You just woke up. You should rest for a while. I'll ask the school doctor to check your physical condition again. Your meridians were damaged last night." Yi Lian looked at Qiu Lingfeng and spoke. "All right." Seeing so many people asking him to lie on the bed, Qiu Lingfeng could only nod and return to bed. After a while, Yi Lian came back with the school doctor and nurse and checked Qiu Lingfeng's body. He recovered very quickly. I originally thought that given his condition, he wouldn't wake up until at least tomorrow. The school doctor gave Qiu Lingfeng a quick checkup and said. At this time, Hao Xiu was also woken up. After asking the nurse to change his medicine, the group left the infirmary. After returning to the dormitory, Qiu Lingfeng washed up and then ran to the outer courtyard disciple hall. After selling the magic core, Qiu Lingfeng returned the points that everyone had paid last night, and then each person transferred another 500 points. Then, Qiu Lingfeng entered the primary training room. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and a Tongmai pill appeared in his hand. He swallowed it in one gulp, and then with the help of the rich spiritual energy, he began to practice the burning veins technique. Chapter 31. The 8th Stage of Tongmai Realm. As soon as the burning meridians technique was activated, Qiu Lingfeng felt that the meridians in his body began to burn, and the invisible fire in the meridians began to burn. It continued to penetrate his meridians, and with the help of the medicinal power of the Tongmai pill, it only took half an hour. One half of his 7th main meridian was opened. At this rate, I have a chance to break through to the 8th level of Tongmai Realm. Qiu Lingfeng was very excited. Then, repeat the above steps. The only thing that Qiu Lingfeng couldn't bear was the burning heat in his meridians, but the improvement in his cultivation was visible. It can be said that it is painful and happy. After becoming unable to bear the burning sensation in his meridians, Qiu Lingfeng began to perform the Tongmai fist. By alternating between the two cultivation methods, the speed at which his meridians opened up became extremely fast. 12 hours passed. Qiu Lingfeng's 7th main meridian has been completely opened, indicating that he has entered the 7th stage of the meridian opening realm. Possesses a basic strength of 1,400 kilograms. As long as one more main meridian is opened, I can try to absorb spiritual energy and condense the Tao seed in my body. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but think excitedly. No wonder senior sister Xiaoling said that cultivation is very simple. As long as the resources are in place, a pig can cultivate to the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm. Qiu Lingfeng said again. In Xingshou village, there are no techniques or martial arts for cultivation, let alone the magical meridian opening pill. Cultivation relies entirely on instinct, so progress is slow. Condensing the Tao seed is the real threshold on the road of cultivation. Cuckoo. Qiu Lingfeng's stomach started growling again. After touching his stomach, Qiu Lingfeng ran to the disciples' cafeteria to eat. His cultivation level improved again, and Qiu Lingfeng's running speed also increased a lot. Not to mention 10 meters in one step, at least 5 meters is possible. Because of the energy consumption of cultivation, Qiu Lingfeng's appetite has increased a lot. After eating and drinking, Qiu Lingfeng went back to the training room. He doesn't think he's a gifted child, and cross-level battles, cross-border battles, etc., have nothing to do with him. Fighting the enemy across borders is like dancing on swords. The tolerance for error is too low. In comparison, it is safer to crush someone with the realm. The error tolerance rate is greatly improved, so it doesn't matter even if the opponent is able to fight against a higher level opponent. As long as your level is high enough, you can still crush them easily. Therefore, Qiu Lingfeng could only practice hard. What's more, in this world, only strength can bring a sense of security. The city seemed safe, but it could not withstand the tide of monsters. Throughout history, several cities have fallen to the tide of monsters. It has to be said that the burning veins technique can truly be regarded as the #1 magical skill in the open veins realm. The speed at which the meridian fire penetrates the meridians is such that one breath can be equivalent to Qiu Lingfeng's previous 1 hour of practice. Practicing in the practice room for half a day is equivalent to the practice speed of others in half a year. Of course, such an abnormal speed of cultivation can only be achieved in the Tongmai realm. The fire of meridians is only effective in opening up the meridians. After practicing Tongmai fist together, Qiu Lingfeng finally reached the 8th level of Tongmai realm after 2 full days. After all the meridians in his body were opened up, Qiu Lingfeng felt that the spiritual energy flowing in his body became more and more clear. The 8 main meridians were all filled with spiritual energy, which brought Qiu Lingfeng 1,600 kilograms of strength. The 8th stage of Tongmai realm is indeed very different from the previous realm. Qiu Lingfeng felt the extremely clear spiritual energy between heaven and earth and said excitedly. If he had sensed spiritual energy before as if through a layer of frosted glass, now he felt as if that layer of frosted glass had been removed. And after that, it is time to condense the Tao seed. Tao seed is the seed of martial arts. It is also the concrete manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the body. Martial artists at the Daoling realm all have a Tao seed in their dantian. There are 6 realms of Daoling, and each realm will bring changes. As long as he condenses the Tao seed, Qiu Lingfeng will officially step into the first realm of Tao spirit. The spiritual energy in my body is not yet sufficient, so I must not rush into condensing the Tao seed. Although Qiu Lingfeng really wanted to condense the Tao seed on the spot, his reason still restrained him. Tao seeds are also divided into different grades, and there is also a chance of failure. Every time the Tao seed fails to condense, the difficulty of the next condensation will increase. Every breakthrough opportunity is extremely precious. Qiu Lingfeng cannot be impulsive. You must wait until the right time before absorbing spiritual energy to condense the Tao seed. After leaving the disciple hall, Qiu Lingfeng returned to the dormitory. You kid, it's like you're living in a training room. You can't even find anyone. As soon as he got back, Xiaobai said unhappily, isn't the new disciple trial coming up in 2 months? I can't let my guard down. Qiu Lingfeng laughed and said, how can we freshmen have such a chance? You know that we disciples from the village don't have any good resources. Even if the concentration of spiritual energy in Taishan Sword Academy is high, it will take several months for us to break through. Xiaobai shrugged and said, as for you, your points are blown by the wind. When others are about to break through, they make up their minds to go to the training room to practice, but you are just like living there. Ha ha ha. Qiu Lingfeng laughed, but did not say that he had already reached the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Now Qiu Lingfeng can be said to have completed the journey of a Tongmai realm warrior. You just need to accumulate strength to sprint to the Daoling realm. Now he is able to fight even against the local disciples of Jinlan City. How's Xiao? How's your job search going? Qiu Lingfeng turned his head and looked at Hao Xiao, who looked a little dazed, and asked, yes, I have found him. He is working as a security guard in a large family. Hao Xiao nodded and said, which big family? We can come to you later. Qiu Lingfeng said in surprise. The Yi family is also one of the top 5 families in the entire Jinlan City. Hao Xiao said, Lingfeng, I'm moving out tomorrow. Hao Xiao said again, well, I wish you success in your career. Then you can pick up a girl from a big family and show her to us brothers. Qiu Lingfeng chuckled and said, it's not good to say too many words of farewell. Do you think it's so easy to pick up a young lady from a big family? Yi Yuqing rolled his eyes and said, but, Hao Xiao, let me tell you, miss, you don't have to think about it. It's not bad to chase a maid. There are many beautiful maids in the Yi family. Old Yi, how do you know so much? Xiaobai asked with a frown. Guess. Yi Yuqing paused and said, Chapter 32, Seeking Help from Zi Shaoling. In the next few days, Qiu Lingfeng stopped practicing his skills in martial arts. Because his 8 main meridians have been completely opened up, the Burning Meridians technique and Opening Meridians fist have no effect on his practice. At this time, Qiu Lingfeng calmed down and began to absorb spiritual energy and accumulate foundation. Qiu Lingfeng estimated that in another month, the spiritual energy in his 8 main meridians would reach the standard of condensing into a Dao seed. However, Xiaobai and Yi Yuqing were curious when they saw that Qiu Lingfeng had not been to the training room for several days. Could it be that this kid's enthusiasm was just passing through 3 minutes? Don't want to practice well? Lingfeng, it's not a good idea for you to stay in the dormitory like this. Why don't you take on some missions? At least you can earn some points. Yi Yuqing looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said, 2. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and nodded. He only has a little over 100 points left now, and if he eats for a few more days, they will be gone. So are you guys going to leave or not? Qiu Lingfeng asked. Of course we'll go together. Xiaobai and Yuqing said, should we still accept the mission in the refugee area? Xiaobai asked, the refugee area? I don't really want to go there. Let's talk about it after we get to the disciple hall. Qiu Lingfeng's mouth twitched. What happened in the refugee zone last time was still fresh in his mind, and it made him feel sick. I'll contact Xiaolian and the others. It will be safer if we act together. Yi Yuqing said, hey, Lao Yi, tell me the truth. Do you have a girlfriend? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Yi Yuqing, patted his shoulder, and asked earnestly. No. Yi Yuqing replied speechlessly. Why? Do you want to introduce someone to me? Then what's going on between you and Yilian? You're calling each other so intimately. Qiu Lingfeng asked curiously. Maybe she and I were from the same family 500 years ago. I'm too lazy to explain. Yi Yuqing rolled his eyes. All right. Only then did Qiu Lingfeng give up. After packing their bags, everyone went downstairs together. When going downstairs, Qiu Lingfeng seized the opportunity and sent a message to Zhang Xiaonan. The content is, Yi Yuqing has no girlfriend, no insider, the news is true. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the message was sent, Zhang Xiaonan replied immediately. So you haven't forgotten what I said? Okay, I get it. Qiu Lingfeng, so, is this friend of yours really you? Zhang Xiaonan, what do you mean? Would I be interested in a pretty boy like Yi Yuqing? As for my friend's name, you'll know it in a few days when she gets Yi Yuqing. Looking at the message from Zhang Xiaonan, Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened. Not interested in gigolos? Doesn't that mean she prefers rough-looking guys like Xiaobai? However, Qiu Lingfeng also began to become curious about who this friend Zhang Xiaonan was talking about. She even wants to pursue Yi Yuqing. Could it be Yi Lian? It always seems unlikely. Although he didn't have much contact with Yi Lian, he knew that Yi Lian was not that kind of girl. At least Yi Yuqing is not yet at the level that can drive women crazy. Qiu Lingfeng, by the way, will you guys come with us to take on the mission? Zhang Xiaonan, accept the mission? What mission? It's not going to be another refugee zone, is it? It seems that the events in the refugee area have left Zhang Xiaonan with a deep psychological trauma. Qiu Lingfeng, no, we'll talk about it when we get to the disciple hall. Will you come to the dormitory? Zhang Xiaonan, Yi Lian just told us that I will definitely go. After all, you are so awesome, and following you will just be a free reward for points. Zhang Xiaonan, please wait for us downstairs. We will be down soon. Let's wait for Xiao Lian and the others downstairs of the dormitory building. They won't be that fast. At this time, Yi Yuqing turned his head and said, so, the three of them waited for Yi Lian and the other three to come down from the dormitory building. Nearly an hour had passed, and Qiu Lingfeng and the others began to get impatient, so the four of them hurried downstairs. Why did it take you so long to prepare? Qiu Lingfeng frowned and asked speechlessly. I just made you wait a little longer. It's not that long. Zhang Xiaonan stuck out his tongue and said playfully, let's go, it's getting late now. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. Arriving at the mission area in the disciple hall, faced with a wide variety of missions, Qiu Lingfeng and his companions soon picked one. Pick herbs. The reward for completing this task is 8 Tongmai pills. Tongmai Dan is definitely useless to Qiu Lingfeng now, but it can be of great use to Zhang Xiaonan and the others. The only troublesome thing is that this mission requires a leader in the Dowling realm. 8 Tongmai pills are equivalent to a total of 40,000 points. This reward is much more generous than the last mission in the refugee area that Qiu Lingfeng and his companions took on. Of course, the danger level is also higher. Because the herbs are picked in the Warcraft territory, there is a high chance of encountering elite Warcraft. Only the strong ones in the Dowling realm can fight against elite monsters and cover everyone's evacuation. Otherwise, a group of people in the Tongmai realm would just be delivering food to them. This mission has been taken up by someone else, so everyone can only look for other missions. There aren't many missions like this one that offer such generous rewards. Even if there is, it is much more dangerous than this. It seems that we have no chance of completing this mission. Although the reward for this mission seems generous, it is a fixed reward after all and cannot be converted into points. Yi Yuqing sighed and said, no, there is still some hope. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head, and a figure appeared in his mind. With the idea of giving it a try, Qiu Lingfeng contacted Zi Xiaoling. Are you there? Senior Sister Xiaolinged. As soon as Qiu Lingfeng typed this line, he frowned and deleted it decisively. Why does this sentence sound so much like a term used only by dogs? Not suitable. So Qiu Lingfeng changed his words. Senior Sister Xiaoling, I have a favor to ask of you. Well, when asking someone to do something for you, it's better to get straight to the point, so as to avoid getting distracted by rambling on about irrelevant things. After a while, Zi Xiaoling sent a reply. Brother, what is the reason you are looking for me? I am planting flowers in the garden right now. I am so bored. This message is a picture. Your communication watch, basic model, only has text messaging function and cannot display pictures. You can spend 100,000 disciple points to purchase a communication watch, voice, and picture model to upgrade the device. Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened, and he ignored Zi Xiaoling's second message and wrote, Senior Sister Xiaoling, this is what's going on. We want to take on a mission. The reward for this mission is 8 Tongmai pills, but we need a leader from the Dowling realm. Can you take us on this mission? As soon as the message was sent, Qiu Lingfeng began to feel nervous. He was really afraid that Zi Xiaoling would refuse, but there was no other way. The reward for this mission was too much, so he had to shamelessly ask Zi Xiaoling to lead the team. Chapter 33 Information about Dowling Realm. Okay, you guys are in the outer courtyard disciple hall, right? I'll be there now, wait for me. Not long after, Zi Xiaoling's reply came. Qiu Lingfeng was delighted. With Zi Xiaoling leading the team, they could take on this mission. Done. Senior Sister Xiaoling agreed to lead our team. Now we just need to wait for her to come over. Qiu Lingfeng said excitedly. Senior Sister Xiaoling? The others looked at each other. Yi Yuqing glanced at Qiu Lingfeng with some ambiguity and said, Lingfeng, you still said that you have nothing to do with Senior Sister Xiaoling? Last time, after everyone in our class left the meeting, Senior Sister Xiaoling called you out alone. Zhang Xiaonan felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. She probably couldn't stand the fact that her cousin-in-law was so close to other girls. Go away, Senior Sister Xiaoling is just a nice person. Don't think too much about it. Qiu Lingfeng said speechlessly. He would not be so foolish as to think that Zi Xiaoling was interested in him. If it weren't for the fact that he had mastered supernatural powers, he would be considered a genius. He has the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy. Let's see whether Zi Shaoling will pay attention to him. Only Zi Shaoling treated him well. In order to win him over, she even gave him a top-grade martial arts technique and 5 Tongmai pills. Like other inner court disciples, he doesn't have much contact with Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng didn't even have their contact information. There is only one contact information for Zi Shaoling. Not long after, Zi Shaoling came to the outer courtyard disciple hall in a hurry. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng and others, he walked over. Junior brother Lingfeng, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Zi Shaoling smiled and nodded towards everyone and said. Then, Zi Shaoling's eyes narrowed and she looked at Qiu Lingfeng in shock. Respiratory energy flows through the 8 main meridians of the body. This is the symbol of the 8th stage of Tongmai realm. Warriors at the Tongmai realm are unaware of each other's cultivation levels because their perception of spiritual energy is not strong. They can only barely absorb it into their bodies to open up their meridians. But warriors in the Daoling realm are different. There is a Dao seed condensed in their Dantian, which has spiritual power. His perception of spiritual energy is much stronger than that of a warrior in the Tongmai realm. Therefore, a Daoling realm warrior can see through the cultivation level of a Tongmai realm warrior with just one glance. No matter how hard the other party hides, it is useless. It's only been a few days. Qiu Lingfeng has already reached the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Even with 5 Tongmai pills, Zi Shaoling believed that Qiu Lingfeng's current cultivation level was only at the 6th level of Tongmai realm, approaching the 7th level. Unexpectedly, Qiu Lingfeng's improvement was beyond her imagination. In just a few days, he had already reached the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Is this the talent of a warrior who has mastered supernatural powers? Sister Shaoling, why are you staring at me? I'm not a monster. Let's hurry up and get the mission. If we're late, we'll be robbed. Qiu Lingfeng's face turned red when Zi Shaoling stared at him, and he coughed lightly. If Zi Shaoling continues to stare at them like this, there's no guarantee that the others will imagine a 108-episode romance drama in their heads. My domineering senior sister falls in love with me. Senior sister, please respect yourself. Help. What should I do if my senior sister only likes me? No, I really saw a monster. Zi Shaoling took a breath and said slowly. In her entire life, she had never seen anyone break through so quickly. I finally got to see it today. Come on, take me to the mission. Zi Shaoling said. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and took Zi Shaoling with him to take on the mission. In the task acceptance window, everyone left their own information. Zi Shaoling filled in Dao root in the cultivation column. After receiving the mission and taking 7 tokens to leave the city, everyone left Taishan Sword Academy. In Jinlan City, only Daoling realm powerhouses can enter and exit freely without preparing any additional credentials, because strength is the best credential. For those below the Daoling realm, there are only 2 ways to leave the city. One is a Tongmai realm disciple who has received a mission and has a token to leave the city. One is the eldest son or daughter of a large family. No matter whether they have cultivation or not, they can leave the city as long as they are accompanied by a few Daoling realm strong bodyguards. On the way, Zi Shaoling walked to Qiu Lingfeng's side and whispered, Junior brother Lingfeng, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have already broken through to the 8th stage of Tongmai realm. That's great. The speed is much faster than I expected. All this is thanks to the elixir you gave me, senior sister. If it weren't for your elixir, I wouldn't have been able to reach this level so quickly. Qiu Lingfeng thanked again. Those 5 Tongmai pills are not that powerful. At most, they can support you to cultivate to the 7th stage of Tongmai realm. No more than that. Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes and said, Have you practiced the moonwheel technique? I'm ashamed to say that I haven't even started practicing the moonwheel technique yet. It's too difficult to master. Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, It seems very difficult for me to use spiritual energy to condense a moon shadow in Dantian. I can't control the spiritual energy to gather together at all. That's right. I was able to condense the moon shadow only after I broke through to the Daoling realm. With your level of cultivation, it is indeed impossible for you to master the moonwheel technique. Zi Shaoling nodded slightly and asked curiously, But why are you practicing so fast? Maybe it's because I've awakened my magical talent, so my physique is a bit special. Qiu Lingfeng's mouth twitched and he spoke nonsense. Anyway, Zi Shaoling hasn't awakened her magical talent, so she doesn't know whether what he said is true or false. The Devouring System is his biggest secret and must never be revealed. In short, junior brother, you must remember that you can't break through too quickly in the future. The Daoling realm is a very important realm, and every breakthrough requires extreme caution. Zi Shaoling warned seriously. Well, what senior sister said, I will always keep in mind. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said solemnly. No need to be so formal, you just need to remember it. Zi Shaoling said with a smile. Oh, senior sister, I saw you fill in Dao root in the cultivation column just now. What realm is this? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but ask curiously. Daojin is another name for the second level of Daoling, and Daozhong is another name for the first level of Daoling. Zi Shaoling did not hide it and said, Plant, roots? Why does it sound so much like planting a tree? Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously. Don't mention it, it really is planting trees. The third stage of Dao Spirit is also called Dao Stem, the fourth stage is also called Dao Branch, the fifth stage is also called Dao Bud, and the sixth stage is also called Dao Fruit. And after the third stage of Dao Spirit, the Dao seeds in the Dantian can also be collectively called Dao trees. Zi Shaoling explained. To put it simply, the Dao Spirit realm is to plant a Dao tree that belongs to you in your body. Every change of the Dao tree is a footprint on the path of cultivation. It was the first time that Xiao Lingfeng learned about the contents of the Daoling realm in such detail. It had never been described in such detail in books before. There were only a few words, and each time they were just briefly mentioned. It seems that the Daoling realm is definitely not as simple as he imagined. Chapter 34. The first level of Moon Wheel Kung Fu. Although he longed for the Daoling realm, Xiao Lingfeng was very clear. The Daoling realm is actually still very far away from him. Even though he is now at the peak of Tongmai realm, he seems to be only one step away from Daoling realm. But it is precisely this one-step distance that creates the huge difference between Tongmai realm warriors and Daoling realm warriors. From absorbing spiritual energy to using spiritual power, it is not as simple as it seems. Although Xiao Lingfeng's 8 main meridians are now filled with spiritual energy, they are not condensed enough. Even if one forcibly breaks through to the Daoling realm, the Dao seeds obtained will be of the lowest quality, and one is destined not to go far in the future. What's more, if Xiao Lingfeng were to break through now, the chance of failure would be much greater than the chance of success. Xiao Lingfeng doesn't like to take risks with this kind of thing. Even though he was a time traveler, he looks like the protagonist. But Xiao Lingfeng didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, thinking that he was the son of destiny and was invincible. What if I'm not so lucky this time to break through? Who can tell what luck is? All Xiao Lingfeng could do was to practice carefully and lay a solid foundation. Practice quietly, don't try to break through. The group moved at a fairly fast pace and soon left Jinlan City and headed towards the mission location. The purpose of this mission is to find a lian grass in the outskirts of Kanglan Mountains. Lian grass is the main ingredient for refining fire-avoiding pills and is extremely precious. Therefore, the reward for this task is also exceptionally generous, a full 8 Tongmai pills. The price on the market is almost the same as that of Li Yin Chao. The growing environment of Li Yin grass is very special, and it cannot be planted on a large scale in the medicine garden of Taishan Sword Academy. This is also the reason why the task of picking Li Yin grass was released. Because the Li Yin grass is in short supply. Junior sister Xiaonan, you have the lowest cultivation level. You must be careful after entering the Kanglan Mountains. When they were about to enter the Kanglan Mountains, Zi Shaoling gave a solemn warning. Zhang Xiaonan's cultivation level is only at the second stage of Tongmai realm, which is not good enough compared to Yilian and others. Yes, senior sister. Zhang Xiaonan nodded. As the one with the lowest cultivation level, she has consciously helped others pick up their equipment. Let others save their energy to fight against the monsters. Xiao Lingfeng didn't have much stuff in his backpack, because most of it was in his personal space. The things in the backpack were just for show, just some simple food and drinks. Kanglan Mountains are the closest mountains to Jinlan City, and the outer area of the mountain range is also very dangerous. Slave-level monsters are everywhere, and if you are unlucky, you may even encounter elite-level monsters. Before they had entered the Kanglan Mountains far, they encountered a group of slave-level monsters. This group of slave-level monsters are only at the second or third level of cultivation, and Xiao Lingfeng can deal with them as long as he spends some time. What's more, at this moment there is a powerful Taoist master like Zi Shaoling in charge. Zi Shaoling just let out a light sigh and used a martial art, and all the monsters were cut in half. Xiao Lingfeng saw Zi Shaoling's terror and became even more expectant. Because there were more than 20 monsters in this group, and there was nothing that could be sold for a good price, no one collected them. This gave Xiao Lingfeng an opportunity to pick up a bargain. Ding dong, the host devoured 21 second-level slave-level monsters and obtained 420 devouring points. Ding dong, the host devoured 6 third-level servant-level monsters and obtained 180 devouring points. Host obtains magical talent. Carrion eating, a wave of wealth. Xiao Lingfeng directly picked up 600 devouring points. Although the number of devouring points obtained by a single monster is pitifully small, if the number is increased, the rewards can be terrifying. As for this magical talent, Xiao Lingfeng was also speechless. Forget it. After all, not all monsters have powerful magical powers and talents. There are always some that are not so good. However, as long as he encounters another group of magical beasts and devours them all, Xiao Lingfeng can directly practice the moon wheel technique. This made Xiao Lingfeng start to look forward to it. However, what disappointed Xiao Lingfeng was that the group did not encounter any monsters on the rest of the journey. After asking, I found out that Zi Shaoling is a powerful person in the Daoling realm, and the spiritual power in his body can make the weak monsters around him feel instinctive fear. After feeling fear, the monsters would either run away or hide in the dark and simply not come out. The group of monsters they encountered before was simply too numerous, and they didn't have time to evacuate. However, Xiao Lingfeng did not care too much about it. After all, the 600 devouring points he got for free were enough to make him excited. The information about the lian grass is mentioned in the mission. There is a possibility that it may grow in a flame canyon in the Kanglan Mountains. All everyone needs to do is provide a lian grass that is more than 10 years old. Medicinal herbs of the level of lian grass are usually guarded by powerful magical beasts, so they are also very dangerous. That night, they found a safe cave, built a fire and rested inside. Xiao Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the side, his consciousness immersed in the system. At this time, his devouring points were as high as 620 points, which was considered a huge sum of money. System, help me practice the first level of moonwheel technique. Xiao Lingfeng said. The moonwheel technique is a top-grade technique. The first level forms a moon shadow in the dantian, which allows the spiritual energy in the body to circulate endlessly. At the same time, it can greatly speed up the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world, thereby making the spiritual energy in the body more condensed. The top-grade skills in the system all require 500 devouring points to learn, and can only be upgraded through devouring points afterwards. But his moonwheel skill is different. Although it is also a top-grade skill, it only requires 300 devouring points to master, and he can also practice it himself for subsequent upgrades. For Xiao Lingfeng, who is not very well off, he would save as much swallowing points as possible. Ding dong, the host is practicing the first level of moonwheel skill, and 300 devouring points will be deducted. Following a prompt from the system, Xiao Lingfeng felt the spiritual energy in his dantian begin to condense and then gradually become solid. It transformed into a vague shadow of a full moon. Moonwheel technique, first level. There is a phantom of a moon in dantian. In just a moment, Xiao Lingfeng felt that the spiritual energy in his body had become much more condensed, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world was several times faster than before. A top-grade technique is one that is sufficient to support a warrior in his cultivation to the soul realm. This technique is useful to strong people in the soul phase realm. When used on a person like him who is just in the Tongmai realm, the speed of improvement is extremely terrifying. At this rate, in more than half a month, the spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body will probably be condensed to the level that is sufficient to support him in condensing the Dao seed. It is indeed a top-grade technique. The speed of cultivation is truly terrifying. Xiao Lingfeng said excitedly. If the top-grade martial arts are so terrifying, how terrifying would the best-grade martial arts, which are even more advanced than the top-grade ones, be? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but start dreaming again. Chapter 35, Flame Canyon. The magic of moonwheel technique is that Xiao Lingfeng does not need to devote any time to practicing it. The moon shadow in his dantian will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation. This greatly enriched Xiao Lingfeng's time, allowing him to devote himself to other things. A night passed. Xiao Lingfeng felt that the spiritual energy in his body was becoming more condensed. After a brief rest, everyone set out on the road again, heading towards the Flame Canyon. Senior sister, I would like to ask, how many points are needed to purchase the martial arts in Taishin Sword Academy? On the way, Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously. Outer courtyard disciples can only purchase low-grade martial arts and a few mid-grade martial arts. The price depends on the grade and power, ranging from 100 points to several thousand points. Zi Shaoling thought for a moment and said, Why? Junior brother Lingfeng, do you want to practice new martial arts? Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng and asked, Well, the only martial arts I have mastered so far is the Tongmai Fist, which has too few offensive methods. I thought I would buy a few martial arts to practice when I go back this time. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said, Yes, you are from Katamori village. Zi Shaoling nodded when she heard that. Having been to Xingshou village, she knew very well how poor the village was. Other villages would occasionally be guarded by Dowling Realm experts, or at the very least, there would be Tongmai Realm 7th or 8th level masters. Xingshou village is located in the mountains, and the strongest people, there are only 2 people at the 5th stage of Tongmai Realm. There is only one set of martial arts, let alone any cultivation techniques. Zhi Shaoling also found it incredible that a genius with awakened supernatural powers could be born in such an environment. Facts have also proved that Qiu Lingfeng did not disappoint her. How long has it been? Qiu Lingfeng cultivated from the 4th stage of Tongmai Realm to the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm. Even Zhi Shaoling had never dared to imagine this speed of improvement before. How about this? When I get back, I'll talk to my dad and prepare a few mid-level martial arts for you to practice, so you don't need to spend disciple points. Zhi Shaoling looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said, Brother, what type of martial arts do you want? Fists or weapons? Sister, this isn't good, is it? Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose and said. He didn't expect Zhi Shaoling to hear that he wanted to practice martial arts. He actually said that he would prepare some mid-level martial arts for him after returning. Is this what it feels like to be kept? What's wrong with that? As long as you don't let me down, tell me what kind of martial arts you want. Zhi Shaoling said. Weapons? Do you have a heavy ruler? Qiu Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, Heavy ruler? It seems there really is one, but this weapon is very unpopular. Junior brother, why do you want to practice this kind of martial arts? Zhi Shaoling frowned and thought carefully, and after a while, she nodded. Nothing. I suddenly remembered a classmate. His name is Xiao Yin. Qiu Lingfeng chuckled and said, The day he traveled through time, Xiao Yan's name really scared him. He almost thought he had met Emperor Yin. Now you are qualified to practice martial arts using weapons. He didn't know why, but he wanted to practice the heavy ruler. Xiao Yin? Zhi Shaoling was stunned for a moment, as if she had some impression of this name. Then, she remembered the scene where Xiao Yin was knocked down by Qiu Lingfeng's punch. Although Xiao Yin is also a talented person, he is not comparable to Qiu Lingfeng. As everyone went deeper, the temperature around them gradually began to rise. Not far away, you can see a fiery red mountain range. That's the Flame Canyon. Be careful, Zhi Shaoling warned. No one dared to neglect it in the slightest. Even Zhi Shaoling, a powerful Taoist spirit realm expert, is so cautious. How dare they let their guard down? Qiu Lingfeng could feel that the closer he got to the Flame Canyon, the hotter the surrounding spiritual energy became. After absorbing it into the body, even the body feels uncontrollably hot. This Flame Canyon is so strange. Why is the temperature here so high? Qiu Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. It is rumored that the Flame Canyon was originally an ordinary canyon. A king-level monster fell here and gave rise to a strange flame. This fire lasted for a long time and became the current Flame Canyon under the influence of the flames over time. Zhi Shaoling said slowly. King level? It is probably a creature above the general level Warcraft. But it is still too far away for Qiu Lingfeng now. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be much life in the Flame Canyon. If you look closely, you will find that the plants and animals here are strangely orange and dark red in color, blending in with the colors of the canyon. I don't know if it's because of the influence of the Flame Canyon, but the monsters here are also very violent. Once Qiu Lingfeng and others pass through their territory, they will pounce on them desperately. This allowed Qiu Lingfeng to pick up a lot of loopholes. I had just been here for over an hour and had already picked up 120 devouring points. During this period, he even found 2 fire magic cores, which could be sold for a lot of points. It's so hot here. I can't stand it anymore. Zhao Bear was sweating profusely and shouted to Qiu Lingfeng, Lingfeng, can you use your magical talent to create some ice to cool us all down? Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened. Is he an ice machine? And using magical powers to create ice? I can't do it. Let's keep it warm. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. He is now hot and sweaty. The sun had already set by then. Logically, the temperature in Flame Canyon should have dropped. But the temperature did not drop at all, and it was even as bright as day inside the Flame Canyon. I have to say, this Flame Canyon is very strange. The water that everyone carried with them was being consumed quickly. If this continued, it would be finished in less than half a day. As Zhi Shaoling was a Dowling realm expert, it didn't matter if she went without food or water for several days and nights. But at this moment, I would take a sip of water from time to time to quench my thirst and cool down. If an ordinary person comes here, he will definitely die. Zhi Shaoling spoke. Then, he glanced at Zhang Xiaonan, who was pale from the heat, at the back of the team. Zhang Xiaonan is only at the 2nd stage of Tongmai Realm, which is closest to an ordinary person, and she can't hold on any longer. Xiaonan, don't hold on any longer. Why don't you rest here for a while? Xiao Yin'er said with some concern. She was really afraid that Zhang Xiaonan would faint from heat stroke. It's okay, I can still go on. Zhang Xiaonan shook his head. Let's take a break. There's a cave just ahead. Don't hold on, little boy. If you get heat stroke and pass out, we'll have to distract ourselves to take care of you. Qiu Lingfeng glanced at a cave 100 meters ahead, where there happened to be one. Then he turned around and spoke to everyone. Sorry. Zhang Xiaonan didn't know if he was confused because of the heat of the moment. He actually apologized. What are you saying sorry for? Come on, let's go there quickly. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. Chapter 36. Remember the goal. The temperature in the cave is completely different from that outside. It is the same as the outside of the Flame Canyon, and there are gusts of cold wind, which is very strange. After everyone entered the cave, they couldn't help but shiver for a moment. Although the wind in here was very strange, everyone was obviously enjoying it. Compared to the scorching heat outside, the cave is much more comfortable. I didn't expect there to be such a strong wind in these caves. It's really comfortable, Zhao Bai said. If we had known this, we wouldn't have been so uncomfortable with the heat. Keep going once you've recovered. Qiu Lingfeng reminded. Then he used night vision to inspect the cave. He discovered that there was a downward passage deep in the Flame Canyon, from which the wind was coming. Apparently, this cave is connected to another place. Qiu Lingfeng even saw several piles of monster feces on the ground in the distance. It's okay to take a rest outside this cave, but it would be very dangerous if you go deeper. Sneeze. Zhang Xiaonan hugged his shoulders and couldn't help sneezing. Isn't it too cold in here? Zhang Xiaonan was shivering with cold and said, This fire canyon is really not a place for people to stay. It's freezing cold in the cave, and it's scorching hot outside. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zhang Xiaonan, took out a thick coat from his personal space, handed it to him, and said, Please put it on first, or you will be too cold to bear in here. Why do you still have a winter coat in your backpack? Xiao Yin'er looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said in surprise, Just in case. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said, If he only had a backpack, he definitely wouldn't bring these things to weigh down the backpack. But who told him to have a portable space? Able to carry many things with you. All of a sudden I went from only being able to bring the necessities to something I could do without, but couldn't live without. Thanks. Zhang Xiaonan took the coat, put it on, and finally felt a lot warmer. It's strange to say, the cave entrance and the canyon are clearly distinguished. If you take a step forward, you will feel the heat. If you take a step back, you will feel freezing cold. When everyone was almost unable to bear the cold, they left the cave. Throw yourself back into the heat of Flaming Gorge. When they came out of the ice cellar-like cave, everyone even felt comfortable. We are not far from the inner area of the canyon where the lian grass grows. Victory is just around the corner. After we get the lian grass, we can leave this damn place. Let's cheer up quickly. Seeing that Du Shui, Xiao Yin'er and other girls were already looking tired, Qiu Lingfeng spoke to encourage them. As soon as these words were spoken, the speed of progress increased a lot. As the group went deeper, they encountered more and more magical beasts on the road. On average, you will encounter a monster every few hundred meters, and their levels are around 6th level slaves. As usual, all these monsters were left to Qiu Lingfeng and others to deal with. As combat experience accumulated, everyone's combat effectiveness also improved rapidly. There is no longer the same sense of difficulty as when we first encountered Warcraft. During the battle, everyone gradually discovered that something was wrong. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai could only cause some damage to the monster even with all their strength. Qiu Lingfeng also used the same punch, but the damage caused was even greater than the damage caused by Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai together. After dealing with another scorpion-shaped monster, everyone took a short break. Zhang Xiaonan began to check whether the monster had a magic core. Generally speaking, the corpses of magical beasts without magic cores are simply ignored by everyone. There is no need to waste energy carrying so much loot, as only the magic cores are the most valuable. Qiu Lingfeng can also take advantage of this opportunity to devour in large quantities and obtain devouring points and magical talents. Lingfeng, what is your level of cultivation? Why do I feel like you are so much stronger than me and Zhao Bai? Yi Yuqing asked curiously. As soon as he said this, others also cast curious glances at Qiu Lingfeng. 8th stage of Tongmai realm. Qiu Lingfeng sighed, knowing that he could no longer hide it, so he shrugged and confessed. What? You are at the Tongmai realm? The 8th stage? You didn't lie to me? Yi Yuqing burst out laughing. It was too late to take care of his image. He looked at Qiu Lingfeng and continued. He really is at the 8th stage of Tongmai realm, and he was already at the 8th stage of Tongmai realm before he set out. Zi Shaoling said from the side. Everyone believed Zi Shaoling's words without a doubt. A Dowling realm expert can see through the cultivation level of a Tongmai realm warrior at a glance, so naturally he cannot be wrong. Your improvement speed is too scary, isn't it? Are you still human? Zhao Bai said blankly. When we first entered school, you and I were both at the 5th stage of Tongmai realm, right? There is no foundation for the Tongmai realm, because if the main meridian is open, it is open, and if it is not open, it is not open. The level of Tongmai is about the speed of opening up the meridians. However, it takes an ordinary person several months to several years to open up a main meridian. But is there anyone who can practice as fast as Qiu Lingfeng? You have awakened to become a warrior, so it has only been a month at most, right? Zhang Xiaonan looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said with a devastated look, a month? After hearing what Zhang Xiaonan said, the others were even more shocked. How on earth did you do that? Yi Lian asked curiously. It should be a talent, right? Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and attributed everything to his talent. After all, talent is such a mysterious thing. Don't ask. The answer is that I have awakened my magical talent, and I have a good talent. Well, don't envy him. He has awakened his magical talent, so his talent is destined to be extraordinary. Zi Shaoling couldn't help but speak when she saw how devastated the group of people were. Even if that's the case, it's too discouraging, isn't it? It's okay that he started late, but his training speed is so fast. Is he going to die? Zhao Baixing said helplessly. Old Yi, let's follow his example and live in the practice room as well. You go by yourself. I don't have enough points to continue like this. Yi Yuqing said speechlessly. Okay, let's go quickly. Zi Shaoling spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone also walked towards the depths. Zi Shaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng and walked at the end of the team, whispering, Lingfeng, you can't be proud. Yes, I know. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. My goal is to be selected as a disciple in 2 months and be promoted directly to the inner courtyard. I feel relieved when you say this. Remember, the outer courtyard is just a stepping stone for you, but it is different for others. Don't compare yourself with Zhang Xiaonan and the others. Zi Shaoling warned. What she said was indeed very realistic. However, this is also a good thing for people like Zhang Xiaonan who have average talents. The dangers faced by inner court disciples are much greater than those faced by outer court disciples. Because only warriors standing at the top can see the truly cruel side of this world. Chapter 37 Identification. After going dozens of miles deeper into the Flame Canyon, Zhang Xiaonan and his companions were almost unable to hold on any longer. With previous experience, everyone found a cave and rested inside. However, this cave was not filled with cold winds like the previous one. The entrance to the cave is still very hot, and only after walking in for more than 10 meters can you feel a little coolness. However, even so, everyone can recover their strength here. Senior sister, there is a real-time map in your communication watch. How long will it take us to reach the place where the lian grass grows? Qiu Lingfeng asked while practicing moon wheel technique. At this moment, he has already devoured more than a dozen monsters. He also mastered the 2nd level of moon wheel technique, with 420 devouring points remaining. The spiritual energy in his body has become so solid that it can condense into a Tao seed. But he still didn't break through, because this level of solidity is not his limit. Tao seeds are extremely important to warriors in the Dowling realm, because the martial arts tree in the body is developed based on the Tao seed, and the seed determines the upper limit of the Tao tree. Tao seeds can be divided into good and bad ones. The inferior one is the one without patterns, and above that are the ones with 1 to 9 patterns. Simply put, the number of patterns on a Tao seed determines how many chances of failure one will have when trying to break through a realm in the future. Just like Zi Shaoling, her Tao seed is a 7-line Tao seed. This means that Zi Shaoling will have 7 chances to fail when she breaks through in the future. As for the so-called failure, Qiu Lingfeng is still not quite clear about it at the moment. However, Zi Shaoling also explained to him that this chance of failure would only be revealed after the Tao tree gave birth to Tao buds. However, the Tao tree grown from the Tao seed without patterns will never be able to produce Tao buds in its lifetime. This kind of Dowling realm is the last one among the Dowling realms. Although Qiu Lingfeng was already able to condense Tao seeds at this time, he could only condense Tao seeds without patterns. Qiu Lingfeng would not be so foolish as to condense the Tao seed. Even if he wanted to condense the Tao seed now, Zi Shaoling would definitely not let him, because this is tantamount to destroying one's own future. I have 9 Tao seeds, and I don't know where I can end up. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the spiritual energy gradually condensing in his body and said secretly. Now he could feel the signs of a breakthrough, but the feeling was not strong. This means that he has not yet reached his upper limit. Qiu Feng estimated that at the very least, he would be able to condense a 5-pattern Dao seed. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the title of genius. In the Dantian, a waning moon was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing the spiritual energy in Qiu Feng's body. This waning moon is the embodiment of the second level of moon wheel kung fu. The spiritual energy creates the moon shadow, which is the first layer. The shadow of the moon turns into a waning moon, which is the second layer. The waning moon evolves into the full moon, which is the third layer. After hearing Qiu Feng's words, Zi Shaoling took a look at her communication watch. There are still about 12 miles to go. It will be quick. Zi Shaoling said. By the way, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Why don't we rest here for a night before leaving? It was as bright as day inside the Flame Canyon, and it was impossible to tell the difference between day and night. Good. Zi Shaoling said this, and everyone nodded. They were already exhausted, but since Zi Shaoling didn't speak, they didn't dare to say they wanted to rest. After a simple meal, everyone began to rest. As for the job of keeping watch, Qiu Feng naturally volunteered to take it on. His energy is still pretty good at the moment, and I don't know if it's because he devoured too many monsters today. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he called up the attribute panel. Host, Qiu Feng. Cultivation, Tongmai Realm 8th Stage. Skills, Burning Meridian Skill, Moonwheel Skill. Martial Arts, Tongmai Fist. Magical Talents, Frozen Sky Eyes, Giant Claws, Night Vision, Scavenging, Fire Attachment. Devouring Point, 420. Fusion Chance, 0. Looking at the numerous magical talents, Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. It seems that every time he devours a new magical beast, he will gain a magical talent. This would have been considered a good thing, but some of the magical powers and talents were so useless that Qiu Feng couldn't use them at all. System, do you have any way to make these magical talents useful? Qiu Feng asked the system. Ding dong. The host can choose to convert the magical talent into magical fragments to grant magical talents to others, or spend 500 devouring points to combine the 5 magical talents into a higher level magical talent. The system quickly gave an answer. Magic power fragments? Granting magical power talents to others? This option is acceptable. The next option is also good. The 5 magical power talents are merged into a new magical power talent. Qiu Feng looked at the 2 options given by the system and nodded, very satisfied. Or the host can choose to turn on the system identification function to automatically screen out useless and useless magical talents. This choice is irreversible. As compensation, the host will obtain the top magical talent, identification. The system suddenly gave the final answer. Top-level magical talent, identification? Qiu Feng's eyes lit up. I have to say, these words system are very eye-catching. To put it bluntly, after obtaining this top-level magical talent, Qiu Feng will never be able to obtain any useless magical talents again. In other words, it means using countless useless magical talents in the future to exchange for this one top-level magical talent. To change or not to change? Qiu Feng fell into hesitation. Change it for me. Qiu Feng finally gritted his teeth and exchanged for this top-level magical talent. Because those useless magical talents are of no use to him and just take up space, it would be better for him to change for this top-level magical talent. Ding dong. The host has activated the supernatural power identification function. This operation is irreversible. The host will receive compensation rewards. Top supernatural power talent, identification. Magic talent, identification. Description. Top-level magical talent, able to see through everything in the world. Identification. When Qiu Feng first obtained this magical talent, he couldn't help but look at the rock wall beside him. The rocks of the Flame Canyon are made of. Another piece of information came to Qiu Feng's mind. Identification. Qiu Feng turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaonan and others and made an assessment. Zhang Xiaonan, Tongmai Realm Stage 2. Yilian, 4th stage of Tongmai Realm. Du Shui, 4th stage of Tongmai Realm. Appraise this magical talent for me. Qiu Feng suddenly had an idea and started an appraisal. Top-level magical talent, as your proficiency increases, the information you identify will become more and more detailed. Another voice soon sounded in Qiu Feng's mind. It turns out there's more to it than that. Qiu Feng nodded with satisfaction. This magical talent could upgrade itself, which was worthy of its title as the top magical talent. Chapter 38, Divine Flame Burning the Sky. After everyone had rested, they set out on their journey again. Because there were only a dozen miles left, everyone was very excited. In the core of the Flame Canyon, the temperature is even more terrifying, and even the air seems to be able to burn people. You all stay outside. Senior sister and I will go in. Qiu Lingfeng felt that with the strength of Yi Yuqing and his men, it would be extremely dangerous if they went in, so he spoke. Then be careful. Zhang Xiaonan also knew that they were a burden, so he didn't say much, but just told Qiu Lingfeng to be careful. Well, there is a cave over there. Old Yi, take everyone there to rest and wait for me and my senior sister to come out. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, Good. Yi Yuqing did not refuse and led the others into the cave. After that, Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling looked at each other and went deep into the core area of the Flame Canyon. Qiu Lingfeng also has a magical talent of heat resistance. This is when it becomes very important. Without this magical talent, Qiu Lingfeng would not be able to last long in the core area. After the identification, it became easier for Qiu Lingfeng to find the Li Yin grass. In the vast expanse of red rocks, a white herb stands in the crack. Li Yin grass, a second-level spiritual medicine, can be used to refine pills. Through identification, Qiu Lingfeng instantly knew that this white herb was the Li Yin grass they were looking for. Senior sister, there is a Li Yin grass ahead. Qiu Lingfeng spoke up to remind him. Zi Shaoling looked at the Li Yin grass, but her expression was not excited at all. Instead, she became solemn and reminded. Be careful, there are usually magical beasts guarding near herbs of this level. Li Yin grass is also a great tonic for the magical beasts living in the Flame Canyon. Generally speaking, powerful magical beasts will stay not far from the herbs, waiting for them to mature. The Li Yin grass in front of him was obviously mature. However, there were no visible monsters nearby, which was very strange. I'm going to pick the Li Yin grass. Please pay attention to the surrounding situation. Zi Shaoling spoke, and can react more quickly when in danger. After saying that, Zi Shaoling walked towards the Li Yin grass. Qiu Lingfeng also began to be alert to his surroundings. When Zi Shaoling's hand was about to touch the Li Yin grass, on the hillside not far away, a huge tiger with a red body walked out and pounced towards Zi Shaoling. The huge tiger that fell from the sky caught Zi Shaoling and Qiu Lingfeng off guard. Senior sister, be careful. Frozen sky eyes. Qiu Lingfeng reminded loudly, and at the same time used his magical power to freeze the big tiger that was covered in red. Zi Shaoling also picked the Li Yin grass instantly and put it into a special container. That was a close call. Zi Shaoling's heart was still beating fast. If she had been a little later, she would have definitely died at the hands of the tiger. This Li Yin grass turned out to be a trap, bait waiting for her to pick. If Qiu Lingfeng had not used his magical power in time, she would not have been able to pick the Li Yin grass. Click. The Isanda whose body began to crack. First Order Elite Monster. A warrior whose cultivation is comparable to that of the first level of Daoling. Judging from his true strength, even several Daoling first-level warriors working together would find it difficult to kill him. Even if Zi Shaoling faces him, he will have a tough fight. Identification. Qiu Lingfeng used identification on Dahu. Flame Tiger, first-class elite, can breathe out flames. The information about the red tiger flooded into Qiu Lingfeng's mind. It is indeed a first-level elite. Qiu Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. Zi Shaoling then retreated to Qiu Lingfeng's side, handed the box containing the Li Yin grass to Qiu Lingfeng, and said, Junior brother, you take good care of the Li Yin grass, I will deal with this demon beast. Senior sister, you have to be careful. This monster is a first-level elite, named the Fiery Tiger, and can spit out flames. Qiu Lingfeng said. Zi Shaoling nodded, drew the sword from her waist, and rushed towards the flaming tiger. Taishin sword technique, first move. Zi Shaoling's spiritual power burst out, and a terrifying sword energy slashed towards the flaming tiger. Roar! The flaming tiger roared, and a terrifying flame actually spewed out of its mouth. The flames and sword energy intertwined, and suddenly a terrifying energy burst out. Qiu Lingfeng on the side quickly found a shelter and hid behind it. In a duel at the Daoling realm, spiritual power can be used. The aftermath of the battle is indeed much more terrifying. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling and Lianhu and said in his heart, even though he is now at the 8th level of Tongmai realm, even though he is gifted with supernatural powers. However, the flame tiger could still kill him easily. And this is why Qiu Lingfeng can only hide aside. The Tongmai realm and the Daoling realm cannot be compared at all. A person at the Tongmai realm is, after all, still an ordinary person, just an ordinary person with a body several times stronger. In the Daoling realm, spiritual power is born in the body, which is fundamentally different from ordinary people. Zishaoling fought with the flame tiger for several minutes. The flaming tiger gradually realized that it was no match for the human in front of it and began to consider retreating. Zishaoling saw that the flame tiger had become scared, and her attack became even more fierce. Qiu Lingfeng also found the right opportunity and used his frozen sky eyes. The flaming tiger was instantly frozen. Zishaoling also took the opportunity to slash out with her sword, chopping off the flaming tiger's head. Junior brother, your magical talent is really amazing. Without your final control, I would have to go through another hard battle to kill this demon beast. Zishaoling smiled at Qiu Lingfeng breathlessly. Qiu Lingfeng walked over and cut open the belly of the flaming tiger. After checking, he found out a fire magic core the size of an egg. The magic core born in the body of an elite-level monster has far more energy than a slave-level monster, and its size is also much larger. Senior sister, there is still a magic core in this magic beast. Qiu Lingfeng said excitedly. Well, I'll take this magic core to the inner courtyard to sell, and we'll split the points then. Zishaoling nodded and said, It's a pity that we can't take the monster's corpse away. Then Zishaoling looked at the corpse of the flame tiger and said with regret. After hearing Zishaoling's words, Qiu Lingfeng became excited. If he can't take the body away, doesn't that mean he can devour it? I don't know how much improvement will be brought after devouring the elite monster. After Zishaoling rested for a while, she left with Qiu Lingfeng. Before leaving, Qiu Lingfeng also took the opportunity to devour the flaming tiger. Ding dong. The host devoured the first-level elite monster flame tiger. Congratulations on obtaining the magical talent, Divine Flame Burning the Sky. Congratulations on obtaining 500 devouring points. The system sounded a prompt, and at this moment it sounded like heavenly music to Qiu Lingfeng's ears, especially the devouring points of a first-order elite monster, which is as high as 500 points. You should know that after devouring an 8th-level slave-level monster, you can only obtain 80 devouring points. Of course, the difficulty of hunting elite monsters is extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Zishaoling, Qiu Lingfeng would have to take a detour when seeing elite monsters. Chapter 39 Ancient Mysterious Ruler. After the two left the core area of Flame Canyon together, they reunited with Yi Yuqing and others. On the way back, all the monsters were left to Yi Yuqing and others to deal with. Because Zishaoling's spiritual energy has been severely depleted, she is temporarily unable to exert her full strength and needs a good rest. After 2 days, everyone finally left the Fire Canyon. As soon as they got out of the Flame Canyon, everyone felt refreshed. It's still much cooler outside. This Fire Canyon is really not a place for people to stay. It's more comfortable outside. Zhao Bai sighed. Don't say any more, let's go back and hand in the task. Qiu Lingfeng spoke. His gains from this trip were undoubtedly enormous. After devouring the flaming tiger, the spiritual energy in his body had been condensed to the point where he could condense a 3-pattern Dao seed in one fell swoop. Afterwards, everyone quickened their pace and rushed towards Jinlan City. On the way, Qiu Lingfeng also met people from Nandu Academy. Among them is an old acquaintance, Xiao Yin. After some greetings, Qiu Lingfeng learned that Xiao Yin and his group were also going to the Flame Canyon to pick Li Yin grass. Then the two groups separated. That Xiao Yin has great talent. He has already broken through to the 6th stage of Tongmai Realm, Zishaoling said in shock. 6th stage of Tongmai Realm? So fast. Qiu Lingfeng said in surprise. How long has it been? Xiao Yin broke through to the 6th level of Tongmai Realm. Could it be that he has an old man who can make medicine with him? Everything is starting to get interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, junior brother Xiao, your old classmate, has a very high level of cultivation. He is actually at the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm. The leader of Xiao Yan's team spoke up. 8th stage of Tongmai Realm. The other outer court disciples of Nandu Academy were extremely shocked. With this level of cultivation, they were already qualified to participate in the disciple selection. After hearing the news, Xiao Yan's eyes dimmed, and then a hint of jealousy took root in his heart. Originally, Qiu Lingfeng was an unknown person. Who would have thought that this unknown person would one day awaken his magical talent and then rise to prominence at lightning speed? How can this not make people jealous? The few magical beasts they occasionally encountered on the way back were easily dealt with by Yi Yuqing and others. The practical experience accumulated during this period has also greatly improved them. This time when I go back and get the Tongmai pill, I will probably be able to try to break through the realm. After returning to Taishian Sword Academy and receiving their rewards, everyone sold the magic cores they had obtained from killing monsters during this period. Except for the elite fire magic core of the Flame Tiger that was not sold. Everyone had 8 magic cores in their hands. A total of 46,000 points were sold at a high price. According to their contributions to the mission, Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling received 7,000 and 9,000 points respectively. The remaining 30,000 points were equally divided among Yi Yuqing and the other 6 people. After distributing the points, Zi Shaoling left the outer courtyard disciple hall and gave her Tongmai pill to Qiu Lingfeng. As a martial artist in the Dowling realm, Tongmai Dan is completely useless to her. But she seemed to have forgotten. Tongmai Dan is of no use to Qiu Lingfeng. This Tongmai pill is only useful for clearing the meridians and has no effect at all on condensing spiritual energy. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the 2 Tongmai pills in his hand, shook his head helplessly, and gave them all to Zhang Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you have the lowest cultivation level right now. If you don't want to be a drag in the future, then accept these 2 Tongmai pills from me. If you want to thank me, then show me your strength. Seeing that Zhang Xiaonan refused to accept it, Qiu Lingfeng spoke. After listening to Qiu Lingfeng's words, Zhang Xiaonan reluctantly accepted it. Then consider it as a loan from you. Zhang Xiaonan looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said, Qiu Lingfeng nodded. Then he went back to the dormitory with Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai. After the boys left, Du Shui and Xiao Yin'er both cast envious glances at Zhang Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you are so kind. Lingfeng is so good to you. Now you have 3 Tongmai pills. Du Shui said with some envy. I won't take it for nothing. Zhang Xiaonan shook his head. Well, what's the use of it? Ling Feng has already reached the 8th stage of Tongmai realm and is preparing for the disciple selection to enter the inner courtyard. It will be difficult for you to find him in the future. Xiao Yin'er said on the side. Let's go back to the dormitory, Yi Lian said. Then, the 4 of them left the outer courtyard disciple hall. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Zhao Bai and Yi Yuqing couldn't wait to swallow the Tongmai pill. Qiu Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the bed and began to sort out the gains from this trip to the Flame Canyon. Firstly, his cultivation seemed to have not increased, but in fact he had advanced from condensing a patternless Dao seed to condensing a 3-pattern Dao seed. Although this improvement cannot be seen by others, and there is no specific improvement in strength, once Qiu Lingfeng breaks through the Daoling realm, his strength will advance by leaps and bounds. The more Dao seed patterns there are, the stronger the spiritual power will be. And his engulfment points also increased to 10-20 points. After some hesitation, Qiu Lingfeng mastered the complete moon wheel technique. There were 720 devouring points left, and the waning moon in his body also transformed into a full moon, and the speed of condensing spiritual energy was dozens of times faster. The 3rd level of the moon wheel technique can improve the cultivation level of those who are strong in the soul realm. What's more, he is a rookie who hasn't even entered the Daoling realm. Qiu Lingfeng estimated that at the current rate of condensation, it would only take 1 month for the spiritual energy in his body to condense to its extreme. Then, Qiu Lingfeng checked the system mall to see if there were any weapons for sale. Weapon: broken ancient Xian ruler. Color: brown-black. Level: level 2. Weight: 1,000 pounds. Size: 1.7 meters long and 1.5 feet wide. Category: blunt weapon. Description: it is rumored to be a piece of broken material from the Chengtian pillar. It is extremely thick and contains terrifying earth-related power. It is also good for condensing spiritual energy. Price: 500 devouring points. Zi Shaoling said that she would find him a heavy-foot martial arts skill, and this heavy-foot weapon is undoubtedly the most suitable one at the moment. Hey, it would be interesting to hit Xiao Yin with a heavy ruler. Without hesitation, Qiu Lingfeng directly purchased this ancient Xian ruler. The system directly distributed it to the personal space, and Qiu Lingfeng could take it out whenever he wanted. Overall, Qiu Lingfeng was quite satisfied with this ancient Xian ruler. The most annoying thing is the weight of the ancient Xian ruler, which is as high as 1,000 kilograms. You know, Qiu Lingfeng's current strength is only 1,600 kilograms at most. It is quite a challenge to use this ancient ruler easily. At present, it seems that Qiu Lingfeng can only use the ancient Xian ruler by relying on the power of the giant claw. The skills to increase strength seem to be at least of the highest quality in the system store. To learn the first level, you need 2,500 devouring points, which means you need to kill 5 first-level elite monsters to get them. Qiu Lingfeng suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. Chapter 40. Keep the wealth within the family. In the next few days, Qiu Lingfeng stayed in the training room to condense his spiritual energy. Because the efficiency of practicing in the practice room is doubled, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the points he had were sufficient to support his cultivation for a long period of time. The overall strength of Yi Yuqing and others was also improved to a higher level. Under the power of Tongmai Dan, all of them opened up a main meridian. The most outstanding among them was Zhang Xiaonan. With 3 Tongmai pills and her previous accumulation, she broke through to the 5th stage of Tongmai realm in one go, and had the same cultivation level as Yi Lian and others. When the spiritual energy in the training room faded away again, Qiu Lingfeng let out a long sigh of relief, then got up and went to the cafeteria to eat. His daily life during this period was very boring. He practiced in the practice room and ate in the cafeteria. If you need to go to the bathroom urgently, you can do so at the entrance to the training area in the disciple hall. The advantage of doing this is that the spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng's body condenses rapidly and has now reached the standard of 4 patterns. This is a speed that others dare not imagine. Others don't have top-grade martial arts skills, and even if they do, their level of mastery is far inferior to Qiu Lingfeng's. How can the first level of skills be comparable to the skills at the perfect level? Sneeze. In the outer courtyard disciple hall of Nandu Academy on the other side of Jinlan City, a young man who was also practicing hard in the practice room sneezed. After picking the liang grass, everyone else chose to buy elixirs, but I chose to buy a mid-grade technique. It seems that everyone else's vision is too short-sighted. Even though elixirs can quickly improve cultivation, they are definitely not as good as techniques in the long run. A mid-grade technique? How many people in the Tongmai realm can master it? Xiaoyan wiped his nose and said excitedly. At one point, Xiaoyan even thought that he would reach the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, turning your hand will make clouds, and turning your hand again will make rain. One thought can decide life and death. One sword can cut through heaven and earth. Look down on the world and be invincible in the world. Beep, beep, beep. After Qiu Lingfeng had eaten and drunk his fill, he was rushing towards the disciple hall when a notification sounded from the communication watch on his wrist. He raised his hand and saw that it was Zi Shaoling who transferred 50,000 disciple points to him. Junior brother, the points for selling the elite beast core are a total of 100,000. After the 50-50 split, you have 50,000. Did you receive it? A high-level magic core is really expensive. Although Qiu Lingfeng and others had sold a lot of magic cores before, but they are all magic cores of 3rd and 4th level slaves. Their levels are not high, so the price is not that high. The 8 pieces were sold for a total of only 46,000 points. For example, now, a 1st level elite magic core was sold at a high price of 100,000 disciple points. I have received it. Thank you, senior sister. Qiu Lingfeng responded to the message quickly. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you, I would have had a hard time keeping that flaming tiger alive. The blood of that flaming tiger is very special, and it can fight against me at a higher level. That's why it was so difficult for me to kill it yesterday. It would have been very easy for me to kill an ordinary 1st level elite monster. Looking at Zi Shaoling's reply, Qiu Lingfeng nodded slightly. So that's it. By the way, junior brother, where are you now? I'll go find you. I'm in the outer courtyard disciple hall. What do you want to talk to me about, senior sister? Qiu Lingfeng asked in confusion. Junior brother, you are really diligent in your training. That's good. I am very pleased. Please wait for me at the gate of the outer courtyard disciple hall. When I think of Zi Shaoling's cute appearance and say such old-fashioned words, I don't know why Qiu Lingfeng always feels full of humor. Even though he calls Zi Shaoling senior sister, Zi Shaoling is very old. He called Zi Shaoling senior sister only because of her status as an inner sect disciple, and she entered the sect first. Zi Shaoling's actual age is only 16 years old. This shows how terrifying her martial arts talent is. The 2nd realm of Dao Ling, 7-pattern Dao Seed. As for the more detailed realm, Qiu Lingfeng is still unaware of it. After all, Tao root is just a general and vague concept, which means that the Tao seed begins to take root. The more roots there are, the stronger the strength will be. In the Dao Ling realm, it all comes down to who has the higher grade Dao tree and the stronger spiritual power. The 6 realms of Dao Ling are actually just 6 vague concepts. Below these, there are even more detailed realms. However, Qiu Lingfeng, who is in the Dao Ling realm, is currently unable to peek into the mysteries of this realm. Some things are better to understand by yourself. Otherwise, the excitement of unveiling the veil would be gone, wouldn't it? Qiu Lingfeng stood at the door of the outer courtyard disciple hall, waiting for Zi Shaoling. Not long after, Zi Shaoling was seen running towards him in a hurry. He lacks the steadiness that other Dao Ling realm masters should have. Sister, what exactly are you looking for me for? Qiu Lingfeng asked doubtfully. You don't want martial arts anymore? I told my dad about your performance this time. He is very interested in you now and wants me to bring you into the inner courtyard. Zi Shaoling looked at me and said, You'll meet my dad later, so you must be smart. Got it? It's best to become my dad's disciple right away, so that I can give you more resources in the future, and my dad won't keep nagging me about wasting money. After all, good things should be kept within the family, and at least I didn't give away the benefits to other people's disciples. Ah. Qiu Lingfeng feels his head buzzing now. Although he knew that Zi Shaoling didn't mean that, he couldn't help but think about it that way. What's the saying that good things should be kept within the family? Senior sister, aren't you getting any better off than other disciples? Well, I can't think about it. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go. Seeing that Qiu Lingfeng didn't move, Zi Shaoling took the latter's hand and ran towards the inner courtyard area. Senior sister, please slow down. I'm only at the Tongmai stage. I can't keep up. I'm going to fall down. Qiu Lingfeng used all his strength to barely keep up with Zi Shaoling's speed and shouted. Zi Shaoling is a powerful Taoist spirit realm expert. How could his running speed compare to hers? After hearing this, Zi Shaoling slowed down a lot. Finally, Qiu Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. If he fell, given Zi Shaoling's personality, she would definitely not notice that he fell, and he might be dragged all the way to the inner courtyard. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? A martial artist at the 8th stage of Tongmai realm was actually being dragged on the ground. Zi Shaoling stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly and said, "Hey, I'm just too excited. Sorry." "Forget it, and senior sister, can you let go of my hand now?" Qiu Lingfeng rolled his eyes and shook his head. Although Zi Shaoling's hands were delicate and soft, Qiu Lingfeng didn't want to be stared at by others all the way to the inner courtyard. One might even think that he, a martial artist at the 8th stage of Tongmai realm, was being kept by a female disciple at the Dowling realm in the inner courtyard. Although he now accepts Zi Shaoling's resources and has a similar flavor, the nature is completely different. Chapter 41. The Earth-Splitting and Sea-Changing Ruler. When he arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, Qiu Lingfeng was led into the inner courtyard by Zi Shaoling. As an outer courtyard disciple, Qiu Lingfeng was not qualified to enter the inner courtyard. And Zi Shaoling is not qualified to bring outer courtyard disciples into the inner courtyard at will. The reason why Qiu Lingfeng was able to come in was all because of Zi Shaoling's father's elder token. The management model of the inner courtyard is completely different from that of the outer courtyard. All inner court disciples must become disciples of the elders and receive instruction. The minimum requirement to become an inner court elder is to have the cultivation level of the 5th level of Daoling. As for Zi Shaoling's father, he is the grand elder of the inner courtyard. His cultivation level is even more terrifying at the Soul Realm, ranked among the top powerful people in Jinlan City. Meeting a strong man of this level for the first time, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but feel excited and unable to calm down. Zi Shaoling brought Qiu Lingfeng to the Great Elders Hall. At this time, there was already a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s waiting there. The man was wearing a jade-white robe, with an upright posture, a dignified face, and an imposing presence without even being angry. And he is the Grand Elder of the Inner Courtyard, Zi Shaoling's father, Zi Rulong. It is hard to imagine that the most powerful elder in the Inner Courtyard is so young. 8th stage of Tongmai realm. Zi Rulong glanced at Qiu Lingfeng and nodded with satisfaction. "I heard from Linger that it has only been a month since you awakened as a warrior?" Zi Rulong asked. "Yes." Qiu Lingfeng nodded. "If I remember correctly, Linger gave you the moonwheel technique 2 weeks ago, right? You actually formed a full moon in your dantian in such a short time and practiced the moon wheel technique to perfection?" Zi Rulong then spoke slowly. Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng trembled all over. A strong person in the soul realm can actually see through the dantian of a warrior? After Zi Rulong revealed his true identity at a glance, Qiu Lingfeng was shocked. "Don't be afraid." Zi Rulong laughed and said, "I won't hurt you, but your talent is extremely rare. No one before you has ever possessed such a terrifying talent." "Dad, what did you just say? Junior brother has perfected the moonwheel kung fu. Did you see it right?" Zi Shaoling looked at Qiu Lingfeng in shock, then turned to Zi Rulong and asked, "How could I be wrong?" Zi Rulong shook his head. But he is only at the Tongmai stage. How could he possibly cultivate the moon wheel technique to perfection? Even I have only mastered the 2nd level. Zi Shaoling said in surprise. "There are always people who are better than you." "Linger, guess again. How many Dao seeds can be condensed from the spiritual energy in your junior brother's body?" Zi Rulong looked at Qiu Lingfeng with a smile and asked, "Junior brother, it has only been a short time since he entered the Tongmai realm. Even though he is gifted and has perfected the moon wheel technique, he can only condense 1 Dao seed at best." Zi Shaoling thought she overestimated Qiu Lingfeng and said, "You know, she had spent 2 years in the 8th stage of Tongmai realm before she was able to condense the 7 pattern Dao seed in one fell swoop. How many days had it only taken Xiao Lingfeng to break through the Tongmai realm? In her opinion, it is already very good that Xiao Lingfeng can now condense a Dao seed. Wrong. If I'm not mistaken, he can already condense a 4-line Dao seed now. Zi Rulong continued. At this moment, Xiao Lingfeng began to feel uneasy. His cultivation speed is really weird. What if others know that he has a system and have bad intentions towards his system? 4-line Dao seed? How is this possible? Zi Shaoling shouted in surprise. Then she looked at Xiao Lingfeng with some annoyance and said, Junior brother, your cultivation level has improved so quickly. Why didn't you tell me? Did you treat me, your senior sister, as an outsider? That's not the case. Xiao Lingfeng seemed uneasy. Okay, Linger, everyone has secrets that they cannot tell each other. Lingfeng probably keeps a low profile because he doesn't want to attract too much attention. Zi Rulong spoke slowly and helped Xiao Lingfeng out of the predicament. I heard from Linger that you want to practice a heavy-foot martial art. Then, Zi Rulong finally got down to business. Yes. Xiao Lingfeng nodded hurriedly. In the eyes of Zi Rulong, a powerful soul realm expert, he has no secrets. This state of complete exposure is really scary. The heavy ruler is too unpopular. In Taishan Sword Academy, I am the only one who has it. Are you sure you want to learn it? Zi Rulong asked. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Well, then you will accept this martial art. Zi Rulong nodded slightly and turned his palm. A martial arts secret book appeared out of thin air in his hands. Portable space. Zi Rulong also has a portable space. Could it be that he also has a system? However, this idea was quickly rejected by Xiao Lingfeng. This portable space should be the means used by the strong people in the soul realm, rather than a so-called system. After taking the secret book, Xiao Lingfeng heard a prompt sound from the system. Ding dong. The top-grade martial art earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler has been detected. Do you want to spend 1,800 devouring points to master it directly? It's actually a top-grade martial art. It's just that there are too many swallowing points required to fully master it. Otherwise, it would be perfect. I don't have any heavy weapons at the moment, so you'll have to order one for yourself. Zi Rulong spoke. The disciple has prepared the weapons to be used. Xiao Lingfeng said. His ancient Xian ruler is a level 2 weapon and can still exert its power in the hands of a Daoling realm expert. It is enough to support him for a long time. That's good. Zi Rulong nodded. Linger, take him back to the outer courtyard. I still have things to deal with. Then, Zi Rulong spoke. Zi Shaoling's face changed, and she said hastily, Dad, junior brother Lingfeng is so talented. Don't you plan to accept him as your disciple? Hearing this, Zi Rulong laughed and said, Don't worry, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Your junior brother Lingfeng is too talented, and your father cannot tutor him. When he breaks through the Daoling realm, I will introduce him to a good teacher and will not treat him unfairly. Great Elder, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Xiao Lingfeng clasped his fists. Although Zi Rulong is Zi Shaoling's father, the feeling of being seen through is really uncomfortable, and he doesn't want to stay here any longer. Junior brother, wait for me. Zi Shaoling chased after him. Looking at Xiao Lingfeng's somewhat hurried back, Zi Rulong smiled and murmured, This Xiao Lingfeng is really good at hiding things. Even Linger was fooled. If I wasn't a soul phase realm warrior, I would have thought that he had just broken through to the 8th stage of the Meridian opening realm. I would never have thought that he had mastered the moon wheel technique and could even condense a 4-pattern Dao seed. This kind of talent is enough to make him the #1 genius in Jinlan City. Chapter 42. Leaving the Customs. Zi Shaoling saw Xiao Lingfeng off from the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy. Junior brother, you actually hit it so deeply. Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng with dissatisfaction and said. She originally thought she knew Xiao Lingfeng's background very well, but how long has it been since then? Xiao Lingfeng was actually able to condense a 4-pattern Dao seed. I just wanted to give you a surprise, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and said perfunctorily. He really didn't expect that Zi Rulong could see through all his details at a glance. This feeling is really terrible. Humph, if my dad hadn't told you, wouldn't you have secretly broken through to the Daoling realm? Zi Shaoling said. That won't happen. Xiao Lingfeng said with a guilty conscience. He really wanted to do this. Open the meridians of the person. Open the meridians of the soul. I want to practice secretly and then surprise everyone. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible for Xiao Lingfeng to keep a low profile any longer. How many Dao seeds do you plan to condense? But at your current speed, it won't take long before you can condense 7 Dao seeds, right? Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng and spoke. Junior brother, let me tell you, when you feel that your meridians and dantian can no longer hold the spiritual energy, You must use your willpower to suppress the thought of a breakthrough. You must hold back this feeling of a breakthrough. Zhi Shaoling reminded again. Initially, I could only condense a 6-line Dao seed. In the end, I held it in for 2 months and finally condensed a 7-line Dao seed. Yes, I understand. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Even if Zhi Shaoling didn't say it, he would restrain the idea of breaking through. Dao seed determines the upper limit of Dao's spirit realm. Xiao Lingfeng doesn't want to be weaker than others. When disaster strikes, weakness is the original sin. Instead of blaming others for not saving you, you should work hard to improve yourself. Back then, if my predecessor had the cultivation level that Xiao Lingfeng has now, his parents would not have died. The obsession from his predecessor and Xiao Lingfeng's own desire to survive are both driving forces that force him to work hard to become stronger. After saying goodbye to Zhi Shaoling, Xiao Lingfeng entered the training room in the outer courtyard disciple hall and began a long period of training. This time, Xiao Lingfeng entered a special martial arts training room, which covered a larger area and had twice as much spiritual energy as the outside world. Of course, half a day of usage would require 300 disciple points. But these are not a problem for Xiao Lingfeng. Taking out the ancient Xian ruler from the personal space, Xiao Lingfeng used the system to master the first level of the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler. The earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler is a top-grade martial art. It is obviously impossible for him, who is only at the Tongmai stage, to master it by himself. You can only rely on the system to force your way in. Moreover, there is no spiritual power in Xiao Lingfeng's body yet, so the power he can exert is very small. There are 6 levels in total in the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler. Each level the system masters requires 300 devouring points, and 1,800 devouring points are required to fully master it. And Xiao Lingfeng only needs to get started. The ancient Xian ruler weighs 1,000 pounds, and it is still very difficult for Xiao Lingfeng to swing it now. And to use the first move of the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler is an even greater challenge. After trying dozens of times, Xiao Lingfeng still didn't get the desired result. Giant Claw. In desperation, Xiao Lingfeng activated his magical talent. After the power increased 3 times, the ancient Xian ruler was easily danced, and the first move of the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler was successfully performed. A heavy ruler chopped down vertically, creating a large crack on the floor. You know, the floor in the martial arts training room is specially made. It is also difficult for a Daoling second-level warrior to cause damage. This shows that the power of Xiao Lingfeng's one-foot strike is no weaker than that of a Taoist warrior in the second realm. The only drawback is also obvious. As the ground fell 1 foot, Xiao Lingfeng felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. That's right, although the earth-splitting and sea-changing ruler is very powerful, Xiao Lingfeng can only use it once at the moment. If the attack misses, Xiao Lingfeng will fall into a passive position. This trick is only suitable to be used as a trump card. Then, Xiao Lingfeng tested his other magical talent, Divine Flame Burning the Sky. This magical talent was obtained after devouring the flaming tiger. The effect is also very terrifying, and you can condense a flaming orb in your hand. After throwing it out, it can explode into a fire area with a range of 100 meters. Because it is a magical fire, it is extremely difficult to extinguish and has great destructive power. Xiao Lingfeng carefully counted the burning time. It was a full quarter of an hour. The consumption of this magical talent is also much greater than that of the frozen sky eyes. With Xiao Lingfeng's current strength, he can only use the divine flame burning the sky once. But it must be said that this magical talent is also very suitable for use as a trump card. In the following days, Xiao Lingfeng kept repeating the monotonous daily routine. Meditate and practice in the practice room, and fill your stomach in the disciples' cafeteria. Originally, Xiao Lingfeng's training speed was extremely fast, and after practicing so hard that he forgot to eat and sleep. The spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body has become so condensed that it can condense into a 6-pattern Dao seed. At this time, only 7 days had passed. The doubled spiritual energy in the training room brought Xiao Lingfeng an extraordinary improvement. At this rate, Xiao Lingfeng will be able to try to condense the 9-pattern Dao seed in about 10 days. However, what made Xiao Lingfeng curious was that the spiritual energy in his body did not make him feel uncomfortable because it was full. I can still feel a little bit of fullness, but it is far from reaching the limit. Under Xiao Lingfeng's training, Xiao Lingfeng's physical strength increased again, reaching about 1,700 kilograms. This has nothing to do with a breakthrough in cultivation. It's simply because Gu Xianqi has been practiced too much, and his strength has been improved. While Xiao Lingfeng was rapidly improving his cultivation, Yi Yuqing and his companions did not forget to practice and take on missions. The other 6 people also took on several tasks during this period. He did not disturb Qiu Lingfeng's retreat and practice, but tried hard to catch up with Qiu Lingfeng. After all, Qiu Lingfeng's terrifying cultivation speed was really discouraging. If I don't work hard, I'd be embarrassed to stand in front of him. On the day when Qiu Lingfeng left the training room, he also received the news that Xiao Yin'er and Yi Yuqing were together. So when Xiaonan asked me if old Yi had a girlfriend, was he asking on behalf of Xiao Yin'er? Qiu Lingfeng muttered as he looked at the message sent by Zhang Xiaonan. Originally, he thought that the friend Zhang Xiaonan was talking about was herself. By the way, tomorrow is the training class that happens once every 5 days. I haven't been there yet. I'll go and listen to the so-called training class tomorrow, Qiu Lingfeng said to himself. Then he walked towards the dormitory building. When he returned to the dormitory, Qiu Lingfeng saw Zhao Bai lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Hearing the sound, Zhao Bai opened his sleepy eyes, half raised his body, and looked at Qiu Lingfeng. Akyu, you're finally back. I almost forgot about you as my roommate. Zhao Bai lay back on the bed and said sleepily. Why are you the only one in the dormitory? Where's Lao Yi? Qiu Lingfeng said in confusion. He should go make a little man with Xiao Yin'er now. Zhao Bai turned over and said, okay. The corners of Qiu Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Chapter 43, The Dead End. The next morning, Qiu Lingfeng had just climbed out of bed when he saw Yi Yuqing walking in, yawning and looking tired. Lingfeng, you're back? Yawn. Yi Yuqing glanced at Qiu Lingfeng listlessly and greeted him. Old Yi, why did you empty your pockets? Qiu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Yuqing and asked, You think I want to? It's a rare trip, so I should try some tricks. Yi Yuqing climbed onto his bed and said while lying on his stomach, Can't you just play it all at once? Qiu Lingfeng said speechlessly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Yi Yuqing jumped up from the bed before he reacted. Just go to sleep. Look how tired you are. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said, Speaking of which, I'm still very curious about how you ended up with Xiao Yin'er and why things developed so quickly. She confessed to me first. Actually, I didn't have any feelings for her, but she was pretty, so I decided to try to develop a relationship with her first. Yi Yuqing said. All right. Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened, and he didn't know what to say. Is it so exciting to have fun in the city now? You can even cultivate relationships in a hotel? Can't read. I can only wish Xiao Yin'er good luck and hope she doesn't get dumped by Yi Yuqing and be miserable. At the same time, in Zhang Xiaonan's dormitory, Xiao Yin'er returned to the dormitory with a flushed face and said excitedly, Sisters, I have completely taken down Yuqing's people. So fast. What? You and him last night? When Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui heard Xiao Yin'er's voice, they immediately climbed out of bed and looked at the excited Xiao Yin'er with surprise. Who took the initiative, you or him? Yilian slowly got up and asked. Well, I don't remember. Anyway, I felt dizzy when I hugged him. I'm embarrassed to talk about what happened afterwards. Xiao Yin'er blushed and spoke vaguely. Are you sure he likes you? Yilian looked at Xiao Yin'er and asked pointedly. Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui's faces changed when they heard this. Zhang Xiaonan said hastily, Xiaolian, what are you talking about? Yi Yuqing has done that kind of thing with Yin'er. Doesn't it mean that he likes her? That's right, Xiaolian. If Yucheng didn't like me, he wouldn't have done that last night, right? Xiao Yin'er blushed and stammered. Yin'er, you gave yourself up too early. Yi Lian said. Yucheng is so outstanding, there must be a lot of girls who like him. If I don't seize the opportunity quickly, he will definitely be snatched away. Xiao Yin'er said. Forget it. Now that the matter is done, there is nothing that can be changed. Yi Lian climbed down the stairs and said, And Yi Yuqing is not as good as you think. Besides, isn't Qiu Lingfeng who came with Xiaonan even better? He is the same age as us, and he has already reached the 8th stage of Tongmai realm in less than a month after awakening. After saying that, she went out to the balcony to wash up. Qiu Lingfeng, forget it. He only recognized the boy in our dormitory. We couldn't catch him even if we wanted to. The last time we came back from a mission together, he didn't want any Tongmai pills for himself and gave them all to the boy. Du Shui said on the side. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaonan with envy and continued. I would like to be noticed by Qiu Lingfeng like Xiaonan. Xiao Xue, what are you talking about? The relationship between Lingfeng and I is very normal. We are just ordinary classmates. Zhang Xiaonan blushed and explained. Then why are you blushing? Besides, how could an ordinary classmate give you 2 Tongmai pills? Why did he only give one to you and not to us? You just don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. Du Shui said. If a boy is willing to give me 2 Tongmai pills, I will definitely agree to be with him. Why are you talking about Qiu Lingfeng? Aren't we talking about me and Yu Cheng? Xiao Yin'er felt that she was left out and pouted in dissatisfaction. You two should get up quickly. The training class will start soon, and it only starts once every 5 days. After Yilian finished washing up, she walked in and said to Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui, Yin'er, I don't want to discourage you, but I don't think you and Yi Yuqing will have a good ending. Yilian glanced at Xiao Yin'er and said earnestly, Yilian, what do you mean? Xiao Yin'er said dissatisfiedly, ever since I started pursuing Yu Cheng, you've been gossiping about me. Now that I've slept with Yu Cheng, you're jealous again? No. Yilian shook her head. Xiaolian, you're going too far. Yin'er and Yi Yuqing are together, and we should bless them instead of saying that their relationship will not end well. Du Shui walked up to Xiao Yin'er and said, Du Shui and Xiao Yin'er came from the same village and have a very good relationship. In addition, Yi Lian has been expressing her pessimism about this relationship since Xiao Yin'er came back. Du Shui couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she continued. You and Yi Yuqing seem to have a very close relationship. Could it be that you like Yi Yuqing too? Xiaolian, love is a matter of first come first served. You didn't pursue Yi Yuqing, but our Xiaoxue did. Don't be jealous, and don't make sarcastic remarks from the sidelines. Okay. We are all sisters living in the same dormitory. Why are you quarreling? Zhang Xiaonan noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange and hurried out to try to persuade them. Xiaonan, you have Lingfeng treating you well. You don't know how tired Yin'er is to be with Yi Yuqing. Now Yi Lian is making sarcastic remarks like this. I can't stand it. Du Shui said. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaonan could only stand there in a daze. I actually think what Xiao Lian said is right. It's better for girls to be more reserved. If Yin'er is too proactive, Yi Yuqing will inevitably think of her as a casual girl, leaving a bad impression on her. Xiaolian was also thinking about Yin'er's image in Yi Yuqing's mind. It's just that what Xiaolian said was a little unpleasant to the ear. Zhang Xiaonan tried to smooth things over and explained. Yu Cheng said it last night. He didn't expect that I was still a virgin. He swore to treat me well for the rest of my life. How could he think that I was casual? How could he not want me? Xiao Yin'er lowered her head and choked up, tears flowing from her eyes and dripping down her fair cheeks onto the ground. I was surprised to see Xiao Yin'er crying for no reason. Du Shui and Zhang Xiaonan were suddenly at a loss and hurriedly hugged Xiao Yin'er. Yin'er, don't cry. Xiaolian is just worried about this. Yi Yuqing doesn't seem like a playboy. He will definitely be responsible for you. Du Shui hurriedly comforted her. Chapter 44, Vixen. Yi Lian watched this scene with a complicated expression. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat first, and I won't be back to the dormitory for a while. Yi Lian finished speaking and left the dormitory. Yin'er, don't be so sensitive. Think about it carefully. If Yi Yuqing doesn't like you, how could he do that kind of thing with you? Du Shui continued to comfort her. After hearing this, Xiao Yin'er finally felt better. After leaving the dormitory, Yi Lian flipped through her communication watch. Found Qiu Lingfeng's contact information. Qiu Lingfeng, did you see it? If you did, please give me a reply. I have something to ask of you. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Qiu Lingfeng, who was still brushing his teeth in the dormitory, heard the notification sound of his communication watch and raised his hand to read the message. After finding out that the message was from Yi Lian, he was a little surprised at first. After realizing it, he became curious. What does Yi Lian, the class beauty, need my help with? I even sent him a message early in the morning. What's up? Qiu Lingfeng typed out a reply while holding a toothbrush in his mouth. I want to know what Yi Yuqing thinks of Yin'er. Yi Lian asked. Old Yi said that it depends on how the relationship is cultivated. Qiu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows, and his gossip spirit was instantly ignited. Could it be that Yi Lian and Yi Yuqing are really having an affair? How come Yi Yuqing just slept with Xiao Yin'er? And right after that, Yi Lian came to ask him what Yi Yuqing thought of Xiao Yin'er. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Yi Lian also replied quickly. You're welcome. I want to know why you care so much about old Yi and Xiao Yin'er's affairs. Qiu Lingfeng somehow typed out this message and sent it. As soon as he sent it out, he regretted it. Pity. His communication watch was just a giveaway. There is no way to withdraw this function at all. There is no chance to regret. This was the first time Qiu Lingfeng began to reflect on why he was so poor. Yin'er is my roommate, so I have to keep an eye on Yi Yuqing. But what I didn't expect was that Yin'er seemed to be too afraid of losing Yi Yuqing and actually handed herself over early. I want you to supervise Yi Yuqing, okay? Yi Lian replied with a long text. I don't stay in the dormitory often, so if you want supervision, it would be better to let Zhao Bai come, right? Qiu Lingfeng declined politely. He doesn't want to be a tool. Isn't supervising Yi Yuqing just spying for Xiao Yan'er's potential rival Yi Lian? After this, Yi Yuqing and Xiao Yan'er broke up, and he became the biggest sinner. It is better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. They are a loving couple, and how could Qiu Lingfeng have the nerve to break them up? At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. When two girls in a girl's dormitory like the same boy at the same time, then this dormitory is equivalent to the Shura field of the harem. It is not impossible that there are 4 girls in 8 groups. After rejecting Yi Lian, Zhao Bai also got up. After he finished washing up, the two of them went to the cafeteria together. However, when the two arrived downstairs of the dormitory, they saw Yi Lian was already waiting at the bottom of the building. Ling Feng. When Yi Lian saw Qiu Lingfeng, she walked over quickly. My stomach is not feeling well. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Akiyu, you and Yi Lian can go to the cafeteria first. Zhao Bai was very tactful. He covered his stomach and escaped by using the shit escape method. He thought he had created an opportunity for Qiu Lingfeng and Yi Lian to be alone, and was happy about bringing the two together. Little did he know that at this moment Qiu Lingfeng actually didn't want to meet Yi Lian, because he didn't want to be entrusted by Yi Lian to supervise Yi Yuqing. Why are you waiting down here? Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose and chatted awkwardly. I didn't have breakfast. Let's go to the cafeteria together. Yi Lian looked at Qiu Lingfeng and spoke. Okay. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. Then, the two went to the cafeteria together. On the way, Yi Lian didn't talk about supervising Yi Yuqing, but talked about other things. Have you been in the training room all this time? I didn't see you when I accepted the mission. Yi Lian asked. Yes, I've been in the training room these days. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and replied. You practice so hard. No wonder your cultivation level has improved so quickly. Now that you've come out, does that mean you're almost at the Dao spirit realm? Yi Lian looked at Qiu Lingfeng curiously and asked. It's still a long way to go. How can it be so easy to break through to the Daoling realm? Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. Although he can now condense 6 pattern Dao seeds and directly break through to the Daoling realm, he is still far from Qiu Lingfeng's threshold. Then you can still condense a Dao seed now, right? Let me think. You should be able to condense a Dao seed now, right? Yi Lian said. I guess so. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. Is that? Yi Lian was stunned, and then said, Ling Feng, don't be too discouraged. This young man from the village hasn't even reached the 8th stage of the linking meridians realm at your age. You are already very good. I believe you will be able to condense a Dao seed soon. Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng was a little amused. But he didn't want to expose his true current cultivation level, so he could only nod and say, Thank you then. After you are able to condense a single pattern Dao seed, don't rush to break through. With your aptitude, it won't be difficult for you to condense a 5-pattern Dao seed. Yi Lian said. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Qiu Lingfeng nodded obediently. The two chatted casually until they reached the cafeteria, where they got their food and started eating together. The two of them picked an empty seat in the corner on the first floor and sat down to eat. As soon as the two of them sat down, 3 girls walked in from the cafeteria door. They were Zhang Xiaonan and her 2 companions. After the 3 of them had some porridge, they started looking for an empty seat. Hey, Xiaonan, look at those 2 people. Are they Yi Lian and Qiu Lingfeng? Du Shui glanced at Qiu Lingfeng and Yi Lian who were sitting in the corner, and hurriedly patted Zhang Xiaonan and asked, It really is Yi Lian and Ling Feng? Zhang Xiaonan said with some surprise. In her impression, Qiu Lingfeng and Yi Lian were not this close. Why did you come together for breakfast this morning? When I think about her saying she would come down early, this Yi Lian is so shameless. Not only is she jealous of Yenner, she also wants to snatch your Ling Feng away from you. Xiaonan, can you still tolerate this? Du Shui frowned and snorted coldly. We don't even know what happened yet. How can we jump to conclusions so easily? Although Zhang Xiaonan didn't quite believe what Du Shui said, the scene before her did make her feel uncomfortable. The facts are right in front of us. She was still saying good things about Qiu Lingfeng this morning. It turns out that she also likes Qiu Lingfeng. Humph, she is so beautiful. No wonder she is a vixen. Du Shui added fuel to the fire. She had no confidence in her own appearance, and after seeing how beautiful Yi Lian was, she couldn't help but think badly of Yi Lian. Chapter 45. Immortal Facial Cream. Xiao Xue, how can you say that about Xiaolian? She is our roommate after all. Zhang Xiaonan's face changed and he said, If she really treated us as roommates, would she have said what she said before? Would she still come to have breakfast with Qiu Lingfeng? Du Shui snorted and said, Xiaonan, think about it carefully. If Qiu Lingfeng didn't like you, why would he give you those Tongmai pills? He could have given them to other people. If you don't work hard and Yi Lian takes Qiu Lingfeng away from you, where can you go to cry? Zhang Xiaonan knew that there was more than one reason why Qiu Lingfeng gave her the Tongmai pill. But she knew very well that Qiu Lingfeng didn't give her the Tongmai pill because he liked her. However, after hearing Du Shui's words, she felt unhappy. If it was the former cousin Xiaoya, paired with Qiu Lingfeng, they would definitely be a match made in heaven. But the current cousin Xiaoya, compared to Yi Lian, her appearance is not even a little bit worse, not to mention that cousin Xiaoya is far away in Xingshou village. Qiu Lingfeng is a young and energetic boy. If he can't resist the temptation, in an instant, Zhang Xiaonan thought a lot. Immortal facial cream? While chatting with Yi Lian, Qiu Lingfeng heard such a thing from Yi Lian and couldn't help but become curious. Why? Are you interested in the beauty cream? Generally speaking, only girls like this kind of thing. Yi Lian said in surprise. What on earth is this immortal face cream? Qiu Lingfeng asked. As its name suggests, immortal facial cream. It is said that it was originally an excellent medicine for wounds. Even if there is a hole in the body, only a little bit is needed to quickly recover from the injury. Later, after a female warrior discovered that this product could also whiten and remove scars, the price was driven up. Now it is hard to find a single cream on the market, because the immortal face cream is basically monopolized by the ladies of the big families. Yi Lian spoke slowly. Immortal face cream, can I exchange it for disciple points? How much does it cost? Qiu Lingfeng asked anxiously. Disciple points, about 120,000 points, and only inner court disciples can buy it. Yi Lian thought about it and said, why are you interested in this kind of thing? With 120,000 points, you can buy other elixirs with better effects. Why do you have to buy this immortal face cream? Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and continued to ask, can this immortal facial cream remove old scars? The price is so high, of course it is very effective in scar removal. Otherwise, those ladies wouldn't be so stupid as to spend such a high price on an ointment with mediocre scar removal effect. Yi Lian nodded. Only inner court disciples can buy it? I understand. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. It was not a big problem for him that only inner court disciples could buy it. He can break through to the Daoling realm and become an inner court disciple at any time. You can also ask Zi Shaoling to buy it for him. After finishing breakfast, the two left the cafeteria and headed to the classroom. The outer court disciples of Taishian Sword Academy attend training classes once every 5 days in the first 6 months, and are completely free range for the next 3.5 years. The full name of the cultivation class is the Cultivation Theory class. The course content is basically theoretical knowledge such as choice of main practice method in Tongmai realm, the compatibility of meridians and spiritual energy, the life of a practitioner, from entry to death, and Tao Seed, a seed that can change a martial artist. Basically, it teaches students how to practice in the future. When they reach the end of practice, they will basically be an 8th level Tongmai realm warrior. If you haven't become a martial artist at the 8th level of Tongmai realm within 4 years, it means you don't have the qualifications to be a martial artist and you can pack up and go home. The outer courtyard of Taishian Sword Academy sounds nice, but in fact it is just a long-term disciple assessment. Because some people have special physiques, they tend to have a strong accumulation of strength and a gradual decline in strength. There are many people who have been in Nirvana for 3 years, 5 years, and then suddenly turned into dragons. In order not to miss out on this group of talents, Taishian Sword Academy specially set up an external courtyard. There are only 2 futures for the disciples in the outer courtyard. One is graduation, and the other is promotion to the inner courtyard. In fact, it is a nice name called graduation. In fact, it means that you are not qualified. Staying in Taishian Sword Academy is a waste of resources. You should pack up and leave as soon as possible. Oh, of course, there are also a very small number of people who encounter accidents during the 4 years and will never be able to enter the 8th level of Tongmai realm in their lifetime. Just like Qiu Lingfeng's former roommate, Hao Xiu, because he had a broken arm and lacked a main meridian, he could only stay at the 7th level of Tongmai realm for the rest of his life. Taishian Sword Academy also directly persuaded these disciples to withdraw. Don't ask. The answer is that the world of the strong is too dangerous, and it will be dangerous for you to stay in Taishian Sword Academy. It's better to stay in Jinlan City honestly, eat and wait for the next generation to become successful. Turn right when you go out, walk slowly, no goodbyes, bon voyage, say oh la la. Damn. After listening to a morning of training classes, Qiu Lingfeng left the classroom. After hearing about the immortal face cream from Yi Lian, Qiu Lingfeng lost interest in class. His current cultivation level has surpassed that of most freshmen, and he has begun to consider condensing the Tao Seed. It made no difference whether he listened to the theories of the Meridian opening realm in the theory classes or not, because he couldn't use them anyway. The only thing he cares about now is the immortal face cream. Qiu Lingfeng now has 63,000 disciple points. Although he has surpassed most of the outer courtyard disciples, he is still a long way from reaching the immortal face cream. 120,000 disciple points. Now Qiu Lingfeng has only one thought: to accept tasks and earn points. You ask him why he wants this beauty cream? Because, in an inconspicuous blacksmith shop in Xingshou village, there is a fairy who needs it. Hand over the eggs and cubs of burning skylarks. One egg is worth 5,000 points, and one burning skylark cub is worth 10,000 points. There is no upper limit. Required members: 4 Daoling Realm disciples, 4 Tongmai Realm 8th stage disciples. Qiu Lingfeng quickly found a task he was looking for. The only thing that bothered him was the demand for members. Where can he get people together? Brother, do you want to take this mission too? A young man saw Qiu Lingfeng looking at the task, ran over, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Right." Qiu Lingfeng nodded. "Your cultivation is at the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm, right?" The young man asked. "That's right." Qiu Lingfeng nodded. "That's perfect. We are just short of a member at the 8th stage of Tongmai Realm. You can join us in taking on this mission." The young man said. "The specific distribution is that the 4 Daoling Realm brothers and sisters will take 80%, and the remaining 20% will belong to our outer courtyard disciples. Will you come?" "So dark?" Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened, and he said, "What are you talking about? It's good enough if we can split the remaining 20% equally. The other brothers and sisters should at least get 90%. The young man said, "This should be your first time working with fellow Daoling Realm brothers and sisters, right?" Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but think of Zi Shaoling. It turns out that senior sister Shaoling is kind-hearted. Chapter 46, Burning Cloud Stone Forest. "Are you going or not? If not, we'll find someone else." The young man spoke again. "Go ahead." Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be any other good tasks here, so it was a bit of a scam. But if you get enough eggs and cubs, it would be pretty good. The most important thing is that he can't take on the task alone. There is no point in calling Zi Shaoling because there are only 2 people in total. After filling in the information and receiving the tasks, the 8 people left Taishian Sword Academy together. When leaving the Sword Academy, Qiu Lingfeng also sent a message to others, saying that he had received a mission and would be away from Taishian Sword Academy for a while. The current team configuration of Qiu Lingfeng can be said to be very good. There are 4 Daoling Realm warriors, but they are all Daoling First Realm warriors. The strongest one is the sister holding the sword. Her name is Ma Lingshu. It is said that her Dao seed is a 4-line Dao seed, and it has already split 3 times. The young man who recruited Qiu Lingfeng into the team pointed at the team leader and said, "His name is Song Jiala, and he entered Taishian Sword Academy to practice 2 years ago." Qiu Lingfeng looked at the senior sister who was leading the team. She was about 70% pretty, didn't seem to be arrogant, and seemed very approachable. The most important thing is that this senior sister is only 17 years old. 4-line Tao seed 3 split. This means that this senior sister is also a genius. Of course, she is not as enchanting as Zi Shaoling. At the age of 16, the 7-line Dao seed was born, and the Dao seed gave birth to the Dao root. The cultivation base of the other 3 inner court disciples is similar. All of them are at the level of the second split of the Dao seed. The only difference may be the number of Dao seed patterns. The cultivation of the first realm of Daoling is to cultivate the lines into cracks on the original basis of Dao seed. The more cracks there are, the faster the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will be, and the purer and stronger the spiritual power will be. In other words, the number of Dao seed cracks is linked to the number of Dao seed patterns. The lower the number of Dao seed patterns, the faster the promotion speed. The corresponding price is weakness. In terms of breakthrough speed, the breakthrough speed of warriors without pattern of Dao seed is definitely the fastest in the Daoling realm. Each realm in the Daoling realm can be broken through by simply settling down. Correspondingly, a warrior without Dao patterns cannot enter Dao Bud in his lifetime. This senior sister Ma is very talented. Qiu Lingfeng said, "Yes, if I could condense the Dao seed and enter the Dao spirit realm in this lifetime, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Song Jiala sighed. "Don't think that it's easy to enter the Daoling realm. The threshold of condensing the Dao seed is enough to stop most people. Even the weakest Dao seed without pattern is the same. Are you a freshman this year?" A female disciple from the inner courtyard walked up to Qiu Lingfeng and asked. Her name is Zhang Qiulan, and her personality lives up to her name. She has a pair of narrow and charming eyes, a face like a peach, and is wearing a light blue dress that outlines her mature and plump figure. 3-line Tao seed split into 2. Yes, this year's freshman. Xiu Lingfeng nodded. Are you from Jinlan City? Zhang Qilan asked. No, I'm from the village. Xiu Lingfeng shook his head. Are you from the village too? No way. Which village are you from? Are all the new students coming to the village so abnormal these days? There's even someone at the 8th level of Tongmai realm? A group of outer court disciples exclaimed. Even the other inner court disciples looked over in surprise. Even for the disciples recruited from the villages outside Jinlan City, even those with good talents would need half a year to reach the 8th level of Tongmai realm. They had never heard of someone like Xiu Lingfeng, who had already become an 8th level Tongmai realm warrior not long after arriving here. I'm from Katamori village. You probably haven't heard of me. Xiu Lingfeng spoke. I haven't heard of it. The others nodded and said, Then junior brother, aren't you very talented? Zhang Qilan said with some surprise. I heard that there are several freshmen in this class who have magical talents. Could you be one of them? Song Jiala asked tentatively. As a freshman from the village, he was able to achieve the 8th level of Tongmai realm in such a short period of time. It can be seen that Xiu Lingfeng's talent is definitely not simple. If there is one person who has awakened the talent of ice magic, it should be me. Xiu Lingfeng said calmly. You're kidding, right? You've awakened your magical talent? Song Jiala looked surprised, and the others were also shocked. He was originally just a teammate to make up the numbers, but turned out to be a genius with awakened supernatural powers. Isn't this too good of luck? This is nothing to joke about. You'll know when you try it. Xiu Lingfeng shrugged. Your cultivation has already reached the 8th stage of Tongmai realm. Doesn't that mean you will also participate in the disciple selection in a month? Zhang Qilan said. Well, I want to join in too. Xiu Lingfeng nodded and said, Song Jiala, you guys are going to participate too, right? Forget about it. The selection of disciples is all about gods fighting each other, and we mortals will suffer. Song Jiala said speechlessly. All right. Xiu Lingfeng nodded. Then, the 8 of them left Jinlan City together and headed for Kanglan Mountains. The mission this time is to burn the Skylark's eggs and cubs. The burning Skylark is a tamed magical beast, and its flying speed is comparable to that of a warrior in the 1st level of the Dowling realm. He has a gentle personality and is weak in strength. The only pity is that if you want to tame the burning Skylark as a mount, you have to castrate something. This makes it impossible to raise them on a large scale in cities. That's why Xiu Lingfeng and others took on this task. When the burning Skylark reaches adulthood, it is only an 8th rank servant monster and is not a cause for concern. The only headache is the king of sparrows among the flock of sparrows, because the king of sparrows is a real elite monster. As long as Xiu Lingfeng and others do not alarm the king of birds, it will be very easy to obtain the eggs or cubs of the burning Skylark. After 2 days of long journey, everyone finally arrived outside a stone forest. In the burning cloud stone forest, most of the stone pillars are orange-yellow in color, with some golden fine lines on them. From a distance, they look like cloud patterns painted on them artificially. Therefore, it was named Burning Cloudstone Forest, and the Burning Skylark was also named Burning Skylark because it lived here. In fact, the Burning Skylark is not a fire-attributed magical beast, but a genuine wind-attributed magical beast. There are many nests of burning skylarks in the stone forest. This is the breeding season for the burning skylarks. It's a good time for us to steal eggs and cubs. Everyone should try to steal as many eggs as possible. If you encounter cubs that have just hatched, take them away directly. If you encounter cubs that have grown feathers, don't take them away. They are too big and will get in the way. Ma Lingshu gave a reminder before everyone entered the burning cloudstone forest. Yes. The others nodded, then dispersed and went their separate ways. Chapter 47. Burning Skylark King. Burning Cloud Stone Forest. Xiu Lingfeng has arrived near a bird's nest. At this time, there were only 2 baby birds in the bird's nest, and the baby birds were only about 1 foot in size. Next to the young bird, there are 7 reddish-gray eggs. The eggs of the burning skylark are much larger than the ostrich eggs in the previous life. Chirp, chirp. Xiu Lingfeng climbed up the bird's nest easily, and the young skylark immediately started chirping. System, can bird eggs be placed in the portable space? Xiu Lingfeng asked curiously. Ding dong, the portable space can hold any items without any restrictions. The system prompts. In other words, the portable space can also hold living people? There is no restriction that it can only hold dead objects? Xiu Lingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The storage rings and storage bags in the novels of my previous life were limited to only storing inanimate objects and could not hold living things at all. This feature alone makes the system's portable space far superior to other storage spaces. Ding dong, no. The system replied. Okay, I understand. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, and then began to identify these bird eggs. The burning skylark egg has been fertilized and is hatching. Burning skylark egg, fertilized, stillborn. Unfertilized skylark egg. As the identification skills were used, the information about these bird eggs also emerged in Xiao Lingfeng's mind. After careful selection, Xiao Lingfeng finally kept the 2 burning skylark cubs and 2 burning skylark eggs that were about to hatch. As for the others, of course he took them away as well. There are no requirements for the eggs to be handed in for the mission, as long as they are burning skylark eggs. 1 pill is worth 5,000 points. As for the cubs, Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to think about them. Although you can get 10,000 points for each cub, it is too easy for them to die after a long journey and careful care. After clearing out this bird's nest, Xiao Lingfeng went to the next bird's nest. Chiyu. Just when Xiao Lingfeng arrived at another bird's nest, a huge shadow fell from the sky and pecked at Xiao Lingfeng fiercely. Fire Skylark, a 7th-level servant monster. Xiao Lingfeng had no time to dodge and could only use his magical power. Ice-sealed sky eyes. Xiao Lingfeng directly froze the burning skylark. Fenyunk's body hit the rock straight up and then fell to the ground. Xiao Lingfeng also took this opportunity to quickly climb down the stone pillar and hid in the corner. The bird's nest is located dozens of meters high. If it is shot down, Xiao Lingfeng might be killed. Chiyu. The burning skylark that was frozen in ice regained its ability to move, then spread its wings and flew up, chirping. Then the other burning skylarks that were stationed in the stone forest and had not gone out to look for food were alarmed. In an instant, the burning skylarks surrounded the stone pillars near Xiao Lingfeng and continued to approach here. Xiao Lingfeng looked at this scene and did not panic. Instead, he slowly took out the ancient Xian ruler from his personal space. At the same time, he retreated to one side, trying to leave the encirclement. Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to fight with this group of burning skylarks unless it was absolutely necessary, because it is very difficult for him to deal with these burning skylarks now. Soon, Xiao Lingfeng discovered that there were dense swarms of burning skylarks in the sky around him, which made his scalp tingle. Everyone has been discovered? Xiao Lingfeng felt a chill in his heart and thought to himself that something was wrong. The burning skylarks circled in the air, exposing the positions of the 8 people. Then, a burning skylark with colorful feathers appeared in the air. This burning skylark has a dense red crest on its head and golden feathers on its body, which is completely different from the gray-red color of other burning skylarks. The burning skylark king. Xiao Lingfeng's pupils shrank. The burning skylark king, a 2nd-level elite monster. Everybody gathered together. At this time, Ma Lingshu's voice rang out in the burning cloudstone forest. All the disciples who heard the voice ran towards the direction where Ma Lingshu's voice came from. Are these people gathered together because they are afraid that they won't die? Xiao Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. He did not choose to go over and confront Fenyunk head-on. Instead, he hid behind the stone forest and quietly moved. Ma Lingshu and the others did not have his ability to identify, so they could not directly see through the cultivation level of the burning Skylark King. Although the burning Skylark King is at the bottom of the elite monsters. However, it is more than enough for it to deal with a few warriors whose cultivation level is only the 1st level of Daoling. If Xiao Lingfeng went there now, he would just be seeking his death. He's not stupid. Forget it. After all, we can't just ignore them. After taking a few steps, Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and sighed. In the end, he chose to sneak over there secretly and didn't want to reveal his whereabouts. At this time, Ma Lingshu and 7 others had gathered together. Where's Xiao Lingfeng? Ma Lingshu asked with a frown. I don't know. Maybe it was entangled by burning skylark. A male disciple from the inner courtyard spoke. No, all the burning skylarks nearby have gathered here. He must have escaped. Another male disciple from the inner courtyard spoke up. He doesn't look like the type to run away from a fight. Songjala spoke. It doesn't look like it, but who knows? Another disciple spoke up. Okay, stop talking. Be careful of the burning skylark's attacks. We will take care of the burning skylark king. Ma Lingshu spoke. Then the spiritual power around him burst out, and the long sword left his hand and stabbed towards the burning skylark king. Call out. The long sword broke through the air, making a sound. At the same time, Ma Lingshu also stepped on the steep stone pillars, relying on her own speed to rush up and attack the burning Skylark King. When the other inner court disciples saw Ma Lingshu taking action, they also burst out with spiritual power and rushed towards the burning Skylark King. Xiao Lingfeng was hiding in the corner, waiting for an opportunity to wipe out these burning skylarks. The other burning skylarks also pecked at the outer courtyard disciples. There are dozens of burning skylarks. How terrifying is the sound? Song Jiala and the others were so frightened that they dared not move at all. What a bunch of pig teammates. Qiu Lingfeng was speechless as he watched this scene. Giant claws split the earth and cover the sea. Qiu Lingfeng hid in the dark. The spiritual energy in his meridians began to boil, and then he performed the first move of the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler. The terrifying force directly brought out a shock wave, separating Song Jiala and others from Fenyuk. There were even 2 burning skylarks who were unable to dodge and were killed instantly by Qiu Lingfeng. The power of the first move of the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler is enough to rival the attack of a Taoist spirit in the second realm. Killing the servant-level burning skylark in seconds is naturally a piece of cake. System, devour those 2 burning skylarks for me. Qiu Lingfeng muttered to himself. At the same time, Song Jiala and others were completely stunned. The attack just now didn't seem like something that a martial artist at the Tongmai realm could perform. After Qiu Lingfeng swung out 1 foot, his position was exposed. So he did not choose to hide, but walked out dragging the ancient Xian ruler. Are you all scared silly by burning skylark? Don't you know how to fight back? If I hadn't acted in time, you would all be dead. Qiu Lingfeng spoke. Chapter 48. Catch them all. Lingfeng, that attack just now? Song Jiala asked in surprise. Why are you asking so many questions? Hold on to your weapons. If you still want to live, fight back. Qiu Lingfeng didn't have time to talk nonsense. After he finished speaking, he held the ancient Xian ruler in both hands and became alert. Where did you get this heavy ruler? Why haven't I seen it before? Someone asked curiously. Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng's face changed, and he actually forgot how to explain this. The ancient Xian ruler has always been kept in his personal space. So far, Qiu Lingfeng only knew that Zi Rulong, a powerful soul realm expert, possessed similar abilities. Another magical talent of mine allows me to summon my weapons, Qiu Lingfeng said casually. Anyway, no one else can verify the authenticity. Qiu. A burning skylark swooped down and pecked at Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng struggled to swing the ancient Xian ruler, trying to knock the burning skylark away. However, before Qiu Lingfeng could raise the ancient Xian ruler, the burning skylark was about to peck him. Qiu Lingfeng reacted quickly, hurriedly let go of the ancient Xian ruler, and then jumped. The burning skylark pecked at nothing. At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng also hugged the burning skylark's neck and pulled out the dagger from his waist. He cut a deep wound on Fenyung's neck, and hot blood gushed out immediately. Qiu Lingfeng also took the opportunity to jump down, and the burning skylark also flew upwards desperately. However, he hit a stone pillar on one side and finally fell straight to the ground, dead. It is indeed difficult to use the ancient mysterious ruler if you only rely on your own strength, Qiu Lingfeng said secretly in his heart and put away the ancient Xian ruler. Before he broke through to the Daoling realm, he obviously could not use the ancient Xian ruler at will. He had to hide in the dark to launch the sneak attack. In this situation, a dagger is still more useful. I have to say that Zhang Dania's craftsmanship is indeed superb. The well-made dagger could easily cut through the flesh of even an 8th-rank slave. Seeing Qiu Lingfeng kill a burning skylark so easily, the others were stunned. Since when did burning skylark become so easy to deal with? Qiu, Qiu, Qiu. Seeing the death of the burning skylark, several burning skylarks circling in the sky also pecked at Qiu Lingfeng. At the same time, more than a dozen burning skylarks rushed towards Song Jiala and others. Come again? Qiu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows. With just one glance, he saw through the level of this group of burning skylarks. There is only one 8th-level slave, and the rest are 7th-level slaves, so there is no need to worry. Relying on his own advantages, Qiu Lingfeng shuttled between the stone forests, and flying between the stone forests also caused the speed of the burning skylark to drop sharply. Qiu Lingfeng looked back from time to time, observing the distance between himself and Fenyuk. And he was not afraid that the burning skylark would destroy the stone forest, because there were basically burning skylark cubs and eggs on the stone pillars. Once destroyed, the losses will be even greater. Qiu Lingfeng walked around for a long time, and the only one who could follow him in the stone forest was the 8th-level slave. The other burning skylarks flew above the stone forest and looked down at Qiu Lingfeng from mid-air. The time has come. Qiu Lingfeng knew that this was his chance to take action. There were too many burning skylarks just now. If he had fought back directly, he would have been in great danger. So he used his advantage of being agile in the stone forest to force some of the burning skylarks to fly back into the air. Create a suitable opportunity for yourself to escape. Now, if other burning skylarks want to attack him, they can only fly down. As long as he moves fast enough, they can easily dodge. In the stone forest, the attack method of these burning skylarks is very simple, which is to peck people with their beaks. As for other means of attack, they will destroy the stone forest and damage the burning skylark's nest on it. These burning skylarks guarding the stone forest would naturally not do anything to destroy the stone forest. A dagger appeared in Xiao Lingfeng's hand, and he turned around and stabbed at the 8th level burning skylark. Chiyu. The burning skylark didn't expect Xiao Lingfeng to suddenly attack it, so it quickly spread its wings and tried to stop. Too late. Xiao Lingfeng shouted, and the dagger in his hand had already stabbed fiercely into the base of the burning skylark's wing, leaving a long cut. The boiling blood immediately stained Xiao Lingfeng's hands. Chiyu. Fenyunk fought back with all his might, kicking Xiao Lingfeng fiercely with his claws. Xiao Lingfeng was unable to dodge and immediately had several bleeding cuts on his legs. Bang! The burning skylark was unable to fly because one of its wings was injured, and its body fell to the ground. Because the burning skylark's ability to move on the ground is very weak, the only thing that can pose a threat to Xiao Lingfeng now is its beak. Xiao Lingfeng quickly dealt with the burning skylark and then devoured it. Seeing this, the other burning skylarks didn't dare to move forward easily. Because Xiao Lingfeng had easily dealt with 2 8th-level slaves, Fenyunk. The other burning skylarks have become smarter, fearing that they would be left alone and killed by Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng raised his head and glanced at the other burning skylarks. It seemed that he didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. He also seized this opportunity and quickly climbed up a nearby stone pillar. After using the identification tool to identify them, I took away 3 bird eggs that were pretty good. Chiyu. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng stealing bird eggs again, the other skylarks circling nearby immediately attacked Xiao Lingfeng. Good to come. Xiao Lingfeng raised the corner of his mouth. Ice-sealed sky eyes. Giant claws. Split the earth and cover the sea. The ancient Xian ruler instantly appeared in his hand. The spiritual energy in the meridians began to flow and boil, and then a terrifying wave of air slashed out. At the same time, a cold light swept across, freezing all the burning skylarks in an instant. The gust of air directly killed the group of burning skylarks, and their bodies fell to the ground. Then, Xiao Lingfeng collapsed on the top of the stone pillar, gasping for breath as he looked at the corpses of the burning skylarks on the ground. Sure enough, now for me, the longer the interval between using my magical talent, the smaller the side effects on my body. Xiao Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. He had actually just been stalling for time, just for this moment. Swallow. Xiao Lingfeng muttered to himself, as the system sounded a series of prompts. The spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body is also rich enough to condense into a 7-pattern Dao seed. What surprised Xiao Lingfeng even more was that at this moment, he still didn't feel any discomfort from the swelling in his meridians. In other words, the 7-pattern Dao seed is far from his limit. After his body recovered a lot, Xiao Lingfeng took away a dozen bird eggs. After that, Xiao Lingfeng rushed towards Songjiala and others. Chapter 49. Believe it or not. The location of Songjiala and others. At this time, there were already several corpses of burning skylarks. But Songjiala and the others were also covered with scars, and they did not have the strength of Xiao Lingfeng. The top-grade martial arts greatly improved Xiao Lingfeng's strength. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are still 16 slave-level burning skylarks left. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the burning skylark that Songjiala was fighting against and thought to himself. At the same time, he also looked up. For Dowling Realm Inner Academy disciples shuttled between the stone pillars and took the opportunity to attack the burning Skylark King. But the situation is still not optimistic. King Burning Skylark was almost unharmed, but 2 inner court disciples were injured. Hold on. I'll go and work with my brothers and sisters to take down the burning Skylark King first. Xiao Lingfeng shouted to Songjiala and the other 2. Lingfeng, you are okay? When Songjiala heard Xiao Lingfeng's voice, he turned around in surprise. However, he didn't expect that this action of his gave a burning skylark an opportunity to seize it. Its sharp claws directly pierced through one of his arms, causing blood to gush out. Fool. Xiao Lingfeng frowned and said, How dare you look back at him during the battle? You must be either stubborn or stupid. Forget it. I'll help you first. Xiao Lingfeng realized that Songjiala and the others could not hold on for much longer, so he simply let go of the burning Skylark King. Originally, he wanted to help the inner court disciples get rid of the burning Skylark King first, and then deal with this group of burning skylarks to save some energy. But now it seems that Songjala and others can't hold on until that time. There are only 3 seconds left. Seize the opportunity and attack. Qiu Lingfeng shouted. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart, "Frozen sky eyes." Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed out. Directly freeze the 16 burning skylarks. While freezing the burning skylark, Qiu Lingfeng almost lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The loss of his magical talent from continuous use was terrifying for him. It was because of this that Qiu Lingfeng once again felt the lack of his own means of attack. Sure enough, my foundation is still too shallow. Qiu Lingfeng sighed in his heart. Although he could easily deal with an 8th-level slave alone now, he would find it difficult to cope with a large group of them. The 16 slave-level burning skylarks in front of him almost made him faint. It's hard to imagine how he can survive in such a terrifying world with such limited strength. After you get enough points this time, you can retreat and prepare for the disciple selection. Qiu Lingfeng made up his mind. Fighting against opponents of higher rank was too unsafe in Qiu Lingfeng's opinion, because it's easy to get out of hand. A truly strong person should crush everyone, instead of relying on the sword to take an unconventional approach and defeat the strong with the weak. Maybe such people really exist, but Qiu Lingfeng is obviously not one of them. All he can do is to constantly improve himself so that he can protect himself when facing danger. After being frozen, all the burning skylarks fell to the ground. What a powerful magical talent! Songjala and the other two looked at the falling Fenyunk and were shocked. At the same time, they did not forget Qiu Lingfeng's reminder. 3 seconds? They only have 3 seconds. In just a moment, Songjala and others took up their weapons and slashed at Fenyunk. The 3 burning skylarks were killed in an instant. Qiu Lingfeng was not idle either, and he used his giant claws. He raised the ancient Xian ruler high, and with one move, it fell down, splitting the earth and covering the sea. He killed nearly 10 burning skylarks in one breath. Then Qiu Lingfeng collapsed on the ground exhausted. System, is there any medicine to restore your strength? Qiu Lingfeng asked. Medicine, Shiyuan pill. Level 2. Description. After taking it, you can restore your condition in 3 seconds. A maximum of 3 pills can be taken in a day. After the power restored by the pill is exhausted, it will take a longer time to recover. Price: 300 devouring points. Buy it for me. Qiu Lingfeng is now considered to be wealthy, with more than 1,500 devouring points, so a mere Shiyuan pill is no problem for him. After taking the Shiyuan Dan purchased from the system, Qiu Lingfeng felt that the side effects of using his magical talent had disappeared, and his physical strength had returned to its peak. I'm finally alive. Qiu Lingfeng got up from the ground, and Songjala and others also rushed over. Songjala helped Qiu Lingfeng up and said excitedly, Lingfeng, your magical talent is too strong, isn't it? And your strength is too terrifying. You killed so many burning skylarks in one move. Don't worry about me for now. Go help my brothers and sisters deal with the burning skylark king first. Qiu Lingfeng looked up at the burning skylark king in midair and said, Lingfeng, you are not kidding, right? That's right. Lingfeng, we are all just Tongmai realm warriors. How can we deal with the elite-level burning skylark king? The other 2 outer court disciples said with a look of shock. Qiu Lingfeng slapped his head and thought it was too hasty. He forgot that not everyone has such a wealth of magical powers as he does. Asking Songjala and others to deal with the burning skylark king would simply be courting death. Elite-level warcraft and slave-level warcraft are completely different concepts. Qiu Lingfeng quickly climbed to the top of the stone pillar and used identification to carefully observe the information of the burning skylark king. There is no doubt that although the burning skylark king is a 2nd-level elite magical beast, it is obviously weaker than the fiery tiger that he and Zi Shaoling teamed up to deal with last time. This is due to the difference in bloodline. The blazing tiger was a big cat before the spiritual energy was revived, and the burning skylark king was just a small bird before the spiritual energy was revived. Even if the burning skylark king is higher in level, there is no comparison between the two. What are you doing here? Ma Lingshu landed on a stone pillar not far from Qiu Lingfeng, spotted Qiu Lingfeng's figure, and couldn't help but frown and asked, Come up and help? Qiu Lingfeng said, Hurry down, you don't need to intervene here. Ma Lingshu felt annoyed and said, An elite monster can kill a Tongmai realm warrior with just one attack. Isn't Qiu Lingfeng going to die now? Ma Lingshu and others were busy fighting the burning skylark king just now, and had no idea about the battle that just happened below. If she had known, Ma Lingshu probably would not have said such a thing. This was because Qiu Lingfeng's first move of the earth-splitting and sea-covering ruler was enough to match the attack of a Taoist warrior in the second realm. A second-level elite monster. I can only freeze it for 1 second. You lead it to a place where you can attack it, and I will use my magical power to freeze it. Qiu Lingfeng spoke. Are you serious? Your magical talent can even freeze elite monsters? Ma Lingshu said in surprise and doubt. Believe it or not, Qiu Lingfeng was so angry. At this time, she still doubted whether what she said was true. How could Qiu Lingfeng not see that the 4 disciples in the inner courtyard were now at the end of their strength? If he didn't help, he would definitely die. Everyone, quickly lead the burning Skylark King to a place where we can all attack him. Ling Feng said he is confident that he can freeze the burning Skylark King. Ma Lingshu gritted her teeth and shouted. There was no way. She knew how dangerous their current situation was, so she could only try to trust Qiu Lingfeng this time. If they fail, they might not even have a chance to escape. Chapter 50. Another Trial. After Ma Lingshu finished speaking, the other inner court disciples ignored everything else and began to gather together. Upon seeing this, the burning Skylark King also flew over and grabbed Qiu Lingfeng fiercely with his claws. As an elite-level magical beast, it could naturally sense that Qiu Lingfeng was the weakest among the crowd. Moreover, Qiu Lingfeng had just killed many burning skylarks, and it had seen it all. Ice-sealed sky eyes. A vertical eye appeared between Qiu Lingfeng's eyebrows, and a cold light flashed towards the burning Skylark King. In just a moment, the body of King Burning Skylark was frozen. Hurry up! Qiu Lingfeng shouted. When his voice fell, the other inner court disciples had already moved. They all used their killing moves to kill the burning Skylark King. The 4 attacks landed solidly on the burning Skylark King, leaving 4 tears on its body. Bang! The ice on King Burning Skylark's body shattered instantly. Chiyu. The burning Skylark King cried out angrily. Ice-sealed sky eyes. Before the chirping sound died down, Qiu Lingfeng once again used the frozen sky eyes. Freeze it again. The body of King Burning Skylark also began to fall at this time. The inner court disciples also seized the opportunity and attacked again. There were 4 more cuts on King Burning Skylark's body, deep enough to see the bones. Bang! The ice broke again. At this time, the burning Skylark King was already seriously injured, and the several wounds on his body were not enough to support it to fly. The huge body began to shake. Hiss, frozen sky eyes. Qiu Lingfeng took a deep breath and used the frozen sky eyes again. The burning Skylark King was once again frozen under another round of attacks from the inner courtyard disciples. The huge body of the burning Skylark King fell to the ground with a loud bang. Qiu Lingfeng sat on the stone pillar with a tired look on his face. There was a bird's nest not far from him. After some inspection, it was found that all the unhatched eggs were useless eggs. Without saying a word, Qiu Lingfeng took them all away. Don't miss the points you get for free. A group of inner court disciples also landed on the ground and killed King Burning Skylark. Qiu Lingfeng raised his head slightly, and his expression suddenly changed. Because in the distant sky, a large black flock of burning skylarks appeared, and the other burning skylarks returned from foraging. Oh no! The other burning skylarks are back. We have to leave quickly. Qiu Lingfeng shouted as he quickly fell down the stone pillar. What? The others didn't care about the corpses of the burning skylarks on the ground. They looked up into the distance and found that the burning skylarks had really come back. If they don't leave here soon, the angry flock of sparrows will bury them right here. Everyone carried at least 5 bird eggs, so the harvest of this trip could be said to be very rich. Quickly retreat. Don't worry about these corpses. Ma Lingshu gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and said, the corpse of an elite monster is undoubtedly very valuable, especially the feathers of the burning Skylark King, which can be sold at a high price. But now they don't have time to think so much. If they don't leave, they will die here. System, let me devour the remaining corpses. When it comes to picking up bargains, Qiu Lingfeng has never been defeated by anyone. Ding dong. The host devoured the second-level elite monster burning Skylark King. Obtain magical talent, wind and cloud wings. Obtain 1,000 devouring points. Ding dong. The host devoured 13 8th-level servant beasts, burning Skylark, and obtained 1040 devouring points. Ding dong. The host devoured 8 7th-level servant beasts, burning Skylarks, and obtained 560 devouring points. As the system sounded a prompt, Qiu Lingfeng directly credited 2,600 devouring points. Qiu Lingfeng's devouring point directly reached a high of 3,820 points. Moreover, The spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng's body at this time has become so rich that it is almost condensed into an 8-patterned Dao seed. Just a little bit more and Qiu Lingfeng could condense the 8-patterned Dao seed and gain a firm foothold among geniuses. When I participate in the disciple selection, I should be able to condense the 9-patterned Dao seed. Qiu Lingfeng felt excited. Then, everyone began to flee from the burning cloud stone forest. Chirp! Chirp! When everyone was about to leave the burning cloud stone forest, they heard the angry and shrill cries of a flock of burning skylarks behind them. There are still 15 burning skylark kings. Qiu Lingfeng looked back and was immediately filled with fear. If they stayed there, they would definitely die without a burial place. After leaving the burning cloud stone forest, everyone rushed towards Jinlan City in a panic. After running for nearly several miles, everyone stopped panting. Hoo-hoo, how many eggs did you take? A male disciple from the inner courtyard asked while panting. 7, 5, 6. Songjiala and the other 2 answered. The 4 inner court disciples were unanimous and each took away 8 bird eggs. Junior brother Lingfeng, how many did you take? Ma Lingshu asked. 10. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and pretended to take out 10 bird eggs from his backpack. So much? A male disciple from the inner courtyard looked at the 10 bird eggs that Qiu Lingfeng took out in surprise. Lingfeng, do you want to take on missions with us in the future? I can give you a larger share of the distribution in the future. Ma Lingshu looked at Qiu Lingfeng and tried to win him over. With a helper who can freeze monsters, it will be much easier to fight in the future. No. After this mission is over, I will go into seclusion to start the disciple selection. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. Even though we harvested a total of 60 burning skylark eggs this time, it was a total of 300,000 points. But in reality, Qiu Lingfeng only got 15,000 points. The bulk of the profits went to these 4 inner court disciples. If Qiu Lingfeng follows Ma Lingshu and others to do missions in the future, he will definitely be tricked to the point of being completely wiped out. There are 32 burning skylark eggs in Qiu Lingfeng's backpack. He planned to keep these eggs and let Zi Shaoling help him later. Before returning to Jinlan City, Ma Lingshu asked everyone to hand over their backpacks to her. The excuse was that they were afraid that Qiu Lingfeng and others would damage the burning skylark's eggs, and then they would not be able to hand them in. In fact, he was just afraid that Qiu Lingfeng and others had some eggs hidden. After handing the backpack to Ma Lingshu, she transferred 15,000 points to Songjiala and others respectively. Qiu Lingfeng transferred 30,000 points. Senior sister, you've turned too much? Qiu Lingfeng looked at his payment message and spoke. Not much. These are what you deserve, junior brother. If you want to take on a mission in the future, please contact senior sister. Ma Lingshu spoke gently. She would definitely try to win over Qiu Lingfeng, who was her helper. Not to mention that Qiu Lingfeng will definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard in the future. Just this magical talent is enough to attract people. A tool that can freeze elite-level Warcraft. Is there anything better than this? Thank you very much, senior sister. Qiu Lingfeng clasped his fists and said. Chapter 51. Teasing the Child. It took another 2 days for everyone to return to Taishan Sword Academy. As soon as he returned to Taishan Sword Academy, Qiu Lingfeng contacted Zi Shaoling. Zi Shaoling, junior brother, what do you want from me? Sister, I have more than 30 burning skylark eggs here. Can you help me? Qiu Lingfeng explained his purpose. Okay, but shouldn't this kind of thing be turned in directly to the mission hall? Zi Shaoling replied. The inner court disciples who were on my team were so ruthless. Of the 300,000 points, I only got 15,000 points. In the end, it was the senior sister who led the team who wanted to win me over that gave me 30,000 points. Qiu Lingfeng replied. It's no wonder that Qiu Lingfeng thinks Ma Lingshu and others are evil. Because Qiu Lingfeng's strength is obviously not proportional to the reward he can get. Qiu Lingfeng's fighting ability is not weaker than Ma Lingshu and others, and he even handed in the most bird eggs. In the end, he just drank the soup. Who can accept this? Of course, Qiu Lingfeng also had a trick up his sleeve. The 10 bird eggs he handed over were all useless. The remaining 32 bird eggs in his personal space can basically hatch burning skylarks. So that's how it is. Junior brother, you don't know that this kind of mission that requires the involvement of inner court disciples is basically assigned in this way. Zi Shaoling explained. Because, generally speaking, disciples at the Tongmai realm are just there to help and don't need to put in much effort. But junior brother Lingfeng, you are different. Your fighting power should be able to fight against a warrior at the first Dowling realm, right? Yes. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and replied frankly without hiding anything. Junior brother, you are really a freak. Go wait for me at the entrance of the inner courtyard. I will come to find you later, Zi Shaoling said. After seeing this message, Qiu Lingfeng rushed to the entrance of the inner courtyard. When he arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, he saw Zi Shaoling already waiting there. I'm sorry, senior sister. I kept you waiting for so long. Qiu Lingfeng ran over and said embarrassedly. It's okay. I just got here too. Zi Shaoling looked at Qiu Lingfeng with joy on her face. She likes this junior who just enrolled this year more and more. There is no way who can blame Qiu Lingfeng for having such an eye-catching talent. Supernatural talent. This is something that only top geniuses can awaken directly. And Qiu Lingfeng did not disappoint her. His performance so far has been amazing. There are 32 burning skylark eggs in this backpack. Oh, senior sister, as long as the incubation process is correct, all of these burning skylark eggs can be hatched into burning skylarks. Can you sell them for more points? Qiu Lingfeng handed the backpack behind him to Zi Shaoling and asked at the same time. Really? If that's the case, I'm sure I can sell one for 6,000 points. Zi Shaoling said with some surprise. The eggs collected from the task list hall generally have a low hatching rate. In addition to unfertilized eggs, the bumps along the way may cause the yolks of the bird eggs to be shaken apart, resulting in stillbirth during incubation. Moreover, some bird eggs are already in the middle or late stages of incubation, and the loss of temperature during the journey may cause the incubation of the eggs to fail. Sister Shaoling, how could I possibly lie to you? You've been so good to me. I would never lie to anyone else but you. Qiu Lingfeng nodded solemnly. Okay. I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Zi Shaoling nodded happily. By the way, senior sister Shaoling, after you sell these bird eggs, can you also buy me a bottle of immortal face cream? I'll give you all the extra points. Qiu Lingfeng rubbed his hands and spoke with some uneasiness. Immortal face cream? Junior brother? Are you going to give it to a girl? When Zi Shaoling heard this, she frowned and asked, Well, I am the daughter of the family that adopted me. My face was disfigured by a monster during my graduation patrol 2 years ago. Qiu Lingfeng did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Oh, so that's how it is. I'll help you with that. But there are so many bird eggs. Even if I want to do something with them, it will take some time. It might be a bit slow. Zi Shaoling nodded and said, If you're in a hurry, I can help you get some facial cream first. If you don't mind, senior sister, then thank you for your help. Qiu Lingfeng was excited and nodded. At this moment, he didn't know that he had stepped on a landmine. Oh, is that girl important to you, junior brother? Zi Shaoling nodded and said thoughtfully. Well, she's like a family member to me. Qiu Lingfeng recalled Zhang Yu's clear eyes, and his heart suddenly warmed up. The corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, and he nodded. Then come here and wait for me tomorrow afternoon, and I'll give you the immortal cream. Zi Shaoling said. By the way, junior brother, even if you get the immortal face cream, you won't be able to return to Xingshou village for a while. Senior sister, after the disciple selection, I will prepare to break through to the Dowling realm. Qiu Lingfeng said. Ah, so fast? But you haven't been in the 8th stage of Tongmai realm for long. The number of Dao seed patterns is related to your future cultivation. You must not rush. Zi Shaoling said in surprise. Don't worry, senior sister. I remember everything you said. Qiu Lingfeng deliberately kept the question in suspense and said with a smile. If he confessed to Zi Shaoling now, he could condense the 8-pattern Dao seed. I don't know what expression the latter will show. Well, that's good. You must not break through so easily. Otherwise, I will never talk to you again. Zi Shaoling warned very seriously, her small face full of seriousness. For you, you must at least condense a 6-patterned no, a 7-patterned Dao seed. Zi Shaoling spoke. 7-patterned Dao seed? Senior sister, you look down on me too much, don't you? At least I have to condense a 9-pattern Dao seed, right? Qiu Lingfeng teased. Bah, do you think it's so easy to condense a 7-line Dao seed? Do you think I'm looking down on you? Do you know that even my father was only at the Dao spirit realm of a 5-line Dao seed? Currently, there are only 5 geniuses with 7-pattern Dao seeds in the entire Jinlan city, and they are all from our generation. There isn't even one 8-pattern Dao seed in the entire Jinlan city. Do you know how difficult it is to condense it now? Zi Shaoling snorted, raised her head, and said with some pride. It seems that I will become the only genius in Jinlan city who has condensed more than 8 Dao seeds. Qiu Lingfeng said secretly in his heart. Let me guess, senior sister, you should be able to condense the 5-pattern Dao seed now, right? Zi Shaoling held up her jade-white chin with her small hand, looked Qiu Lingfeng up and down, and gave an evaluation of Qiu Lingfeng, whom she thought highly of. Hiss. Senior sister Shaoling really has a keen eye, a sharp eye. I originally wanted to hide it from you, but I didn't expect you to find out. Senior sister, you are really amazing. Xiao Lingfeng pretended to be surprised and spoke. Although he called Zi Xiaoling senior sister, Zi Xiaoling's age was there, 2 years younger than him. So, Xiao Lingfeng naturally amused the child. Chapter 52. The most beautiful girl in the universe. Ha ha ha. I, your senior sister, am actually very powerful. Don't even think about hiding anything from me. Zi Xiaoling was extremely happy after being praised by Qiu Lingfeng. She immediately became proud and raised her little head and spoke loudly. Yes, yes, as the most beautiful girl in the universe, of course you are amazing. Qiu Lingfeng continued to tease this senior sister, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The most beautiful girl in the universe? Zi Xiaoling's eyes lit up when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at Qiu Lingfeng curiously and continued, Brother, what does this word mean? Qiu Lingfeng was stunned. Although this world where spiritual energy has been revived also has technology. But considering Zi Xiaoling's age, and the fact that she is still a girl who has been practicing, I'm afraid I really don't know what the most beautiful girl in the universe means. To put it simply and bluntly, she is the most beautiful girl in the world. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and began to explain. Ah. Hearing this, Zi Xiaoling blushed. Really? Really? Junior brother, do you really think so? Zi Xiaoling asked anxiously. Certainly. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, The most beautiful girl in the universe. The most beautiful girl in the universe. He. This will be my nickname from now on. Zi Xiaoling repeated it twice, and then shouted excitedly. Then, Qiu Lingfeng saw Zi Xiaoling fiddling with her communication watch. I could vaguely see a prompt box asking whether to pay 100,000 disciple points. Beep, beep, beep. Qiu Lingfeng's communication watch beeped. He raised his hand and looked at it. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Because at this moment, there was only one new message on his communication watch. The most beautiful girl in the universe, Junior Brother Lingfeng. Can Zi Xiaoling change the nickname of the communication watch? Is this a rich person? It really is enough to do whatever he wants. Junior Brother Lingfeng, did you see that? Zi Xiaoling looked up at Qiu Lingfeng and asked. I've seen it. So, Senior Sister Xiaoling, is it worth it for you to spend 100,000 disciple points just to change your name? Qiu Lingfeng suddenly felt that he seemed to have gone too far and asked. It's okay. My communication watch is bound to my father's account, so all the points deducted will be credited to his account. Zi Xiaoling waved her hand and said indifferently. Hiss. Qiu Lingfeng took a breath of cold air. He seemed to be in real trouble. Please ask, is it too late for him to carry the train and escape overnight? All right, junior brother, I'm going to go back to the inner courtyard to help you deal with these eggs. Bye. Zi Xiaoling was obviously in a very good mood and waved happily at Qiu Lingfeng. Still humming a ballad, he walked briskly back to the inner courtyard. I hope senior sister is okay. Qiu Lingfeng crossed his hands in front of his chest and prayed silently. 100,000 disciple points, just to change the name. I have never seen a spendthrift like this. If Zi Rulong knew this, he would know that it was he who gave Zi Xiaoling the new name. Qiu Lingfeng might not be able to continue working in the outer courtyard anymore. When he thought of this, Qiu Lingfeng felt a little uneasy and trotted away from here. After jogging all the way back to the dormitory, Qiu Lingfeng saw Yi Yuqing lying on the bed like a corpse. Old Yi, why are you sleeping in bed? Aren't you going to spend time with your Xiaoyiner? Qiu Lingfeng asked with some curiosity. Oh my god, Qiu, you are back from the mission. Yi Yuqing raised his head and said with an annoyed look. Stop talking, Xiaoyiner is too clingy, it's so annoying. I finally calmed down now, don't disturb me. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. On the table under Yi Yuqing's bed was Yi Yuqing's communication watch. At this time, the communication watch kept popping up messages. Without exception, all of them belonged to Xiaoyiner. Old Yi, why don't you send her a message? Your watch keeps ringing. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Yi Yuqing's communication watch and spoke. I don't want to. It's so annoying. I can't hit her. I should have never slept with her if I had known. Yi Yuqing turned his head and said, If you don't reply, I will reply her for you. Qiu Lingfeng sighed and said, Don't worry about it. It's annoying. Yi Yuqing waved his hand and said, She'll give up once she realizes what's going on. Okay, I can't control you. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged, sighed, and went to the balcony to breathe fresh air. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Qiu Lingfeng's communication watch rang. Qiu Lingfeng raised his hand and took a look. It was a message from Zhang Xiaonan. Lingfeng, have you returned to Taixin Sword Academy now? If you are in the Sword Academy, can you help me contact Yi Yuqing? Yenner can't contact him and is crying miserably in the dormitory now. Yi Yuqing doesn't need to say anything more, just reply to Yenner. After reading Zhang Xiaonan's message, Qiu Lingfeng shook his head. Isn't Xiao Yenner a female version of a bootlicker? The disadvantaged party in love loves so humbly. I mistakenly thought I had found true love, but it turned out that the other person just wanted to have fun. However, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Walked into the dormitory and came to Yi Yuqing's bed. Bang! Qiu Lingfeng slapped Yi Yuqing's bedside twice, causing 2 loud noises. What do you want to do? Yi Yuqing frowned and said, Old Yi, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you really don't like Xiao Yenner, just tell her directly. What do you mean by ignoring her now? Do you think this is fun? Qiu Lingfeng spoke. I'm too lazy to talk to her. It's too uncomfortable to be her first love. She wants to stick to me 24 hours a day. Who can stand it? Yi Yuqing turned around and said, Then why didn't you sleep with her in the first place? Now you're having fun farting here. Qiu Lingfeng said, Silly Bai, you'd better stop talking until I'm completely calm. Yi Yuqing glanced at Qiu Lingfeng and cursed. You are a scumbag and you are still right? Qiu Lingfeng said with a frown. Yi Yuqing simply ignored Qiu Lingfeng and buried his head in the quilt and ignored him. Beep, beep, beep. Qiu Lingfeng's communication watch beeped again. He raised his hand and saw that Zhang Xiaonan had sent him another message. Ling Feng, it's bad. Yenner is about to commit suicide, and she's already on the rooftop. When Qiu Lingfeng heard the news, he couldn't help but swear. Bang, bang, bang. Qiu Lingfeng raised his foot and kicked Yi Yuqing's bed hard. Fuck. Do you really think I won't be angry? Yi Yuqing yelled angrily. Everyone can curse. Everyone can yell. Xiao Yenner is on the rooftop of the dormitory next door right now, trying to commit suicide. And you're still lying on the bed pretending to be dead? Are you still human? Qiu Lingfeng jumped onto the bed, grabbed Yi Yuqing by the collar and yelled. Chapter 53 Yi Yuqing's Identity. Qiu Lingfeng carried Yi Yuqing down the dormitory building, only to see that a circle of people had gathered downstairs on the other side of the building. Following the gazes of the crowd, a figure suddenly appeared on the edge of the rooftop, and it could be vaguely seen that it was a girl. Xiaonan, where are you now? I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Qiu Lingfeng quickly sent a message to Zhang Xiaonan. Is Yi Yuqing here? Zhang Xiaonan replied. I brought him here. Qiu Lingfeng said. With his strength, Yi Yuqing was carried here by him like a chick. Then hurry up to the rooftop. Zhang Xiaonan replied. After hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng no longer cared about anything else. Carrying Yi Yuqing to the rooftop. Put me down now. I can walk by myself. Yi Yuqing shouted. Does anyone know if you can run? Come up with me. Qiu Lingfeng did not agree and ran towards the stairs with Yi Yuqing in a tough attitude. After a while, Qiu Lingfeng brought Yi Yuqing to the rooftop. At this time, in addition to Xiao Yenner who wanted to commit suicide, there were also Zhang Xiaonan, his 3 daughters, and a female dormitory manager on the rooftop. Yenner, look quickly, Yi Yuqing is here, can you come over? Du Shui shouted when she saw Yi Yuqing being carried over by Qiu Lingfeng. Yuqing, let me ask you, have you ever liked me? Xiao Yenner looked at Yi Yuqing with red and swollen eyes and asked. No. Yi Yuqing spoke calmly. You. At this time, everyone on the rooftop was looking at Yi Yuqing in shock and anger. Yi Lian clenched her fists and looked at her cousin with anger. Okay, I understand. Xiao Yenner smiled miserably and nodded. Then he jumped backwards and fell to the ground. Xiao Yenner was only a 5th stage Tongmei realm warrior, and she would surely die if she fell from a rooftop that was nearly 40 meters high. No. Yenner. Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui screamed at the same time and hurriedly ran to the edge of the rooftop. Ah. She really jumped off the building. Someone catch her. The crowd below let out a shrill scream. Bang. Immediately afterwards, a dull collision sound was heard. Bang. Yi Lian raised her jade hand and slapped Yi Yuqing hard. I really misjudged you, Yi Yuqing. Qiu Lingfeng also shouted at Yi Yuqing angrily. Then he also ran to the edge of the roof to check the situation. At this moment, Xiao Yenner was supported up by the hands of the crowd and did not fall directly to the ground. But even so, Xiao Yenner fainted. Someone immediately carried her to the infirmary. She was saved. Qiu Lingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not only him, but Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui's tense nerves also relaxed a little. After they realized what was happening, they both looked at Yi Yuqing angrily. Yi Yuqing, what did you mean just now? Do you want to kill Yenner? Du Shui shouted at Yi Yuqing. Yi Yuqing turned around and went downstairs with an indifferent expression. You still want to leave? You murderer. Du Shui stopped Yi Yuqing and said, "Who told her to be so stupid? Get out of my way. I want to go back to the dormitory." Yi Yuqing said, "You're still thinking about going back to the dormitory now? You caused Yinner to jump off the building, so why don't you go see her at this time?" Du Shui's face turned red with anger. "It's better if she's dead. She's so annoying. If she didn't cling to me so much, maybe I could endure it for a few more days." Yi Yuqing spoke in a cold voice. Yi Lian walked over, looked at Yi Yuqing with cold eyes, and said nothing. "Cousin, do you want to hit me again?" Yi Yuqing glanced at Yi Lian and said, "Cousin?" Qiu Lingfeng and the others were stunned. They really didn't expect that Yi Yuqing and Yi Lian had such a relationship. "Classmate, you can't leave." The dormitory manager also stopped Yi Yuqing. Only the inner court disciples can serve as dormitory managers, so their cultivation level must be at the Dowling realm. "You dare to stop me?" Yi Yuqing looked at the dormitory manager and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Yi Yuqing continued, "I don't care who you are, you can't leave now." The dormitory manager spoke, "I am from the Yi family. Are you sure you dare to stop me?" After Yi Yuqing finished speaking, he pushed the dormitory manager away and walked straight down the stairs. Seeing this, Qiu Lingfeng was about to raise his foot to grab Yi Yuqing back, but Yi Lian stopped him and said, "Stop chasing me." "Why?" Du Shui glared at Yi Lian and yelled, "So you and Yi Yuqing are in cahoots? Have you been disliking Yinner for a long time and want her dead? You asked your cousin to seduce Xiao Yinner, causing her to jump off the building now. Sometimes, I have to admire girls' imagination. How long has it been?" She made up a complete story. Of course, this has something to do with Du Shui's usual evaluation of Yi Lian. If Du Shui hadn't thought of Yi Lian like this, she wouldn't have guessed it this way at the first moment. To put it bluntly, it's all just this plastic sisterhood. "I don't." Yi Lian could only shake her head and explain palely. "Okay, the most important thing now is Xiao Yinner. Let's go over and check on her condition." Qiu Lingfeng spoke. "Xiaonan, why did Xiao Yinner suddenly come to the rooftop?" Qiu Lingfeng asked doubtfully. "She was crying and suddenly ran out of the dormitory. We couldn't catch up with her for a while. Then she cried and shouted on the rooftop that she wanted to see Yi Yuqing. Otherwise, she would jump off the building and commit suicide." Zhang Xiaonan said with a guilty look on his face. If she had run faster at that time, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. "I don't know what has Yi Yuqing gone crazy for." Qiu Lingfeng cursed and took Zhang Xiaonan and the other two girls downstairs. The dormitory manager also followed them halfway. After going downstairs, at the reminder of the onlookers, several people went to the infirmary together. In the infirmary, Xiao Yinner was lying on the bed with tears on her face. She had woken up. On the bed next to her, there were a few more students having their hand bones fixed. I guess it was because of the injuries he got when he caught Xiao Yinner just now. "Yinner, what on earth were you going crazy about?" Du Shui saw Xiao Yinner, ran over, hugged her and cried, "Isn't it just Yi Yuqing? Why did you jump off the building for him? Do you know how worried I am about you?" Xiao Yinner's voice was choked with sobs and she couldn't speak. "Yi Lian, I have some questions for you." Qiu Lingfeng turned his head to look at Yi Lian and said, "Go out and talk." "Good." Yi Lian hesitated for a while, finally looked at Xiao Yinner, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Qiu Lingfeng took Yi Lian out of the infirmary. "What do you want to ask?" Yi Lian said, "What are your and Yi Yuqing's identities? You are not from the village at all, right?" Qiu Lingfeng spoke. Just now when the dormitory manager stopped Yi Yuqing. Yi Yuqing said, "I am from the Yi family," then pushed the dormitory manager away and left. From this we can see that the identities of Yi Yuqing and Yi Lian are not simple. Chapter 54. Future Opponents. We are indeed not from the village. We are locals of Jinlan City. We are from the Yi family of Jinlan City. Yi Lian nodded and said, "With your status, you don't need to live in the same dormitory with us, right?" Qiu Lingfeng spoke. "Yes, although Yi Yuqing and I are only members of the Yi family's side branch, we still have this special treatment." Yi Lian nodded. Although Qiu Lingfeng still had many questions in his mind, he suppressed them and continued. "Then do you know why Yi Yuqing abandoned Xiao Yinner? I didn't think much of this relationship. After all, as a member of the Yi family, he can't have feelings for people in the village privately. He must have been informed by his parents, which is why he did this." Yi Lian confessed. Originally, she hoped that this relationship could last longer. Only, the way Yi Yuqing handled this matter was really disappointing. Even though Yi Lian knew that Yi Yuqing and Xiao Yinner could not last long, she was still angry at the way Yi Yuqing handled the situation. She had never thought that her cousin was so outrageous in terms of emotions. Moreover, after this incident, She probably won't be able to stay in the dormitory anymore. Because Du Shui had originally been somewhat repulsive to her, and now her cousin almost killed Xiao Yin'er. It was really difficult for her to stay in the dormitory anymore. I will probably leave Taishan Sword Academy and go to Nandu Academy after today. Can you please not tell Xiaonan and the others? Yi Lian hesitated for a while and then spoke. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and nodded in agreement. Although this matter seems to have nothing to do with Yi Lian, according to Du Shui's personality, she will not let it go so easily. Yi Lian's best choice is to leave. Then, Yi Lian returned to the infirmary. Zhang Xiaonan walked out and came to Qiu Lingfeng. How is Xiao Yin'er doing now? Qiu Lingfeng asked. I don't know, but it looks like he has given up. Zhang Xiaonan shook his head and said in distress. I never thought Yi Yuqing was such a person. I used to think he was a good person. It is only after a long time that you can see what kind of person a person is. After saying that, Zhang Xiaonan glanced at Qiu Lingfeng again. Qiu Lingfeng noticed Zhang Xiaonan's gaze and felt a little embarrassed. He said, Why are you looking at me suddenly? Brother-in-law, you are still the best. Zhang Xiaonan said with emotion. Ahem. Qiu Lingfeng was choked by Zhang Xiaonan's words. What cousin-in-law? There is nothing even remotely between him and Zhang Ye. Although he could have already settled the matter with Zhang Ye the night before he went on patrol. But that night he restrained himself. Qiu Lingfeng himself wasn't quite sure of the reason, but he just didn't want everything to be so hasty. That night, Zhang Yahui mustered up the courage to come over. It was also because he would most likely die the next day, and Zhang Daniu tried hard to persuade him. As for Zhang Ye's inner thoughts, Qiu Lingfeng is still unclear at the moment. I'll go in and see Xiao Yin'er too. Qiu Lingfeng stood up and said, No, don't go in, otherwise Yin'er will think of Yi Yuqing, the unfaithful man, when she sees you. Don't worry, we will definitely keep a good eye on Yin'er this time, and won't let her do anything stupid. Zhang Xiaonan stopped Qiu Lingfeng and said, So what do I do now? Qiu Lingfeng spread his hands and said, After what Xiao Yin'er had done, he didn't have much energy to practice in the training room. You should go back and rest first. I will contact you when Yin'er's condition improves. Zhang Xiaonan thought about it and said, Oh well. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Yi Lian walking out disappointedly. Xiao Lian, why are you out too? Zhang Xiaonan asked. It's better not to let Yin'er and Xiao Shua see me now. Xiaonan, go in. Yi Lian shook her head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaonan entered the infirmary. Want to go and relax? Yi Lian looked at Qiu Lingfeng and asked. Qiu Lingfeng could see that Yi Lian was not in a good mood, so he nodded slightly and said, Okay, but I'm not familiar with the outer courtyard, so I need you to lead the way. You only have missions and training in your eyes, so of course you don't know the way. Yi Lian heard this and laughed softly. Haha, that's true. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and said with a smile. There were only two places he was most familiar with in Taishan Sword Academy, the outer courtyard disciple hall and the outer courtyard cafeteria. His life in Taishan Sword Academy was indeed very boring, because he was either practicing in the practice room or eating in the cafeteria. Where do you want to go? Qiu Lingfeng asked. I don't know. I just want to walk around and relax. Yi Lian shook her head. All right. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and followed Yi Lian to walk around Taishan Sword Academy. Except for the first day when he just arrived at the Sword Academy, Qiu Lingfeng wandered around like this. The rest of the time there was no view at all. After all, Qiu Lingfeng's mind is basically full of thoughts about improving his strength. There is a saying that goes, disaster or dawn, you never know which will come faster. Qiu Lingfeng didn't want to be helpless when facing a disaster. What's more, if the strength is strong enough, you can even stay one step ahead of the disaster and catch it off guard. However, it's good to calm down like this occasionally. It feels nice to appreciate the flowers and plants. My tense nerves finally relaxed. I never realized before that there is such a beautiful place inside Taishan Sword Academy. Qiu Lingfeng followed Yi Lian to a small pavilion next to an artificial lake and said, How could you not notice? You obviously haven't been here before. Yi Lian seemed to be in a much better mood and joked to Qiu Lingfeng. Haha, indeed. Qiu Lingfeng laughed and nodded. Junior sister Yi. At this time, a young man walked over from a distance. He had an ordinary appearance and seemed to be about 19 years old. Who is this? After the young man came over, he looked at Qiu Lingfeng with some doubt and asked Yi Lian. His name is Qiu Lingfeng, my teammate. Yi Lian replied. Hello, my name is Guochuan. The young man stretched out a hand towards Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng also reached out and gently shook hands with him. I'm sorry, junior sister Yi. I've been busy preparing for the disciple selection during this period. Guochun spoke towards Yilian. From his appearance, Qiu Lingfeng could tell that Guochun was obviously interested in Yilian. Of course, what Qiu Lingfeng cares more about is Guochun, who is also going to participate in the disciple selection. This means that Guochun is also his future opponent. Qiu Lingfeng used an identification on Guochun. Guochun, the 8th stage of Tongmai realm, can condense 3-line Dao seeds. Qiu Lingfeng saw through Guochun's cultivation in an instant. 3-line Taoist seed. This talent is not low. Chapter 55. Obtaining the Immortal Cream. Brother Gua is the disciple who entered the outer courtyard last year? Qiu Lingfeng asked. That's right, junior brother. If you practice hard, you can also participate in the disciple selection in the 2nd year. When Guochun talked about this, there was a hint of pride on his face. After all, only a few talented disciples can participate in the disciple selection in the 1st year. Because the threshold for participating in disciple selection is the 7th level of Tongmai realm. As for the freshmen coming from the village, it is a pipe dream to cultivate to the 7th level of Tongmai realm within 2 months. People like Guochun only participated in the disciple selection in their 2nd or 3rd year. This way your cultivation will be higher and your chances of winning will be greater. Brother Gua, Ling Feng will also participate in this year's disciple selection. Yilian reminded from the side. Guochun was stunned, then looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said, Junior brother, do you want to participate in the disciple selection with the cultivation level of the 7th stage of Tongmai realm? Let me tell you, your chances of successfully passing are too small and unrealistic. You should come back next year. Don't worry, brother. I still have some self-awareness. Qiu Lingfeng said with a helpless look. He couldn't possibly say that his cultivation was higher than Guochun's, right? Such a huge blow to this senior brother who entered the external college last year. After this, there was an extra sticky candy between Qiu Lingfeng and Yilian, because Guochun also wants to follow. After being treated like this by Guochun, Yilian no longer had the heart to hang out. Qiu Lingfeng himself didn't have much interest, so after saying goodbye to Yilian, he went to the training room. Junior brother, there is no point in cramming at the last minute. The selection of disciples depends on the usual accumulation, not your last-minute cramming attitude. After learning that Qiu Lingfeng was going to the training room, Guochun spoke earnestly. Qiu Lingfeng simply ignored it. Does he have to answer Guochun if he spends his daily life in the practice room? Qiu Lingfeng's cultivation goal is now very clear, to strive to make the spiritual energy rich enough to condense the 9-pattern Dao seed. In this way, his combat power is also at the top of the Tongmai realm. What? You said that when Qiu Lingfeng reached the Daoling realm by that time, he could just break through and enter the inner courtyard, right? Why would he have to go through so much trouble to participate in this disciple selection? You think he doesn't want to? Who allows disciples to be selected and rewarded with rankings? The opportunity to directly enter the inner courtyard is reserved for those warriors with poor talents who can barely step into the threshold of Daoling realm. The real fight between gods takes place during the selection of disciples. Disciples who are directly promoted to the inner courtyard cannot freely choose which elder to practice under. If you are not favored by any of the elders, you can only practice on your own. The disciples selected through the disciple selection have the opportunity to freely choose the elder to practice under, and can become the disciple of any elder. Moreover, the top 3 disciples selected will also have the opportunity to enter the spiritual energy pagoda for training. This is a benefit that only benefits the inner court disciples. The spiritual energy inside the spiritual energy pagoda is 30 times denser than that of the outside world. Practicing in it for 1 day is equivalent to practicing for 1 month. Ordinary inner court disciples who want to enter the spiritual energy pagoda to practice for half a day need to pay 100,000 disciple points. The top 3 disciples who pass the disciple selection and enter the inner courtyard will be eligible to enter the spiritual energy pagoda for free for cultivation. In addition, the top 10 selected disciples will also receive additional rewards. The benefits are far greater than going directly to the inner courtyard. If not for this, Qiu Lingfeng would not have bothered to participate in the disciple selection, but would have directly broken through to the Daoling realm and ascended to the inner courtyard. After collecting his thoughts, Qiu Lingfeng came to the training room and began the boring training. Half a day passed quickly. As the spiritual energy in the training room dissipated, Qiu Lingfeng became extremely hungry and got up to go to the cafeteria. When he had finished his meal, he glanced at the time, and it was almost afternoon. When I think of what Zishaoling said, Qiu Lingfeng headed straight towards the entrance of the inner courtyard. Zishaoling said that she would wait for her at the entrance of the inner courtyard this afternoon, and she would give her the immortal face cream. Qiu Lingfeng did not dare to neglect the immortal face cream at all, because this concerns Sister Xiaoya's heart. I'm afraid disfigurement is something unacceptable for any girl. What's more, the person who was disfigured was a stunningly beautiful woman. Beep, beep, beep. As Qiu Lingfeng arrived at the entrance to the inner courtyard, his communication watch rang with a reminder. It was the message Zi Shaoling sent him. The most beautiful girl in the universe, junior brother Lingfeng, come to the entrance of the inner courtyard now, and I will give you the immortal face cream. Okay, senior sister, I'll be right there. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and replied. It's better not to let Zi Shaoling know that he has already reached the entrance to the inner courtyard. This will prevent my senior sister from rushing over and ruining the beauty cream. Then he would be heartbroken. As soon as he sent the message, he saw a young girl walking towards him in the distance. Judging from her figure, it should be Zi Shaoling. After Zi Shaoling discovered Qiu Lingfeng, her pace became noticeably faster. Seeing this, Qiu Lingfeng immediately became anxious and shouted, Senior sister, please walk slower and be careful. Be careful. Don't ruin my beauty cream. Qiu Lingfeng didn't dare shout out the last sentence. Otherwise, Zi Shaoling would definitely go crazy on the spot. I am a martial artist in the Dowling realm. Do I need to be careful when walking? Zi Shaoling jogged over and almost gave Qiu Lingfeng a myocardial infarction. I didn't expect that you, junior brother, are so eager to see me that you're waiting for me here. Zi Shaoling snorted and handed the beauty cream to Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng took it carefully and held it in his arms, afraid that it would fall. Look at your precious appearance. Isn't it just a bottle of beauty cream? Zi Shaoling frowned. She couldn't tell what she was feeling right now. In short, there was a very strange and uncomfortable feeling lingering in her heart. This is not just a beauty cream, it's also a medicine. Qiu Lingfeng smiled foolishly. The immortal cream itself is a medicine, but the price has increased after people discovered its whitening and scar removal effects. Zi Shaoling spoke. It's very important to me anyway. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. But he didn't know how to describe the joy in his heart. How strange. Zi Shaoling sighed slowly. What's wrong? Senior sister Shaoling? Qiu Lingfeng asked in confusion. I don't know why, but when I saw you like this, I suddenly didn't want to give you the immortal face cream anymore. Zi Shaoling also said with great distress. Ah, senior sister, are you also interested in the immortal face cream? Qiu Lingfeng asked. Although I am interested, I am the most beautiful girl in the universe. This kind of thing is dispensable to me. Besides, I don't want to snatch your treasure away, junior brother. Zi Shaoling spoke. But she always felt like she had said something wrong. The reason why she felt uncomfortable didn't seem to be because of the beauty cream. Chapter 56, Sky Hunting Eagle. After parting with Zi Shaoling at the inner courtyard entrance, Qiu Lingfeng returned to the training room and began the long and boring practice. In just 1 week, the spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng's body reached the level that could condense into an 8-pattern Dao seed. After this, Qiu Lingfeng suppressed the idea of breaking through and focused on improving his strength. Qiu Lingfeng came out of seclusion only when Zi Shaoling informed him that registration for disciple selection had already begun. After coming out of retreat, Qiu Lingfeng's spiritual energy was so rich that he could condense an 8-pattern Dao seed. Although it was still some distance away from a 9-pattern Dao seed, it was not far away. His physical strength even reached 1,800 kilograms. According to the setting that when one level of cultivation is broken through in Tongmai realm, one's strength will increase by 200 kilograms. I should be considered as Tongmai realm level 9 now, right? When Qiu Lingfeng came out of retreat, he clenched his fists and said to himself, but this is just a joke. There are only 8 levels in Tongmai realm, and after that it is the accumulation of condensed Dao seeds. If condensing the Tao seed is also considered a realm, then there are a total of 18 realms in the Tongmai realm. The Tongmai ranges from 1 to 8 sections, and the Dao seeds range from no lines to 9 lines. The only difference is that as long as the spiritual energy in the body can condense into Dao seeds, the warrior can break through to the Daoling realm at any time. After leaving the training room, Qiu Lingfeng went to the Disciple Selection Registration Office. The Disciple Selection Registration Office was right at the entrance of the Disciple Hall, so Qiu Lingfeng found it easily. At this time, a long queue formed in front of the registration office. A quick glance showed that there were about 100 people in line, and the number was still increasing. Many outer courtyard disciples are waiting to participate in the disciple selection and enter the inner courtyard. Qiu Lingfeng quickly queued up to sign up. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Qiu Lingfeng's turn. The people in charge of registration are all disciples from the inner courtyard, so they can easily tell whether the cultivation level filled in by the outer courtyard disciples is true. Qiu Lingfeng simply filled out the information and received a small tag with the serial number 0210. proving that he is the 210th participant in this disciple selection. After registering, Xiao Lingfeng was told that the disciple selection would begin at 12 noon tomorrow. The specific content has been sent to Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch. After leaving the registration office, Xiao Lingfeng began to check the details of the disciple selection. The selection of disciples is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to let the disciples leave Jinlan City and go to Kanglan Mountains to survive for a month. Any disciple who successfully survives will be rewarded with 5,000 disciple points. The second part is a big melee to determine the top 10. The third part is the final ranking battle, where the top 10 disciples fight each other and their ranking is determined by the number of wins. If the number of victories is the same, the 2 disciples with the same number of victories will fight again to decide the winner. Surviving in the Kanglan Mountains for a month? This is indeed a challenge. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the description and was only interested in the first part. Xiao Lingfeng has been to Kanglan Mountains several times. He can't say that he is familiar with the place, but he is not unfamiliar with it either. The number of magical beasts in the Kanglan Mountains is far more terrifying than the dark forest where Xiao Lingfeng first patrolled. In other words, the Kanglan Mountains are even more dangerous. Moreover, this first part does not concern life or death. In other words, some disciples will die in this first part of the selection. Since he has to survive for a month, Xiao Lingfeng naturally has to be prepared. He now has more than 80,000 points, which can be used to purchase a lot of supplies. Because of the portable space, Xiao Lingfeng did not have to carry only basic belongings like other people. After Xiao Lingfeng bought a lot of necessary items, he began to wait for the disciple selection to begin. Xiao Lingfeng spent 60,000 points on this sweep. The biggest expense is the purchase of elixirs and traps. What remains are some pills for purifying water and spirit flame stones for making fire. Of course, Xiao Lingfeng also bought a lot of seasonings and a cookbook. When you are away from home, you must not neglect your stomach. The next day, a group of outer courtyard disciples who had signed up for the disciple selection arrived outside the disciple hall, with a total number of nearly 400 people. After all, the disciple selection is like a fight between gods, so only a few outer courtyard disciples participate in the disciple selection. At this moment, a huge black shadow landed outside the disciple hall. Looking closely, the huge black shadow was actually a gigantic falcon. Its body is more than 50 meters long, with shiny black feathers, and it exudes a terrifying aura. This immediately silenced all the outer courtyard disciples, who dared not move an inch. Identification. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the giant falcon in front of him and used his identification skill out of curiosity. Hunting eagle, a third-tier elite monster. Hiss. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but take a breath. No wonder he felt that the falcon in front of him had such a terrifying aura. It turns out that he is comparable to the 3rd level of Daoling. At this moment, a young girl jumped down from above the sky hunting eagle's head. The girl looked to be about 20 years old. She was wearing a black robe and had a ponytail. She looked very capable. And her cultivation level is the terrifying 4th level of Daoling. After landing, the girl whistled softly. 9 more sky hunting eagles landed. All of them were 2nd level elite monsters. My name is Imo Chioying, and I'm the leading disciple this time. The girl introduced herself, and at the same time, she pressed her hands, causing the 10 sky hunting eagles to lower their bodies and crawl on the ground. Because the journey to Kanglan Mountains will take at least a day, the inner court leaders specially selected 10 sky hunting eagles to pick up and drop off all the junior brothers and sisters. Let's not waste any more time. Brothers and sisters, please hurry up and go up. As Imo Chioying finished speaking, a group of outer courtyard disciples jumped onto the back of the hunting eagle. The size of the sky hunting eagle is much larger than that of the sky burrowing bird. If I were to describe the difference between the two, it would be the difference between a motorcycle and a bus. Of course, the prerequisite is that the one driving the motorcycle is not the 3rd brother. Otherwise, it is possible that Fenyunk would be crushed to death. Nearly 400 disciples boarded the sky hunting eagle. Brothers and sisters, hold on tight. Imo Chioying spoke, then jumped onto the head of a hunting eagle and blew a whistle. Then, 10 sky hunting eagles took off into the sky, flying towards the Kanglan Mountains. The speed of the sky hunting eagle is much faster than that of the sky burrowing bird. Xiao Lingfeng only saw the scene underground and quickly retreated. Only 2 hours later, everyone arrived at the Kanglan Mountains. 10 sky hunting eagles landed at the entrance of Kanglan Mountains, and a group of outer courtyard disciples jumped to the ground one after another. Dear fellow students, I wish you good luck. Imo Chioying said. Remember, you must bring your own number plates. There is a positioning chip inside, which will make it easier for us to find you when the time comes. After saying that, Imo Chioying left with 10 hunting eagles. Nearly 400 outer courtyard disciples. You looked at me, and I looked at you. And finally, we all entered the Kanglan Mountains. Chapter 57 Future Planning. It has to be said that the timing at which everyone arrived at Kanglan Mountains was a bit unfortunate. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. Therefore, the first step for everyone after entering Kanglan Mountains was to find a place where they could spend the first night safely. Otherwise, you might become part of the population clearance program. Some familiar outer courtyard disciples chose to travel together. Qiu Lingfeng also joined a team that already had 4 people. The team with the largest number of people even exceeded 20. Even Qiu Lingfeng had to admire their courage. With so many people, the Warcraft will definitely target this group as the primary target for attack. Qiu Lingfeng and his team of 5 went deep into the Kanglan Mountains. Just follow me. I've taken on many missions in the past year in the outer courtyard. The Kanglan Mountains are like my home. Guochen walked at the front of the team and patted his chest and said. The small team that Qiu Lingfeng joined was formed by him. If it weren't for this reason, Qiu Lingfeng would have planned to go it alone. After all, he didn't have much social interaction in the outer courtyard. The few people he knew in the Foreign Affairs College were his roommates and Zhang Xiaonan's roommates. Fortunately, I had a chance to meet Guochen yesterday. Although the impression was not very good, it did not affect Qiu Lingfeng's decision to take them with him. He couldn't help the others, but he could still help Guochen and the other 3. Junior brother Qiu, let me tell you, the best decision you have ever made in your life is to follow me, your senior brother Gua. As Guochen was talking, he turned around and patted his chest. Well, Qiu Lingfeng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Could he possibly say that the reason he appeared in this team was because he was afraid that Guochen and the others would die? The other 3 teammates seemed to have great trust in Guochen. Qiu Lingfeng used the appraisal to check the cultivation levels of the 3 people. They are all at the 8th stage of Tongmai realm, but their lack of accumulation clearly shows that they have just entered this realm not long ago. The Tao seeds that can be condensed have a low number of patterns. 1 has no pattern, and 2 have 1 pattern. As for the names, Qiu Lingfeng also wrote them down. The 2 men were named Zhang Hongsheng and Wang Tao. The only female disciple in the team is namely Minmin. After the 5 people found a clean cave, they rested here temporarily. Using the spirit flame stone to light a bonfire, everyone started eating the food in their backpacks. Taishan Sword Academy did not take away the equipment of the outer courtyard disciples like those survival challenge programs on Earth. After all, if you really do that, what you take away is not just your equipment, but your life. The magical beasts in the Kanglan Mountains, even the most harmless-looking little rabbit, might be able to kill a tiger if it were on Earth. Brother Gua, do you have any plans for the next month? As Qiu Lingfeng spoke, he took out a bagged roast chicken from his backpack, and the others immediately cast envious glances at him. They all looked at the compressed dry food in their hands, and then at the big roasted chicken in Qiu Lingfeng's hand. Unlike other outer courtyard disciples, Qiu Lingfeng did not have to worry about carrying belongings. Others may struggle to squeeze in a little space in their backpack, but Qiu Lingfeng is different. The 100 cubic meters of space he carries with him is larger than his home in his previous life, so he doesn't have to worry about this at all. To be frank, Qiu Lingfeng could easily hide himself in the cave for a month, because the fresh water and food he brought with him were enough to sustain him for the whole month. Seeing the envious eyes of the others, Qiu Lingfeng felt embarrassed to eat alone, so he took out 4 roasted chickens from his backpack and handed them to the others. I still have a lot. You can eat together. Qiu Lingfeng said. Lingfeng, your backpack isn't full of these things, is it? Li Minmin took the roast chicken and asked curiously. How did you know? When you're out, you can't let your stomach suffer. It's a pity that I'm in a hurry today, otherwise I would definitely go out hunting. Qiu Lingfeng nodded in surprise. You didn't bring any weapons or anything? Wang Tao asked. Yes. Qiu Lingfeng pointed to the dagger always tied to his waist and said. Hiss. Looking at the dagger on Qiu Lingfeng's waist, which was no more than 20 centimeters long, Wang Tao felt his scalp tingling. Then he took another look at the weapons and equipment they carried. Bullets, guns, bows and crossbows, arrows, and swords. Could it be that Qiu Lingfeng was out for an outing? This is all the preparation you've made? Hey, it's okay. Guochen coughed lightly and said, Junior brother Qiu, I will remember your kindness. I will protect you when the time comes. Thank you very much, senior brother. Qiu Lingfeng said with a wry smile. Afterwards, while everyone was eating, they watched Qiu Lingfeng take out a large bottle of juice drink from his backpack and started eating it, taking a bite of the roast chicken and sips of the drink. Looking at this scene, Guochen and others almost thought they were back in Jinlan City. Guo Chun dared to bet with confidence that among the outer court disciples in Kanglan Mountains, there was absolutely no one as leisurely as Qiu Lingfeng. However, Guo Chun and the others had all taken Qiu Lingfeng's roast chicken, so it was too embarrassing to say anything more at this time. Brother Guo, do you have any plans for the next month? Qiu Lingfeng's mouth was full of grease, and he looked at Guo Chun and asked, Not yet. Junior brother Qiu, do you have any good ideas? Guo Chun asked with his mouth twitching. Oh, tomorrow we will split into 2 teams and look for a place to live and a water source respectively. These 2 must be solved first. Qiu Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, So what's next? Guo Chun nodded and asked, After finding a clean water source and a place to live, we will definitely settle down and build fortifications to prevent the invasion of monsters. Qiu Lingfeng expressed his thoughts. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Although Qiu Lingfeng's behavior is unreliable, what he said is feasible. Okay, then let's do as you say. Guo Chun nodded. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they threw the food scraps far away from the cave and returned inside. Qiu Lingfeng set up several traps at the entrance of the cave and sprinkled some powder to cover up the smell and repel insects. Then, everyone prepared to rest. Because of the traps and powder, there is no need for anyone to get up and keep watch at night. All they need to do is add some firewood occasionally. Unlike others who just got into their sleeping bags, Qiu Lingfeng also slept on the floor. Even in the Kanglan Mountains, don't forget 2 words, dignity. Of course, Qiu Lingfeng's action also made others even more speechless. As expected, this Qiu Lingfeng has hardly been to Kanglan Mountains a few times and looks like a novice in every way. Why is his backpack filled with all these useless things? Chapter 58. Rabbit is so cute. The next morning, when the sun was rising, after they had a simple meal and replenished their water, they split into 2 teams and began looking for water and a place to live. Qiu Lingfeng is in a group with Wang Tao and Li Minmin. Guo Chun and Zhang Hongsheng are in the same group. On the way, Qiu Lingfeng and others also saw the body of an outer courtyard disciple who came with them yesterday. The corpse had been eaten beyond recognition by the monster, with intestines and blood all over the floor. Li Minmin no longer had the eyes to see. We came here together after all, and I can't just watch you die in the wilderness. Qiu Lingfeng sighed, buried the body, and erected a small tombstone. Aren't these monsters too scary? Li Minmin said with a disgusted look on her face. So, everything needs to be done with caution in the Kanglan Mountains. Qiu Lingfeng spoke. Wang Tao and Li Minmin's foreheads darkened when they heard this. Just based on Qiu Lingfeng's behavior last night, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that this person was not very reliable. Who would carry so much food and drinks? They all want to arm themselves with every possible means. After a round, Qiu Lingfeng and others met other outer courtyard disciples. However, they did not show any kindness towards Qiu Lingfeng and others, but were full of hostility. Get out of here quickly, this spot has been occupied by us. A disciple holding a gun pointed at Qiu Lingfeng and others and said, We're leaving now. Qiu Lingfeng and others left in a hurry. Even though guns don't seem to appear often in this world. In fact, guns are highly respected among warriors in the Tongmai realm and Dowling realm. But there is one bad thing, it is too expensive. A good gun would cost millions. It is even questionable whether ordinary bullets can pierce the skin of monsters. Therefore, the bullets must be specially made. The higher the grade of the bullet, the more expensive it is. The lowest grade bullet costs 10,000 yuan. Therefore, most of those who use guns are from wealthy families whose families own mines. As for the children from poor families, it's better to just play with cold weapons. Humph, aren't those people too stingy? We just have our eyes on the same river as them, so what's the big deal about fetching some water? Li Minmin said dissatisfiedly. Because in their eyes, that area is already their territory. Qiu Lingfeng said, We are a threat to them. But it doesn't matter, water sources are easy to find. The only difficult thing is the habitat. We can't live in the cave forever. We have to move out. Qiu Lingfeng said. As they spoke, everyone started looking for water again. It was difficult to find a relatively clear river where you could see fish and shrimp in it. The water here can be used. Remember the location here. Qiu Lingfeng squatted down, filled 2 large pots of water, and threw a water-purifying pill into each. Wang Tao and Li Minmin also filled 2 pots of water and threw a water purification pill like Qiu Lingfeng did. Shall we go back next? Li Minmin asked. Well, the water quality here is pretty good. If Senior Brother Gua and the others haven't found a suitable habitat, we can come here tomorrow to explore it in detail. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said. It's not that he didn't want to explore the surroundings now, but the sun was about to set. As soon as the sun went down, he was no longer sure whether he could survive with Wang Tao and Li Minmin. Unlike others, Qiu Lingfeng also has a magical talent of night vision, which allows him to see clearly in the jungle at night. Therefore, for Qiu Lingfeng, the Kanglan Mountains at night are no different from the Kanglan Mountains during the day. The only troublesome thing is that the monsters at night are better at hiding themselves and making sneak attacks. They returned to the cave before the sun set. At this time, Guoqin and Zhang Hongsheng were already waiting for Qiu Lingfeng and the others. We found a lake with fish and stuff in it, and a good place to live long-term around there. Guoqin said, "Let's all go together tomorrow." Good. Qiu Lingfeng's eyes lit up. He nodded, took out the 2 bottles of water he had filled earlier, and said, "The few water sources we found were basically occupied by others, and we only found a small river at the end." Junior brother Qiu, do you have any food on you? We are running out of food." Guoqin rubbed his hands together a little embarrassedly. It's not that the food is really gone, but the main thing is that he is craving for the packaged roast chicken in Qiu Lingfeng's backpack. How can dry compressed biscuits be as delicious as roast chicken? I still have a lot, enough? Qiu Lingfeng nodded, took out several more packets and distributed them to everyone. I still have some juice. Do you want some? Qiu Lingfeng took out the juice again and asked. Bring them together. Guoqin nodded. Unknowingly, Qiu Lingfeng assimilated Guoqin and the other 3. Originally, the 4 of them were still very resistant to Qiu Lingfeng bringing so much food. But, in the end they were defeated by 2 words. It's so delicious. Oh, what a pity. After eating these, we can only go and kill those monsters to eat. Guoqin sighed again and said. Qiu Lingfeng shook his backpack, and a series of ping-pong sounds came from inside. I brought pots, pans, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Qiu Lingfeng spoke. Hiss. Junior brother Qiu, are you here to camp? Guoqin said in shock. But if you think about it carefully, this is not a bad idea. In the dangerous Kanglan Mountains, only delicious food can make people relax. After eating and drinking, everyone began to rest. Waiting to move position the next day, heading to the small lake discovered by Guoqin and Zhang Hongsheng. The next morning, everyone set out. On the way, they encountered a few ignorant rabbit-shaped monsters, all of which were killed by Guoqin. Qiu Lingfeng picked up the dead rabbits by their ears and looked at them with some curiosity. These 3 rabbits look quite good. They are earthy gray in color and have what look like 3 tails. But unlike ordinary rabbits, it has a huge fluffy tail with 2 fur ball-like tails on both sides. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Li Minmin again and found that she was staring at the 3 rabbits. Just when Qiu Lingfeng thought Li Minmin would say, "Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them?" Li Minmin spoke up. The bunny is so cute. It must be delicious, right? Lingfeng, I like spicy food. Add more chili. Okay. The corners of Qiu Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. It was almost noon when the few of them finally arrived at the place Guoqin mentioned. The scenery is nice. The lake is sparkling and so beautiful. Following Guoqin to the open area they had chosen, Qiu Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. When Guoqin and his friends came here yesterday, they apparently cleaned up the place as well. Now an area of ground has been cleared. How is it? Isn't this place nice? Guoqin folded his hands and showed off. Well, let's just clean up in the afternoon and make a temporary rest shed, Qiu Lingfeng said. After saying that, Qiu Lingfeng moved a few stones from nearby, set up a stove, and made a fire to cook. Chapter 59. The Woman in the Lake. For a moment, everyone seemed to be back in Jinlan City. Eating the hot meals, I felt healed both physically and mentally. Junior brother Qiu, I have to say that it was a wise decision for you to bring so many cooking utensils and seasonings, Guoqin said happily and took a sip of the fish soup. In the past, they might have only been able to eat grilled food for the next month. Food cooked in other ways is simply wishful thinking. So I said, when you go out, you can't neglect your stomach. Qiu Lingfeng nodded in agreement. After a while, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and dealt with the food leftovers. Everyone set up traps and animal repellent powder around the camp and then began to rest. Because there are a lot of things to do tomorrow, I must conserve my energy today. At this time, the silver moon was hanging high in the sky, the lake was sparkling, and the mist was vague. The scene was beautiful like a painting. Qiu Lingfeng had no intention of resting, as he had noticed that there were many magical beasts on the other side of the lake at night. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to obtain the devouring point. With Guoqin and others around during the day, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't devour the monster openly. Because once the monsters are devoured by the system, they will become ordinary wild beasts. So in order not to expose the secret, Qiu Lingfeng could only choose not to swallow it. Now that Guochun and the others have rested, he can naturally go out and hunt monsters with confidence. Although it was dark at this time, Qiu Lingfeng could still clearly see the scene in the forest. And this is all thanks to his magical talent, night vision. Holding the dagger in his hand, Qiu Lingfeng walked around the lake towards the other side. Why are there so many rabbits? When Qiu Lingfeng was about to reach the other side, he saw a large group of rabbits coming towards the lake. Most of these rabbits are level 5 or 6 slaves. And these rabbits are the kind that everyone will eat tonight. The three-tailed rabbit with 2 fur balls and a huge tail behind it. Are these rabbits here to seek revenge? Qiu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows, wondering. Thinking of this, Qiu Lingfeng began to hide his body and hid in the tree. When the group of rabbits arrived at the lake, they faced the center of the lake and lined up in an orderly manner. This look is as if he is welcoming something. These rabbits seem to be waiting for something? Qiu Lingfeng looked in the direction the rabbits were facing with some curiosity. The lake's surface is shimmering and reflections of stars are emerging. Then, Qiu Lingfeng's pupils shrank. I saw waves rippling in the center of the lake. Layer upon layer of ripples spread from the center of the lake. Then a figure emerged from the center of the lake and swam towards the shore. As the figure got closer, Qiu Lingfeng could see the figure clearly. She was a woman of about 20 years old, naked, with skin as white as jade. Seeing the woman appear, the three-tailed rabbits immediately made way for an open space. Crash! There was a sound of water splashing, and the woman walked onto the lake shore. The woman raised her head slightly, allowing Qiu Lingfeng to see her appearance clearly. Her oval face has exquisite and perfect facial features, which are enough to make any woman feel ashamed in front of her, and enough to make any man obsessed and crazy. Further down, there is a perfect figure. And this delicate body was displayed to Qiu Lingfeng without reservation. However, he didn't have time to appreciate it all, because the scene in front of me is so weird. This woman appeared from the lake without any reason, and also attracted a group of three-tailed rabbits to pay homage to her. Qiu Lingfeng has never mentioned this matter to anyone else. Suddenly, the woman looked in the direction of Qiu Lingfeng. Then she raised the corner of her mouth slightly and walked towards where Qiu Lingfeng was hiding. She found me? Qiu Lingfeng was extremely shocked. He quickly threw an appraisal at the woman. In an instant, Qiu Lingfeng felt a sharp pain in his head. Then his eyes went dark and he fainted. Wake up, junior brother Qiu, wake up. Guo Chen's voice exploded in Qiu Lingfeng's ears. Guo, senior brother Guo? Qiu Lingfeng felt a splitting headache at this moment and opened his eyes with difficulty. For some reason, he felt a chill all over his body. Junior brother Qiu, you are finally awake? Guochun saw Qiu Lingfeng wake up, breathed a sigh of relief, and continued. How did you faint here? And where are your clothes? Clothing? Qiu Lingfeng looked down, and his expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, he was only wearing a pair of shorts, and his clothes were actually stripped off. Then, Qiu Lingfeng suddenly recalled the mysterious woman who appeared in the lake last night. What is her identity? Why would so many three-tailed rabbits gather by the lake? And his clothes were missing, which was obviously done by the mysterious woman. Junior brother Qiu, what happened to you last night? Guochen asked. Nothing. Qiu Lingfeng frowned and shook his head. I really don't understand you. I found you missing this morning and rushed out to look for you, but I found you sleeping here. Guochun said speechlessly. Ahem, thank you very much, senior brother. Qiu Lingfeng coughed somewhat awkwardly. Forget it, but it's not a good idea for you to go back to the camp in this state. After all, there's a girl named Minmin here. You wait here first. I'll go get you some clothes. Guochen shook his head, then got up and went back to the camp. Qiu Lingfeng also got up from the ground. All traces of the three-tailed rabbit left last night have disappeared, and even the surface of the lake is as sparkling and beautiful as yesterday. If his clothes hadn't been taken off, Qiu Lingfeng might really think that the scene of the three-tailed rabbits worshipping him and the girl in the lake yesterday were all dreams. I'll take your clothes. As compensation, I'll give you good fortune. Qiu Lingfeng suddenly discovered that on the tree trunk nearby, there was a line of small characters formed by condensed spiritual energy. The small characters are written crookedly and have no artistic sense at all. However, through the brushstrokes, one can vaguely recognize that this was written by a woman. These small words were probably left by the mysterious woman from last night. Qiu Lingfeng stretched out his hand, and the line of spiritual characters immediately turned into pure spiritual energy and flowed into his body. This spiritual energy poured into Qiu Lingfeng's meridians, almost allowing him to break through to the Daoling realm. Fortunately, Qiu Lingfeng's willpower was strong enough, and he suppressed it quickly enough. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for him to reach the Dowling realm on the spot. You stripped me of my clothes, and you still want to make me break through? Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but curse. He tried every possible means to suppress the spiritual energy in his body, just because he didn't want to condense the Tao seed so quickly. As a result, the spiritual energy left behind by the mysterious woman almost caused him to break through on the spot. Isn't this harming him? At this time, on a distant mountain range. Sneeze. A woman sneezed without warning. Strange. With my level of cultivation, how is it possible for me to sneeze? The woman murmured in confusion. Chapter 60 appears again. After Guochuan brought the clothes, Qiu Lingfeng put them on. Wait, why is this dress a little small? Qiu Lingfeng realized something was wrong after he put on his clothes. This dress seems a bit tired. Ahem. Li Minmin was the only one in the camp who brought a few extra pieces of clothes, so you know. Guochuan coughed and explained. All right. Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he nodded. The uniforms for Taishian Sword Academy disciples are the same for both men and women. The only difference is probably the size. Although it is a little small, it is still wearable for Qiu Lingfeng, who had his clothes taken off. Qiu Lingfeng sniffed carefully and found a faint floral scent mixed with milk scent on the clothes. It was definitely Li Minmin's clothes. After returning to the camp with Guochuan, everyone began to arrange today's tasks. Because there is a lake next to it, there is no need to worry about food and water sources. The only thing to be solved is housing. All morning, everyone was busy building the shelter. After all, if you have to survive for a month, the place you live in can't be bad. And there are no powerful monsters around this lake, so it is very safe. In just one morning, everyone had built the campsite into shape. Warriors are much stronger than ordinary people, so they can definitely build a wooden house much faster. By the time night fell, a log cabin had been built. Everyone gathered around the campfire and ate food. I'm really exhausted today. Zhang Hongsheng spoke. There's more to do tomorrow. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but open his mouth to attack. Our 5 camps are just getting started, and there is still a lot to do. Oh, I really don't understand. Can't we just hide in the cave for a month like everyone else? Why do we have to torture ourselves like this? Zhang Hongsheng spoke. If you like to live in a cave, you can go ahead and live there. No one is stopping you. Just leave this house for us to live in. Guochuan said. Ahem. I was just kidding. Why would I want to go to a cave if I can live more comfortably? Zhang Hongsheng coughed and said. In the next few days, everyone built a camp here. Although there were several monster attacks during this period, they were easily resolved by Qiu Lingfeng and Guochuan. After a few days of development, the camp now has 4 houses and is surrounded by a wall covered with spikes. As for why there are only 4 houses for 5 people, the reason is very simple. Wang Tao and Li Minmin have been together for a long time, and now they have a rare private space. I'm afraid even if you put a knife to their necks, there's no way to separate them. Well, ahem. Everyone should go to bed early today. Wang Tao coughed awkwardly and said while eating. Guochuan and Zhang Hongsheng both gave Wang Tao and Li Minmin a smile that only men can understand. Li Minmin's face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. As Qiu Lingfeng was eating, he recalled what happened a few nights ago. That mysterious woman. What is her identity and origin? In the past few days, he also asked Guochuan indirectly whether there were any rumors about the mysterious woman in Kanglan Mountains. But judging from Guochuan's reaction, he probably hadn't heard of it either. I can only go back and ask senior sister in detail, Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself. Unfortunately, his communication watch is just an ordinary watch that can only tell time when he leaves Jinlan City. Otherwise, he would definitely contact Zishaoling. There is no need to worry about the battery of the communication watch. Although it looks small, in fact, one battery can last at least half a year. When the battery runs out, you can go back to the academy and replace it. It costs 500 points to replace the battery. Ling Feng, what are you thinking about? Zhang Hongsheng looked at Qiu Lingfeng in confusion and asked. Nothing. I'm just thinking about tomorrow's schedule. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said. Telling Zhang Hongsheng and the others directly about the mysterious woman in the lake would inevitably cause panic. Speaking of which, Ling Feng, what on earth was going on when you were stripped of your clothes a few days ago? Zhang Hongsheng started talking about something that was not relevant. Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened, and he said speechlessly. Maybe it was taken away by a naughty rabbit. Rabbits are so delicious. No, rabbits are so cute. I won't allow you to say bad things about rabbits. Li Minmin said on the side. Cough. Looking at Li Minmin, Qiu Lingfeng was still somewhat embarrassed. A few days ago, after he changed back into his own clothes, He wanted to return Li Minmin's clothes, but he was rejected and told to just give them to him. Come to think of it, surviving here for a month doesn't seem that difficult. Wang Tao took a sip of the hot soup and sighed. We are much safer here than other places. But it's different for other people. They might be hiding from monsters all day long. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said, I don't know if it's because of the existence of that mysterious woman, so there are so few magical beasts around here. Even the monsters that occasionally appear are of very low levels. And it looked like he had broken in accidentally and was running away in panic. At the beginning, he had no intention of attacking Qiu Lingfeng and others. It was only after they discovered that Qiu Lingfeng and others were ready to attack that they launched a counterattack. This place is really weird. All these things made Qiu Lingfeng feel the weirdness of this place. However, for the time being, they haven't noticed anything unusual while living here, so it's relatively safe. That's great, because we can all spend this month safely. Li Minmin spoke up. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and nodded. This place is a little weird, but it is safe. Moreover, no one is in danger at the moment, so staying here is undoubtedly the safest and secure way. Once you leave here, you won't be able to find such a safe place again. As night fell, the bonfire went out and everyone went to rest. Listening to the faint, exciting sounds coming from Wang Tao and Li Minmin's wooden house next door, Qiu Lingfeng had no choice but to leave the camp and go out for some fresh air. When he arrived at the lake, Qiu Lingfeng washed his face. It's true that a long separation makes the new marriage better than before. They're getting started so soon. Qiu Lingfeng looked back at the camp, speechless. But suddenly, Qiu Lingfeng's eyes fixed. I saw a beautiful figure slowly walking towards me in the distance. And that face was exactly the mysterious woman that Qiu Lingfeng saw at that time. It's her. She appears again. However, unlike the last time she appeared in the center of the lake, this time the woman had obviously just returned from outside and was followed by a large group of three-tailed rabbits. The woman obviously noticed Qiu Lingfeng and waved at him from the other side of the lake. Chapter 61. Will be arrested. When Qiu Lingfeng saw the mysterious woman waving at him, he was startled at first. The last time he wanted to use his identification skills to check the information of the mysterious woman, he fainted on the spot. She also stripped off my clothes. Now the mysterious woman is still wearing his disciple's attire. They don't look hostile. Why don't we go over and take a look? Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself. Then, Qiu Lingfeng raised his foot and walked to the other side. This time, Qiu Lingfeng was smart and did not try to verify the information of the mysterious woman, to avoid having her clothes taken off after she faints. Before he approached the mysterious woman, the three-tailed rabbit behind her stood up and looked at Qiu Lingfeng with hostility. However, the woman just pressed her hand slightly, and all the three-tailed rabbits calmed down. You haven't even broken through to the Dowling realm yet? The woman looked at Qiu Lingfeng and spoke in surprise. The sound was pleasant, but it sounded a little harsh to Qiu Lingfeng's ears. Still no breakthrough? Damn. The realm that I had worked so hard to suppress was almost broken through by you. Is it easy for me to suppress a realm? You still say that you are giving me good fortune? He actually wanted to harm me from breaking through. Well, I'll give you another thing to help you break through. The woman sighed, and then took out a thumb-sized pink fruit from her arms. Then, the pink fruit flew towards Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng reached out to take it, and then his pupil shrank. Because after he got it, he felt a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation on the fruit. Yes, that's right. The aura fluctuations on this fruit are not spiritual energy, but spiritual power. Spiritual power is the symbol of a warrior in the Dowling realm. What is the origin of this fruit? There was actually a fluctuation of spiritual power. Identification. Qiu Lingfeng curiously identified the pink fruit in his hand. Powder-grade Dao fruit, which can increase your cultivation after refining. Increase your cultivation? Pink-grade Dao fruit? Qiu Lingfeng frowned, a little puzzled, and said, aside from the powder grade, are there any other grades of this so-called Dao fruit? Unfortunately, the power of identification could not answer his question. It couldn't solve Qiu Lingfeng's doubts. Where did this come from? Qiu Lingfeng looked at the mysterious woman and asked. It comes from people. The mysterious woman spoke, and then showed a sly smile, saying, but don't worry, even though you ate the rabbit, I won't kill you. The mysterious woman's words made Qiu Lingfeng's scalp numb. Tao fruit, Tao fruit. From a human? Plus the spiritual power fluctuations on this pink fruit. Doesn't that mean that the pink fruit in his hand came from a Taoist Ling realm warrior? Because the sixth realm of Dowling is also known as Daoguo realm. Thinking that the Dao fruit in his hand came from a Dao Ling realm warrior, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but drop the Dao fruit. This is good stuff. The mysterious woman said with a frown. With a suck of her jade hand, the pink Taoist fruit flew back into her hand. Who are you? Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but hold the dagger at his waist and looked at the woman with vigilance. You killed the tiger. You are my friend? The woman spoke. Tiger? Qiu Lingfeng frowned slightly. It seems that he only killed one tiger. That is the flaming tiger in the Flame Canyon. Could it be that the woman was talking about the flaming tiger? Eat it, and you will become a Dowling Realm warrior. The woman walked over and tried to stuff the Taoist fruit into Qiu Lingfeng's mouth. Qiu Lingfeng stepped back hastily. He didn't want to eat this unlucky thing. Why don't you eat? The mysterious woman frowned and seemed to express her dissatisfaction. I have tried so hard to suppress my cultivation level just because I don't want to break through. You, a woman, are trying every possible means to make me break through? What is your intention? Qiu Lingfeng was furious in his heart. Of course, at the moment he didn't know the depth of the mysterious woman, and he didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only explain. I am suppressing my realm and consolidating my foundation. I cannot break through casually for the time being. So that's how it is. If you hadn't told me earlier, I would have thought you couldn't break through last time. The mysterious woman nodded and suddenly realized. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the woman in front of him. For some reason, he always felt that she was a little silly. Then you can keep this fruit and use it later. The mysterious woman handed the Dao fruit back to Qiu Lingfeng. No need. Qiu Lingfeng hurriedly shook his head. No, you must accept it. The mysterious woman said urgently and forced it into Qiu Lingfeng's hand. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't just throw this thing away, so he had to put it into his personal space. I'm done with the clothes, so I'm returning them to you now. The mysterious woman said this, and then she took off her clothes in front of Qiu Lingfeng as if nothing had happened. Hiss! Qiu Lingfeng felt his scalp go numb, and he quickly turned his back and said, You clearly know that you have to wear clothes, which means you have a sense of shame. Why are you shamelessly taking them off in front of me now? If you go out without clothes, you'll get arrested. I've tried it before. The mysterious woman said something shocking. Cough, cough, cough. Qiu Lingfeng was completely speechless. Plop. Followed by the sound of water. The mysterious woman jumped into the lake again. At this time, the clothes were already folded on the shore. I'll give you the clothes back. The woman spoke. Qiu Lingfeng turned his head and looked at the mysterious woman in the water. The water ripples, and the outline of the woman can be vaguely seen. Such a blurred picture has a different kind of temptation. Even Qiu Lingfeng himself didn't know how he managed to control himself. Maybe it's because I'm afraid of death. I'll give you this dress later, so you don't have to go through so much trouble when you want to go out later. Qiu Lingfeng said to the woman. Good. The woman obviously had no concept of politeness and nodded. Then, a few three-tailed rabbits took away the clothes on the ground. How do you control these three-tailed rabbits? There are no magical beasts around here. Is it because of you? Qiu Lingfeng looked at this scene and asked curiously. Although this mysterious woman is mysterious, she doesn't seem to be hostile. The mysterious woman nodded frankly and said, The surrounding monsters are afraid of me. You can live over there. As for Qiu Lingfeng's first question, the mysterious woman had no intention of answering. Qiu Lingfeng did not mention it again, so as not to upset the mysterious woman. Then, the mysterious woman stood by the lake for a long time, frowning her beautiful eyebrows from time to time, as if she was thinking hard. Qiu Lingfeng didn't dare to disturb her and just watched her from the side. I remember saying goodbye. The mysterious woman spoke after a long while. Qiu Lingfeng almost fainted. So you spent so much time thinking about what to say when saying goodbye? Qiu Lingfeng was so surprised that he thought the mysterious woman was thinking about some profound question because she looked so serious. Goodbye. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said. Then, the mysterious woman dived into the center of the lake. Everything returned to normal, as if the mysterious woman had never appeared. Chapter 62 returned to Jinlan City. That woman is probably not human. This idea suddenly popped into Qiu Lingfeng's mind. However, he couldn't verify this day, so he could only wait until he returned to Taishan Sword Academy to ask Zi Shaoling. After that, Qiu Lingfeng returned to the camp. As soon as Qiu Lingfeng arrived at the camp, Li Minmin walked out of the house with a rosy face. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng, an awkward smile appeared on his face. Ling Feng, you haven't slept yet? Li Minmin asked. No, I just went out to get some fresh air. Why aren't you asleep yet so late? Qiu Lingfeng frowned and asked knowingly. It's too hot tonight. I slept with sweat all over my body, and now I'm going to take a shower. After Li Minmin finished speaking, She lowered her head and quickly walked around Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Li Minmin's back and shrugged. Should he say that there was a mysterious woman in the lake? Let's not talk about it. After all, that mysterious woman is too scary. And judging from the mysterious woman's appearance, she probably won't come out again for the time being. After returning to his small wooden house, Qiu Lingfeng fell asleep. Because they were planning to settle down, Qiu Lingfeng and others made very proper preparations for furniture and other things. Otherwise, Li Minmin and Wang Tao wouldn't have been fighting tonight. When thinking of this, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but think of the mysterious woman. But Qiu Lingfeng quickly shook his head, put aside all distracting thoughts, and went asleep seriously. Because of the existence of the mysterious woman, the place where Qiu Lingfeng and others are is very safe. There are almost no monsters, and the ones that are occasionally encountered are those that break in accidentally and are very easy to deal with. Qiu Lingfeng's life during this month was truly boring. He originally thought that surviving for a month would be a very difficult task. Who knew that Guichun was so lucky to choose such a feng shui treasured place? As a result, the Warcraft didn't dare to come and cause trouble. Over the past month, Qiu Lingfeng and others have had a simple daily life. Food and drinks are all available in the lake. If you want to change your taste and not eat fish, you can go hunting far away. Everyone was even free enough to practice in the camp. If this were seen by other disciples trying to survive in the cracks, wouldn't they vomit blood on the spot? Damn it, we are struggling to survive in the cracks, but you guys are so bored that you start practicing. After a month, Qiu Lingfeng was already able to condense a 9-pattern Dao seed. What surprised Qiu Lingfeng was that even so, the meridians in his body showed no signs of reaching their limit. After suppressing the urge to break through the Daoling realm with all his might, Qiu Lingfeng chose to continue to settle the spiritual energy in his body. Since his meridians have not reached their limit yet, it means that his limit is not here. Why not continue to accumulate and condense a stronger 9-pattern Dao seed? Even if they are both 9-pattern Dao seeds, there is still a difference between just reaching the threshold and having reached the end. Although it has no effect on the realm of Daoling realm, it will definitely be linked to spiritual power. After all, the cultivation of a warrior in the Daoling realm is all based on the Dao seed. The stronger the Dao seed, the stronger the spiritual power. I don't know if I can cultivate the 10-pattern Dao seed if I continue to practice like this. Qiu Lingfeng began to have doubts in his heart, but he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the highest number of patterns on the Tao seeds recorded in the book is no more than 9. It has been like this since ancient times. No matter how talented a genius is, he will only remain at the 9-pattern Dao seed. Qiu Lingfeng didn't think that his talent was better than those geniuses who had shocked the world throughout history. He still has this self-awareness. On this day, a sky-hunting eagle landed on the lake shore. A figure jumped down from above. It was the senior sister from the inner courtyard who brought Qiu Lingfeng and others here, Imo Qiuying. When Imo Qiuying saw the camp of Qiu Lingfeng and others, she almost thought she had made a mistake. These junior brothers and sisters from the outer courtyard, are they planning to live here permanently? They even built a house. Qiu Lingfeng and others heard the noise by the lake and left the camp. When Wang Tao saw Imo Qiuying, his face lit up and he asked, "Sister, can we go back now?" Don't ask him why he's so happy. If you try to find yourself so bored that you can only kill time by firing guns, you will naturally understand why Wang Tao is so happy. Yes, go ahead. Imo Qiuying didn't ask too many questions because there were a bunch of people waiting for her to meet them. Upon hearing this, the few of them simply packed their bags and boarded the sky-hunting eagle. As for the facilities and buildings in the camp, they did not touch them. Anyway, it's made of wood. If no one lives in it, it will collapse in no time. Moreover, keeping this campsite has some commemorative significance. Maybe I will come back to visit Kanglan Mountains next time. Especially Wang Tao and Li Minmin. After all, their house is full of traces of love. After picking up Qiu Lingfeng and the other 4, Imo Qiuying went to pick up the other outer courtyard disciples. It was almost as Qiu Lingfeng expected. After a month of suffering, many outer courtyard disciples were in a state of disarray. They had lost a lot of weight, became darker, their clothes were torn, and many of them had died. Compared with them, Qiu Lingfeng and others have been enjoying the life for the past month. In addition, there is a large group of outer courtyard disciples who are living a life worse than death. No, they are already inner courtyard disciples. Yes, that's right. This group of people were forced to break through to the spiritual realm when they were facing a life and death crisis. All the efforts I had previously put into the Tongmai realm were wasted. And because they have already broken through to the Daoling realm, these disciples will be directly promoted to inner court disciples and will lose the qualification to be selected as outer court disciples. For them, This is the most difficult thing to accept. After all, many of them have a higher number of Tao seed patterns. However, because he was facing a life-and-death crisis, he hastily broke through to the Daoling realm, which directly affected his future path in martial arts. In this case, how can they not become discouraged and feel that life is worse than death? Riding on the sky-hunting eagle, everyone quickly returned to Jinlan City. It only took more than 2 hours to return to Jinlan City. But for the outer courtyard disciples who had just lived in Kanglan Mountains for a month, the time seemed particularly long. It was also at this time that they realized how happy life was in Jinlan City. No need to worry about monsters appearing at any time. No need to worry about being hungry every day. Finally back. Woo 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 Jinlan City, I'm back. Today, I want to turn into a foodie and eat to my heart's content. After seeing the outline of Jinlan City, a group of outer courtyard disciples cried with joy and roared madly. Emo Chioying was no longer surprised by this. After all, any normal person might do such a thing. Chapter 63, Answer Seriously. It was already evening when everyone returned to Jinlan City. There were special disciples responsible for counting the number of people, and they found out the number of people in a short while. By the way, all the information was sent to Qiu Lingfeng and others. There are a total of 392 disciples who went to Kanglan Mountains to survive for a month. 36 people were killed, 173 people broke through the Daoling realm, and 12 people were unfortunately disabled. The remaining disciples all successfully passed the first round of selection. The second round of the melee was scheduled for 9:25 p.m. or 9:30 in the morning, and the location was rarely set in the inner courtyard. Not only the second round, but the third round was also held in the inner courtyard. Because there is only such a large-scale arena in the inner courtyard, the battle fluctuations of Daoling Realm warriors are far more terrifying than those of Tongmai Realm warriors. After receiving the notification, Qiu Lingfeng and his 5 companions decided to go to the cafeteria to eat together. After a month's absence, many of the outer courtyard disciples who participated in the first round of disciple selection came to the cafeteria with happy faces. Some of them were so emotional that they even shed tears. Finally, I don't have to endure those unpalatable foods anymore. Qiu Lingfeng and his 4 companions were fine. At least they didn't have to do it themselves, and the variety of food in the cafeteria was obviously much greater than that in Kanglan Mountains. After dinner, several people walked towards their own dormitories. Unlike Qiu Lingfeng, who lived in Building C9, Guo Chun and his friends lived in Building C7. When he returned to the dormitory, Qiu Lingfeng saw Zhao Bai eating. Now Qiu Lingfeng is the only one living in his dormitory, because Yi Yuqing and Hao Xiu have left. You're back? Zhao Bai ate noodles and looked at Qiu Lingfeng. Well, tomorrow is the second round of selection. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, Old Zhao, what have you been busy with recently? What else can I do? Take on missions to earn points for cultivation? This time next year, I will probably be able to try to participate in the disciple selection. At worst, I can directly enter the inner courtyard. Zhao Bai shrugged and said, Then you should do your best. After Qiu Lingfeng finished speaking, he went to take a shower. As soon as he came out of the shower, Qiu Lingfeng's communication watch began to sound a reminder. Zhang Xiaonan, Lingfeng, how is your disciple selection going? Did anyone come back safely? The most beautiful girl in the universe. Junior brother, why didn't you send me a message as soon as you came back? If my dad hadn't told me that the first round of disciple selection was over, I wouldn't have known you were back. Angry and 32. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the 2 pieces of news and raised the corner of his mouth. He first replied to Zhang Xiaonan. Very good. I didn't encounter any danger, and I came back safely. Then he replied to Zi Shaoling. Sister, I didn't have time to inform you. Don't be angry. It's not too late to let you know that I'm safe now. The most beautiful girl in the universe. I don't care. Come to the inner courtyard entrance to meet me now. Sister, I just returned to the dormitory. The most beautiful girl in the universe. Are you coming? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling's message and did not dare to refuse, so he had to reply. I'll be there in a minute. Speaking of which, did Zi Shaoling buy a new communication watch again? It even supports emojis, even though he can't see it from here. Who told him that his communication watch was just a gift? It could only be used in Jinlan City, and outside the city it could only support money transfers. Zi Shaoling is indeed a little rich woman. After replying Zi Shaoling, Qiu Lingfeng did not dare to delay, and immediately put on his shoes and went out. He trotted all the way to the entrance of the inner courtyard, only to see Zi Shaoling already waiting for him under the lamp. Seeing Qiu Lingfeng running over, Zi Shaoling waved at him. Sister, why are you looking for me so late? Qiu Lingfeng ran over and asked. To celebrate your safe return, Senior sister will take you out for a big meal. Zi Shaoling took Xiao Lingfeng's arm and pulled him out of the academy. No. Senior sister, I'm full. Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly. He just finished eating in the cafeteria with Guochuan and the others, okay? However, as soon as he said this, Zi Shaoling on the side gave him a look that made Xiao Lingfeng's scalp tingle. Xiao Lingfeng immediately changed his words. But now that senior sister mentioned it, I feel like I'm hungry again. Well, let's go. Junior brother, you have been in Jinlan City for so long, but it seems that you haven't been around the city. You have been in Taishan Sword Academy all the time, right? Zi Shaoling asked. Yeah, after all, I don't have any money. Xiao Lingfeng nodded helplessly. He only had about 1,000 yuan on him, which was given to him by Zhang Daniyu before he left. The currency in Taishan Sword Academy is disciple points, but it is different in Jinlan City. What is spent is the paper money he has on him. Don't worry tonight, senior sister will treat you. Zi Shaoling was rich and generous, and she patted her chest and said, Isn't this not good? Xiao Lingfeng still felt embarrassed and spoke. Humph, you've taken so many things from me. Do you still care about these? Zi Shaoling snorted and said unhappily, Or do you treat me as an outsider? No, no, of course not. Xiao Lingfeng hurriedly shook his head. That's it, let's go. Zi Shaoling nodded with satisfaction, holding Xiao Lingfeng's hand and ran away. Hey, senior sister, slow down. I can't keep up. Xiao Lingfeng almost fell down and started talking. Sorry, I forgot you are not in the Daoling realm. Zi Shaoling slowed down her pace, stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, and said, By the way, speaking of the Dao spirit realm, how many Dao seeds can you condense now, junior brother? Zi Shaoling asked again. If I say that I can condense the 9-pattern Dao seed now, will you believe it, senior sister? Xiao Lingfeng thought about it, and said something true which was rare. Hiss. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lingfeng's words made Zi Shaoling twist Xiao Lingfeng's arm, causing the latter to grimace in pain and gasp. Humph. I asked you so seriously, but you were just trying to brush me off. You didn't think I wouldn't be angry, did you? Seriously, how many Dao seeds can you condense? Zi Shaoling said angrily. No, I really didn't treat you perfunctorily, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng wanted to cry but had no tears. He can really condense the 9-pattern Dao seed. But why doesn't Zi Shaoling believe it? Answer me seriously. Zi Shaoling looked into Xiao Lingfeng's eyes and said seriously, I can condense the 9-pattern Dao seed. Xiao Lingfeng also looked into Zi Shaoling's eyes and spoke very seriously. Being stared at by Xiao Lingfeng like this, Zi Shaoling quickly looked away and lowered her head slightly and said, If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. But just remember not to break through easily. You must at least condense a 7-pattern Dao seed. No, I have always been telling the truth. Xiao Lingfeng almost wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 64. The Wealthy Zi Shaoling. Zi Shaoling took Xiao Lingfeng away from Taishan Sword Academy. Jinlan City is brightly lit at night, with 1 or 2 cars occasionally passing by on the streets. This scene made Xiao Lingfeng think of the Earth in his previous life. Of course, if there weren't those people riding on Earth beasts running across the road, I'm afraid Xiao Lingfeng would also think that he did not travel through time. Isn't it beautiful? Zi Shaoling noticed that Xiao Lingfeng's eyes were looking around curiously and asked with a smile. Jinlan City is one of the 24 main cities of the human race. This kind of night view can only be seen in the main city, not anywhere else. Zi Shaoling raised her little head with some pride and said, 24 main cities? Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he continued, Senior sister, that means, in addition to Jinlan City, there are 23 other large cities in the world that are the same size as Jinlan City? Of course. But our Jinlan City is relatively small among the 24 main cities. The largest city is known as the North Star of the human race. Zi Shaoling nodded and said, Junior brother, you come from the village. It's normal that you don't understand these things. The human race's North Star? Xiao Lingfeng murmured and asked, So what's the name of that city? I'm not sure about the original name of that city, but it is now the imperial capital of the human race. Zi Shaoling shook her head and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. Senior sister brought you out to see the world, not to tell you these things. Zi Shaoling changed the subject. She was not really good at talking about human history. She didn't want to be unable to answer Xiao Lingfeng's question. If she did that, it would be too embarrassing for her as a senior sister, right? No. After I go back today, I must make up for the knowledge in this area. Otherwise, when her junior brother asks her again, she won't be able to answer. Zi Shaoling secretly made up her mind. Just keep going along this road, and you will reach Nandu Academy. Xiaoling pointed into the distance and said, Senior sister, how many families are there in Jinlan City? Qiu Lingfeng asked curiously again. 6. If you count the city lord's mansion, then there are 7. Z, E, Mo, Yun, Lin, Lan, and the city lord Su's family. Xiaoling counted on her fingers. Is senior sister also from the family? Qiu Lingfeng asked in surprise. Of course, but I am a collateral bloodline. Xiaoling stuck out her tongue and said, because the main bloodline of the family cannot join other forces at will, the sideline does not have this restriction. So in order to have better training resources, I joined the Taishan Sword Academy. Side branch. Yi Yuqing is also a side branch disciple, so he can join Taishan Sword Academy. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and murmured, Junior brother, why are you asking this? Xiaoling asked. No, I'm just curious. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said, according to what senior sister said, did these disciples from the side branches of the family choose to join Taishan Sword Academy or Nandu Academy because of the training resources? Of course, we all have the same surname and the same ancestor, but you have to make a distinction between the main branch and the side branch. Xiaoling said dissatisfiedly. Only the disciples of the main bloodline of the family have a vast amount of cultivation resources, while the disciples of the side branches are generally left to fend for themselves. If my father hadn't become the Grand Elder of the Inner Court, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the second level of Tao spiritual so quickly. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and asked, so, those disciples who were carefully trained by the family have better talents than you, senior sister? Bah, can talent be cultivated? This kind of thing is innate. The talents of those family disciples are not necessarily better than mine. Most of them are just at a higher level of cultivation than me. In terms of real combat power, very few can beat me, Xiaoling said. Qiu Lingfeng thought about it and agreed. The Daoling realm is a very magical realm, and the realm of cultivation does not represent everything. This is completely different from the Tongmai realm. The higher the Tongmai realm, the stronger it is. The strength of the Daoling realm is directly linked to the Dao Seed. A warrior with a 9-line Dao Seed and a Dao Seed crack might be able to completely defeat a warrior with a 1-line Dao Seed and a Dao Tree Bud. That is to say, in the realm of Daolingjing, a warrior with a low realm is not necessarily weak, and a warrior with a high realm is not necessarily strong. This is also the reason why the condensation of Tao Seed must not be done carelessly, because this is directly related to the practice of Daoling realm. The two chatted all the way and came to a luxuriously decorated restaurant. Come on, senior sister will take you to have a good meal, Xiaoling said with a smile. Then he took Qiu Lingfeng's arm and walked in. Welcome. There is a row of receptionists on both sides of the door. Seeing Xiaoling and the other person coming, they bowed 90 degrees and called out in sweet voices. It must be very expensive to consume here, right? Qiu Lingfeng asked with a tingling sensation on his scalp. It's okay. Before I came out, I asked my dad if he could pay for tonight's consumption. He said yes, so he will pay for all our consumption tonight. Don't worry. Xiaoling patted her chest and spoke confidently, signaling Qiu Lingfeng not to be afraid. Okay. With Xiaoling's words, Qiu Lingfeng finally felt a little more confident. Hello, two distinguished guests. Is there anything I can do for you? A beautiful waitress came over and asked Qiu Lingfeng. The best private room plus the emperor's set menu, Xiaoling said with a lavish manner, showing her communication watch and signaling to the waiter that the bill could be paid now. Yes, miss. The waiter immediately understood who was the dominant one between Qiu Lingfeng and Xiaoling. He led Xiaoling to the front desk with a friendly face and paid the bill. Then, she led Qiu Lingfeng and the other person to the top floor of the restaurant. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy, in Zi Rulong's dormitory, Zi Rulong was sipping tea and reading ancient books leisurely. That look is so comfortable. Beep, beep, beep. A payment message suddenly popped up on Zi Rulong's communication watch. Puff! Zi Rulong just took a glance and the tea in his mouth sprayed out instantly. Clang. With a sound, the teacup in Zi Rulong's hand fell to the ground. What's wrong, husband? Zi Rulong's concubine came forward, carefully wiped the tea from the corner of Zi Rulong's mouth with a handkerchief, and asked softly. Nothing, just that suddenly half a year's salary is gone. Zi Rulong forced a smile with difficulty and said, Good job. He said he would pay for tonight's consumption, but he didn't expect that his daughter would kill her father so cruelly. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. He spent half a year's salary in one go without even blinking an eye. The concubine looked at Zi Rulong with confusion. Obviously, he didn't realize what was happening. Chapter 65 Guilty Zi Shaoling. In the Tianzihu private room of Jinyun Restaurant, the most luxurious restaurant in Jinlan City, Qiu Lingfeng looked at the table full of delicacies from land and sea and felt his scalp tingling. Even if he didn't go to pay the bill, he could see how terrible the price of such a meal was. Through identification, he could tell the quality of the dishes in front of him. The meat comes from elite monsters, and the vegetables are all precious herbs. Even white rice is spiritual rice that contains spiritual energy. Junior brother, don't just stand there and watch. Eat as much as you can. If you can't finish it, pack it up and take it back to your roommates. Zi Shaoling picked up a large piece of meat for Qiu Lingfeng and said, "You've eaten so much of my food, so you better work hard and win glory tomorrow. Got it?" Zi Shaoling supported her chin with her jade hand. Her eyes almost curved into crescents and said to Qiu Lingfeng. Qiu Lingfeng suddenly felt a huge pressure and nodded. "Don't worry, senior sister. I will do my best." Come to think of it, isn't Zi Shaoling too good to him? This feeling always makes Qiu Lingfeng feel a little uneasy. No reward without merit. Could Zi Shaoling want something from him? However, as soon as this idea came up, it was quickly rejected by Qiu Lingfeng. He is a poor boy from a village, penniless. What can Zi Shaoling want from him? I guess he just wants to win him over, and after he enters the inner courtyard in the future, he will become Zi Rulong's disciple. After all, the better Zi Shaoling treats him, the less likely he is to choose other elders. Zi Shaoling nodded with satisfaction and started eating. Qiu Lingfeng took a mouthful of the elite monster's meat, and that piece of meat instantly burst out with rich spiritual energy in his stomach, flowing through his meridians. It directly increased the concentration of spiritual energy in his body by a large margin. In other words, now even eating can improve his cultivation. However, this is not the result that Qiu Lingfeng wants now. Because he was already at the level where he could condense the 9-pattern Dao seed, this surge in spiritual energy directly brought him to the peak of condensing the 9-pattern Dao seed. Although his own meridians have not shown signs of being full yet, his body involuntarily wants to break through. To put it bluntly, as long as Qiu Lingfeng is not careful now and does not deliberately suppress his realm, he will condense a 9-pattern Dao seed on the spot and enter the Dao spirit realm. If he did that, all the efforts he had put into the disciple selection would have been in vain. Isn't it for the sake of the reward for the top few disciples in the selection that he suppresses his realm? To put it inappropriately, Qiu Lingfeng is now suppressing the idea of breaking through. Just like holding in a fart when you have diarrhea, you have to use all your willpower to hold it in. If he slackens even a little, all his previous efforts will be in vain. Junior brother, why don't you eat? Zi Shaoling saw that Qiu Lingfeng's expression turned ugly after eating a piece of meat, and asked with a frown and some confusion. Senior sister, if I eat any more, I'm afraid I'll break through. Qiu Lingfeng explained with an ugly expression. Ah. Zi Shaoling was shocked when she heard that, and quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up and ran to Qiu Lingfeng's side, and placed her jade hand on Qiu Lingfeng's dantian. Immediately afterwards, terrifying spiritual power burst out from Zi Shaoling's body. Qiu Lingfeng only felt his whole body become heavy, and the desire to break through was instantly suppressed. What follows is the feeling of expansion in the meridians. Oh no, you are really about to break through. Zi Shaoling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Sister, why are you crying? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling, who was about to cry, and asked in surprise. Junior brother, I didn't mean it. Please don't hate me. I didn't expect that piece of monster meat would almost help you break through. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here. Zi Shaoling explained anxiously with tears in her eyes. Come back to the Sword Academy with me now. I'll ask my father to help you suppress your realm. I should be able to buy you another 2 months to condense your Dao seed. Having said that, Zi Shaoling took Qiu Lingfeng away. What about this table of food? Qiu Lingfeng pointed at a large table of precious dishes and asked, how can these be as important as your Dao seed? Zi Shaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng and hurriedly left the private room. Qiu Lingfeng had no choice but to turn around and put all the food into his personal space at once. These are all good things. Zi Shaoling can ignore them, but he can't. When he breaks through to the Daoling realm, these meals will be able to improve his cultivation. This opportunity to practice while eating doesn't come often. Zi Shaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng and trotted towards Taishan Sword Academy. At the same time, Zi Shaoling did not dare to let go of Qiu Lingfeng at all. She released all her spiritual power and tried hard to suppress Qiu Lingfeng's desire to break through. Of course, this also made Qiu Lingfeng feel the expansion of his meridians for the first time. This feeling was really uncomfortable, but he also knew that if he relaxed at this moment, he would be able to directly condense the Dao Seed and be promoted to a Daoling Realm Warrior. This is not the result that Qiu Lingfeng wanted. Even if he wants to break through, he has to wait until after the disciple selection. The rewards for disciple selection are so generous that he cannot afford to miss it. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, Zi Shaoling said with a guilty look on her face. Senior sister, you don't have to feel guilty. Qiu Lingfeng felt uncomfortable looking at the anxious Zi Shaoling and said, I was wrong. Woohoo, if you can't condense a better Tao Seed in the future, won't you hate me for the rest of your life? After all, it was me who destroyed your foundation. Zi Shaoling finally couldn't control her inner emotions anymore, and tears rolled down like a dam breaking. Senior sister, you really don't have to feel guilty. When Qiu Lingfeng saw Zi Shaoling crying, he became anxious and spoke. If other people saw this, they would definitely think that he bullied Zi Shaoling. Woo-woo. Junior brother, I'm sorry. If you can't condense a high-pattern Dao Seed in the future, I will be responsible for taking care of you. Please don't be angry with me. Okay. Zi Shaoling said while crying. Senior sister, I am a 9-pattern Dao Seed. It doesn't matter if I break through now. You really don't need to feel guilty. Qiu Lingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know what to say. Don't lie to me. How can anyone condense a 9-pattern Dao Seed so quickly? Even with your aptitude, you can only condense a 6-pattern Dao Seed now, right? It's all my fault. Zi Shaoling shook her head and cried. Zi Shaoling cried and dragged Qiu Lingfeng into Taishan Sword Academy. It's not that Qiu Lingfeng didn't want to stop, but he simply had no way to make Zi Shaoling stop. Zi Shaoling was a martial artist at the 2nd level of Daoling. How could Qiu Lingfeng, who was only at the Tongmai level, be able to deal with her? Chapter 66. Breakthrough is imminent. The disciples who were guarding the entrance to the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy originally wanted to stop Zi Shaoling and Qiu Lingfeng. But after being glared at by Zi Shaoling fiercely, she immediately let the two pass. Joke. Who in the inner courtyard doesn't know Zi Shaoling, the daughter of the Great Elder? Originally, stopping her was just a formality, but now Zi Shaoling looked like anyone who dared to stop her would die. Those disciples guarding the entrance would not seek trouble for themselves. Zi Shaoling brought Qiu Lingfeng to Zi Rulong's dormitory and knocked on the door anxiously. Here I come. A woman's voice was heard from inside, and soon the door was opened. Linger, why are you in such a hurry? The person next to you is? The woman was very young and beautiful, and looked to be only about 30 years old. Little mom, is my dad here? My junior brother is about to break through to the Daoling realm. He must take action to suppress him. Zi Shaoling said anxiously. What is it? Zi Rulong walked out, and after glancing at Qiu Lingfeng, his expression suddenly changed. If he was not mistaken, the spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng was far richer than that of Zi Shaoling. Doesn't this mean that Qiu Lingfeng can condense Dao Seeds with more than 7 patterns? How long has it been? Moreover, during the 1 month of the first round of disciple selection, cultivation can be said to be completely wasted. But even so, Qiu Lingfeng has cultivated to this level. You can imagine how evil Qiu Lingfeng is. Daddy, please help my junior brother. He just ate a piece of the meat of an elite monster and couldn't suppress the spiritual energy in his body. If I hadn't used my spiritual power to suppress it for him, he might have already broken through to the Daoling realm. Zi Shaoling didn't dare let go of Qiu Lingfeng. After all, she was releasing her spiritual power all the time to suppress Qiu Lingfeng's realm. Great Elder, please help me suppress my realm. I want to get the rewards for the disciple selection. I have been suppressing my realm for the rewards. If I break through now, all my efforts will be in vain. Qiu Lingfeng said with a fist clasped. Come with me first. Zi Rulong also had a solemn look on his face. He couldn't tell for the moment how many Dao Seeds Qiu Lingfeng could condense, but it was definitely higher than the 7-line Dao Seed. With such talent, it would be better to make a breakthrough later. After all, every time a trace of spiritual energy is accumulated when condensing the Dao Seed, this trace of accumulation will be infinitely magnified in the Daoling realm. After saying that, Zi Rulong took Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling out of the dormitory and went to his retreat room. On the way, Zi Rulong asked, Linger, the imperial set meal you just ordered at Jinyun restaurant. Just now my junior brother was about to break through, and I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to tell him to pack up. I guess he has been packed up by now. Zi Shaoling reacted at this time and sighed. I only took 1 bite. I didn't touch the whole table of food. You poof. When Zi Rulong heard this, his heart ached even more. After finally arriving at the retreat room, Zi Rulong asked Qiu Lingfeng to sit cross-legged on the cushion. Let go. Zi Rulong glanced at Zi Shaoling and said, Oh. Zi Shaoling let go of her hand after hearing that. The spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body lost the suppression of spiritual power, and the swollen meridians in his body seemed to have found an outlet and began to flow involuntarily. The speed was getting faster and faster. No matter how Xiao Lingfeng suppressed it, he couldn't stop the spiritual energy in his meridians. Breakthrough is imminent. At this moment, Zi Rulong pressed down with his big hand and covered Xiao Lingfeng's crown. Then, a sea of spiritual power poured out, and the raging spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body was suppressed instantly. At the same time, Xiao Lingfeng also felt that his meridians were filled again, with only an uncomfortable feeling of fullness. It was a sign that his meridians had reached their limit. No, the spiritual energy in your body has been concentrated to the extreme. Even I can only suppress it for you for 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you will condense the Tao seed. Zi Rulong said with a serious expression. Ah. When Zi Shaoling heard that Xiao Lingfeng only had 3 days to break through, her emotions, which had finally calmed down, instantly went out of control again. Dad, you must help my junior brother. He has such a good talent. He can't just break through to the Dowling realm like this. It will ruin his future. Zi Shaoling pulled Zi Rulong's sleeve and said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng nodded. He also felt that his body had reached its limit, but he originally thought that he was not far from his limit. Unexpectedly, that piece of monster meat would become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Now he can undoubtedly condense a perfect Tao seed, but he still has to take part in disciple selection, so he must not break through. Even if the next few days were uncomfortable, he had to endure it. Can the disciple selection be completed within 3 days? Xiao Lingfeng asked. Zi Rulong responded in a deep voice. Then I'll feel relieved. Xiao Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said with relief. What do you mean by rest assured? No, absolutely not. I absolutely don't want you to break through to the Dowling realm so quickly. Zi Shaoling shouted anxiously. Then she anxiously shook Zi Rulong's arm and said, Dad, you must have a way to suppress my junior brother's spiritual energy, right? Not just 3 days. I want you to suppress his spiritual energy for 2 months. Otherwise, I will never recognize you again. Zi Rulong was almost so angry that he blew his beard and glared. His daughter hasn't even been with Xiao Lingfeng yet, but her elbow is already bent like a mosquito coil. What will happen in the future? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't help it. Zi Rulong sighed and said, I told you, the spiritual energy in his body has been condensed to the extreme, and his meridians have also reached their limit. If he continues to suppress it, it will only do him harm. Moreover, he can now at least condense 8 pattern Dao seeds. This kind of aptitude is rare in the world, if not unparalleled. 8-line Dao seed? Hearing this, Zi Shaoling was stunned. Dad, you didn't lie to me, did you? Junior brother can now condense the 8 pattern Dao seed? Zi Shaoling spoke. The spiritual energy in his body is now several times more dense than when you first broke through. Do you think he can't condense a higher level of Tao seed than you? Zi Rulong asked back. Ah. How is this possible? How long has it been since he was promoted to the 8th stage of Tongmai realm? How could he compress his spiritual energy to this extent so quickly? Zi Shaoling said in disbelief. Junior brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me so worried. After getting the answer from Zi Rulong, Zi Shaoling finally felt relieved. When I relaxed, I couldn't help crying again. A pair of small hands gently patted Xiao Lingfeng. I told you a long time ago, but you just don't believe me, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng said with a helpless smile that he could only let Zi Shaoling do whatever she wanted. He clearly told the truth, but Zi Shaoling didn't believe him. But this is not Zi Shaoling's fault. After all, at his current level, he is really afraid of breakthroughs. Don't break through if you can avoid it.